Hey, what's up? This is BreakmanX, and welcome to the game show on January 22nd, 2025. How's it going, Jack?
Doing great. Having a blast here. It finally got out of sub-zero temperatures, so things are starting to warm up for a day or two.
Have you de-thawed?
Yes, but don't ask my dog.
It's a dog sickle. And Maul, the dark side of the force, rejoins us after a week of being encapsulated in carbonite.
It's true. I'm here. I have Raising Cane's. I'm all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is chicken.
Try not to chew into your ear too much.
You want to make me hungry. And, of course, we've got Logan.
Yeah, I can't wait to start talking about some games tonight. That's going to be great.
We should do that. We should do that soon. And then Darria, how are you doing this evening with your orange mic?
Pretty good. It looks orange in the video, but it's actually red.
Oh, really? It looks
Yep.
nice. I like the way it looks. It looks nice.
Courtesy of my boyfriend's setup.
It's a nice frame.
Is it a hot mic?
I can also.
Oh,
I can
nice.
also-
Ouch.
Very
I
cool.
love the fact that it lights up. That's a really good touch.
Ouch. So tonight we've got kind of a classic show for you where it's just us. We don't have a special guest tonight. You're going to have to make do with us. But we're going to tell you the best games ever. Like, this list is so definitive, no one could ever argue with it. So don't even try. No, we used to call these the We're Wrong awards. I looked back actually to make sure that's what we called them. So if that gives you any hint. But We're Wrong Awards 2024, since it's, going over the previous year and before. But basically, we're going over everything. All the systems that we have some sort of an attachment to, that we've played. Don't necessarily own them all, but some kind of system where we've spent significant time with them and really enjoy the games of them. So, you won't see any MSX, nothing against the MSX, but we just don't have as strong of an attachment for it. So, and we just lost the MSX portion. Oh no. Well, hopefully they come
What are we
back.
gonna do about the PC-88 though? Come
I know,
on.
right? Or what was there's the PC Engine after the Super Graphics that I can never PCFX maybe that had like 5 games. That's a fabulous one. But I should mention we do have some exciting guests here that will be coming up. I can't announce like exact dates yet, but we are going to be having at some point soon John Linneman from Digital Foundry on the show, which is very exciting. I can't wait to have him on. We're also going to have Voltar, the extraordinary modder, will be on the show. Leonard J. Paul, who is a video game composer, does a lot with video game audio. He's going to be on the show. We've got Andrew Allen coming on here at some point here in the next couple months. He's probably going to be a little bit farther down the line. But lots of really cool people and some more that I can't really talk about yet. So awesome. Thank you. And I did accidentally have Tri on the intro graphic. I apologize for that. Tri is not with us tonight. Maybe in spirit, but not in form. But I do really appreciate.
Everybody is so excited.
It was very exciting. But I do appreciate all the mention he did for us on the My Life in Gaming show last week. That was really, really nice of him and all the nice things he said about the show. So I really appreciate that. Well, with that said,
rad.
Yes, it was very rad. So with that said, we should probably get into the games because we've got a lot to talk about. It's probably not going to even get finished today. And, we would like to eventually go to sleep. So let's start out with our first category here. And this is arcade all the way back from 1977 to 1989. And this was hard for me to figure out what to put here. There were so many games I could have put. And I ended up going with what I did because it was the game that when I was a kid going to the arcade, I was most excited to see. And, not necessarily maybe the best arcade game, although I think it is very good. But it was the one that I was most excited to play, and I put tons and tons of quarters in back in those days. But TMNT, the arcade, was a lot of fun back in the days. Cowabunga. What about you, Jack?
So for me, it's Afterburner 2. Something about the soundtrack, the fast-paced action, the fact you could do barrel rolls, and it had an awesome cabinet. If you found the deluxe cabinet, that was the arcade experience for me back when I was young.
Awesome. That's a great one. It's a great choice. I only ever saw it in the wild once, but it was a lot of fun when I checked it out. For sure. For sure. And
So
then
I
go ahead.
highly recommend if you can find it. It's pretty easy to find, but I highly recommend looking it up on YouTube or wherever. That soundtrack just is a banger. Like, it's awesome.
Oh, it's
track after track after track.
it's Sega in that period in general, just like had so much great music. But Afterburner in particular was very great.
Pretty big.
So
Yeah.
Maul.
All right, but a quick question here for you, Break. When you were setting up this list, the 1989, what made you choose that year in particular?
Dr. Jack. It's Jack's fault.
Yeah. So I wanted to so for things like the PC and computers and for the arcade, there's not really defined generations. And so I wanted to kind of pick up certain periods of arcade history. So like 1977 is when Pong came out. So started 1977. And then go up to 1989, because that's about when you have like Sega Genesis and stuff like that coming out. Arcade games in particular, took a big leap forward around that time, because you had some of those Konami games coming out around, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Simpsons, shortly thereafter. But you had a definite, I won't say gimmick phase, but it was more than just quarter munching at around that period of time. And so I thought it was a really good inflection point to kind of cut it off there and then kind of go after that.
Yeah, because I thought that maybe you had intentionally done like a BCAD kind of thing, where it was like with Street Fighter 2 being like the dividing point. You know? So I thought it was a pretty clever year. And Break, with your pick, I was actually surprised that Turtles, with it, how like high fidelity the graphics and stuff were, was earlier than that. I didn't remember it being so.
It was it barely made the cut. It was 89, because otherwise I go with Galaga.
For sure. Well, anyway, good thoughts all around for you guys there.
Yes, no, and Jack, I didn't mean to say it was a bad thing. Jack, great job putting together the list. I just wanted to give you credit.
No offense taken, man.
Yeah, I just wanted the thought process. It was a good cut. For me, it was Double Dragon was the pick. I can't think of a arcade game whose music is just more like indelibly stuck in my mind. Sometimes you're just walking through work, and that just becomes the soundtrack as you're like, marching forward to whatever you're going on to next. Also, begat my obsession with kicking in-game bosses over cliffs. If there's ever a cliff, they're going over it, even if it's not the easiest way to kill the guy. Like, it has to be done.
It was not the original, but it was one of those first games where you could really cheese a boss like you could in like Dark Souls or something like that.
Yeah.
Very, very true. All right, that Double Dragon's a great choice. The NES version was my favorite of Double Dragon, but that music is totally
it's such a
killer.
different game on the NES, man.
It is, but that's what I grew up with. The Master System is actually technically better, but I like it.
Hey, Bimmy and Jimmy, man.
Yeah, Bimmy, yeah, nice. All right, Logan, bring us in.
Yeah. I kind of had a hard time choosing my favorite arcade game from that era, because I really like arcade games. I've been to a lot of arcades, like Penny Arcade in Malibu, and then like 1984 in Springfield, just filled with arcade games. And the earlier ones in the 80s are some of my favorites. And I almost went Pac-Man, but I decided to go 1943 Battle of Midway.
Yes.
I love the music in that game and the visuals. Like, they do a really good job making it look like you're flying over the ocean. And I love playing with another player by my side. It's one of the rare games from that time period where you actually have like two people controlling characters at the same time on the screen. And that's just so great. I love it.
Nice. And we have some commentary coming in on our chat. You want to hit that up for us? Logan is our designated person for bringing y'all in here.
So, J Brown 2163 says Darria and Logan with the I wasn't alive yet face. Yeah. No, there's some early ones here that might give us some trouble. And then Storm Eagle 0083, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Arcade all day, every day, twice on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've enjoyed that one the few times I've played it.
Very nice.
Meat Sword McGravy. I can't speak for any other aspects of the game, but the intro to the MSX version of Metal Gear 2 and accompanying the theme of Solid Snake track were ahead of their time.
Yes. If you don't have the what is it, the Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 1, it comes with that, and it's really good. You should just at least check it out.
That's good. I will have to check that out at some point. And then we've got Nick of Time shouting out Dig Dug. Dig Dug is also great. That one's one of my top favorite arcade games as well.
If only Q were here, he would really enjoy that mention. Probably be with positive expletives towards that, if anyone remembers back in the day. But thank you, Logan. So welcome to the game show. It seems like we've got a lot of new listeners in the last few weeks, so just want to welcome you here. The game show is a celebration of video games and our collective interests mixed with a healthy dose of humor, while bringing on our favorite people in the game and movie industries as guests, except tonight, because tonight is old school night. But let's get on to some computer action. PC.
Wait. Did we hear Darria?
Oh my God, Darria! Sorry, Darria. I was so excited. I was so excited to read the thing. Maul's good at that, by
Mine didn't
the
actually
way.
like play in an arcade, but one thing that like I played the Namco Museum like games a lot, so I got to play a bunch of different arcade kind of games. And Galaga was always one of those.
Such a great choice.
Played that with my dad. And still today I love playing that.
Such a great choice. I think that's maybe why I inadvertently skipped you, because we mentioned it before. But Galaga is such a great game. Like I used to play that all the time.
That
that
would
would
be a good game. So
probably be my second.
that remains my mom's favorite game of all time as well.
Yeah, I will tell you, we've got an arcade machine at the office, and it's one of the multi-cades. I helped build it actually, but we have, I would say, 4 days out of the week, I come in and somebody's left Galaga on from the previous night, so I have to back it out. I mean, it is still, it's a timeless game. Like without a doubt, it is timeless.
Dude, I've got a multi-cade in my basement that I built. And Galaga is a favorite on there too. Like my dad currently has a high score.
Hitting that button like really fast is so much fun. That was when I built my Mister. That was like the first game I
Nice.
the arcade. So again, apologies to Darria. Fantastic. But we're gonna move on to some PC action here. PC, Apple, Commodore 64 up to 1989. Again, this was hard because I played a lot of games during this time period. And I went through several of them. There's this one game we used to play at school where you were like a little triangle, and you'd put in these things and you'd zip around the screen. And I'd actually probably put that if I could remember what it was called, but I little triangle. But since I can't remember that, the game that I played probably the most during that period, and there were others that I almost put, Civ 1, could be up there. But Oregon Trail was just such a classic, and I played it so much of it that, going through this list, I was thinking, okay, best game, whatever. But what's the game I think of as favorite that I could just like jump in and play again? And, I kept coming back to all that Dysentery. It's just where it went.
It's amazing that even like today, my kids know Oregon Trail because there's still some form of it either on iOS or, I don't think they're playing it in school anymore, but like, it's everywhere. Like just pop culture. It is there. It's what people know.
I think they just released a Switch like remaster or like remake recently.
Nice.
I'll have to pick it up, but I have like a handheld version of it. That's literally like a little mini PC that just plays Oregon Trail, like the Apple IIe version of it.
That's
I just got a Christmas ornament of it this year from Walmart.
Oh, I saw that. I thought about getting it, and now I'm a poser. I did, But that's one of the cool things about the Mister is I won't talk about it all night, but it can emulate those old computer systems too. You can do like an old Mac or a 386 or whatever. I mean, you can do that with an emulator, but it's fun. Jack, bringing it on to you.
Yeah. Excuse me. So my favorite for that era of PC gaming, PC, Apple, Commodore 64, whatever, home computer gaming, is Conan the Barbarian, Hall of Volta, and I played it on the Apple II. It's tough to explain. It's like an action platformer. I played it. There was one year where I did a computer class in grade school during the summer, and we ended up just playing video games the entire time. That's how I got introduced to SimCity, among other things. But Conan the Barbarian was the game I grabbed immediately whenever I saw the floppy for it. Wasn't in use by somebody else. It's really cool. I think it's ahead of its time. It reminds me a lot now. I went back and played a little bit of it the other day, just on an emulator. And it reminds me a lot of, not Donkey Kong Jr., but it's like a mix between Donkey Kong Jr. and, I don't want to be too reductive, but like Ghosts and Goblins. It's kind of weird, but it's
I want to play
unique.
it now.
Yeah, it's really unique.
I want to check it out. Cool. It's a fun era for those games. And Maul, to you next. We have to pick something completely unique. Just kidding.
Yeah, totally. Would be the Oregon Trail. Yeah. But a different version of it, of course. No, I didn't have access
1.1.
to a PC very much in those days. I just had like the ones at school.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't get a home computer of my own until I was like in high school, probably. Which is a weird concept these days. But yeah, so Oregon Trail was at school. It and like Carmen San Diego and stuff we had access to. But it's still a great game regardless. Obviously, we've talked about it. It's timeless. Though, I will say one weird little shout out. My cousin had a little PC and a bunch of strange games. And he had one that used to play a lot called Hugo's House of Horrors. That
sounds fun.
It's one of those, it's like the point and click adventures with really cryptic clues that you will never get, and I never figured out how to beat it. It never happened. We died in many strange and unforgettable ways. So
isn't it amazing?
That'd
how,
be number 2, I guess.
Isn't it amazing how games of that era, like we could just play them over and over again and never beat them and still look back on them fondly? I don't know if I would do that as much with a game today.
It's what we had.
It's what we had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we didn't have,
That was replayability back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, hardness.
Extreme difficulty.
I guess they just assumed if you hadn't beat it yet, you'd always come back to play it.
Right? Yeah. I mean, I think that's the mantra the Atari 2600 was built around, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. That and just pure fun. No, the Atari 2600, I teach a video game class, and I start them with the 2600, and you'd be surprised how many of the students today love Kaboom, especially. Like there was
Kaboom,
one kid that kept coming in like after hours playing Kaboom. So yeah, it was pretty cool. But Logan, and then Darria will be next, I promise.
Very original. I'm also Oregon Trail. I don't think I've played any other computer games from that era, but I know my mom specifically always talked about Oregon Trail, and I just had to try it, and I love it. You gotta get the dysentery
or cholera. There's lots of fun diseases that you can acquire in that game, or you cross you can go across like the river, and it's like with the oxen. Yeah, awesome.
I found it.
We've got that around our house
it's
too.
dead, but yeah, I gotta put some more batteries in it.
So cool. I want to play Oregon Trail now. I'm ready, and I want to try out that Conan. That's one thing that's cool about this list is I've got a couple games to check out here.
Yeah.
But Darria,
So I actually did not play very many computer games, so I don't actually have one to say.
oh, so this was the one I should have skipped.
Yes. There'll be quite a few where I don't have.
I thought you just really liked North America.
Very funny.
NA. She says NA.
Yep. Took me a second.
Yeah. It took everybody
Yeah.
a second. That's how you know it's a good joke when no one laughs right away. All right. So, all right, moving on. So I was thinking a
there's
lot.
a few more comments.
Oh,
here.
go yeah. Bring the people
Yeah.
in.
Jesse Brown says Oregon Trail and Carmen San Diego, which I haven't heard of Carmen
in the
San
world
Diego.
Oh.
is Carmen San Diego.
Go. Okay, so the trick is gonna be find an emulated copy of Where in the World or Where in Time is Carmen San Diego, and then open up Wikipedia on another page, because back in the day you had to use an encyclopedia, or at least the
You
hand
don't need Wikipedia. I could finish that game as like a second grader. You're fine.
I was
Hey,
not.
that's-
But I'm really surprised, Logan, that you haven't heard of that. Man,
Yeah.
what a weird generation gap. 'Cause, I mean, Carmen San Diego was big enough at one point. She had like a game show and like an animated series
Wow.
going on.
Where in
And,
the world is
yeah.
Carmen San Diego?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Man,
launched,
that
launched
acapella
acapella
band at
music
the end.
as we know it today.
Yeah,
And the red-
you'll check it out.
the red
It's
hat.
quite a rabbit hole to go down if you start looking at Carmen San Diego.
Yeah.
It was pretty big in its time.
For sure.
Oh yeah, that's one of the first things that showed up when I started typing in that sentence. It auto-filled it for me.
Nice.
Okay,
Good luck.
and there's another comment too. Yo, anyone play Chip Challenge? I think that's my pick. That's another one I haven't heard of before.
Chip challenge.
Chips Challenge.
Challenge.
It's a really fun, like, Pac-Man like puzzle game. It's been a while since I played it, but I remember it being pretty fun.
I think
Oh, yeah, no, I definitely I just played it on like a demo somewhere, kind of like a Walmart on a PC. I do recognize this game though.
nice. Yeah, I didn't get into puzzle games till later. I didn't want to think when I was younger. But then once I got older, I enjoyed the thing. But
Puzzle games are some of my favorites.
you can go ahead and finish off the comments.
I love
before
puzzle
we-
games.
I do now.
That was the latest.
I was
one.
missing out. I know I was missing out. Do we have a couple more comments to go, or
That was the latest one.
oh, nice. Okay, awesome. So this next one was really hard for me because the NES. I've been trying to think like what is my favorite system of all time, and I think it's the NES. It was the first system that I really spent a ton of time with. It's obviously not the best technically, and there's games that came out on it were technically and design wise improved vastly. Next generation and continued forth. But in terms of just systems I actually play my NES quite a bit. Every Friday, my wife and I play the NES until late into the night. I love that console. I love it so much. But picking a game was hard because I love all these games and I could pick some obscure game and be all fancy. But the game that I played the most and the game that I go back to the most on the NES is Super Mario Brothers 3. And I know it's like the most basic, boring choice in the universe, but I just love that game. And I can remember the first time I played it, we rented it, and there was this terrible tornado outside, and the tornado prevented us from going to some graduation. And I was like thankful for the tornado. This is terrible. I was thankful for the tornado because I got to be in the basement playing Super Mario Brothers 3. And I knew as long as that tornado was impending, I wouldn't have to leave the house. So every time up to basically World 3, I think about that because that was about how far I got.
Thank God for all this destruction outside. I get to go find that.
No
new
one got hurt. No,
Yeah.
I should say it never actually made it into town. I lived in a really small town, so it's just out in the country. As far as I know, there wasn't really destruction, at least according to the news, which is always accurate. So I think it was okay. But as a kid, I was Super Mario Brothers 3. I'd waited for ever to play this game that I'd seen on the Wizard. But Jack, you also have a really fine choice.
Yeah. So, again, to echo your comments, it is extremely difficult to pick one game on the NES or any of these platforms for that matter, please. So I had to make the tough call. I went with Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse.
So good.
It's so good. It builds on everything from Castlevania. It throws away everything they did in Castlevania 2, which is great. And they had extra characters. The soundtrack is amazing. There's plenty of awesome tracks that they still use in all the Castlevania games today, and they're great. And they do some really cool stuff with some of the level design and just making it more of what you liked about the original Castlevania. It is is if I had to pick a desert island NES game, it's Castlevania 3.
I definitely see that. That's the only Famicom Japanese NES game that I own is Akamojo Densetsu.
Yeah, and yes, and to echo that, if you can find the Japanese version of that game to play it, because it has way better music than the NES version.
That's the whole reason I got the Japanese version. It's because so you can hear it sounds amazing, and the emulated versions are really good too. But it adds so good, and I need to go back to Japanese class so I can read more. And then Maul, I mean, obviously this game we're all pretty partial to if you heard the intro of the show.
Yeah, I mean, so Mega Man 2, my pick. I didn't have to think about this one at all. Though I will say, like, you're right, there's so many good like classic NES games. There are so many that if you picked like any of them, I don't think anyone could fault you. Like, unless you picked like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde or something like that.
Spy versus Spy, only choice.
But there's so many good games on this console. But yeah, Mega Man 2 is one for me that when I first picked it up, I just, humble as it sounds now, I could not believe there was a game you got to choose what order the levels were.
It was
that
amazing.
You got to go through. That was just like, it seemed revolutionary,
Yeah.
I mean, now we got open world stuff, but that at the time was crazy. The soundtrack still, like, every track's a banger in it. And it's just one that it's just super fun. It's got like the Mega Man platform that we all love, but it's not as punishing as Part 1 or the sequels. Like, you can just like play through it a little more casually, which I like. And it's the only one of the whole series I've played enough I can go through it without a single death. I've just played it so many times where the game's mapped out. I dream in Mega Man. And
the Metal Blade.
That's the reason for it. Yep. I mean, the Metal Blade, that's a cheat code for the whole game, basically.
It is.
It always amazed me, just thinking about like the actual history of it, like where you have Mega Man 1, which is a good game, and then not even 2 years later they come out with Mega Man 2, and just they hit it, like they nailed it on the second try, and like that game onward, that's been Mega Man ever since. That they've been trying to recapture Mega Man 2 ever since.
The progression from 1 to 2 is astounding.
It is. But it was a ultimate passion project too, because the Capcom higher ups didn't really want them to do a sequel, and so the people that made it were doing it like on their own time. So that made it even cool. The only thing I'll say and hold against it is that Breakman's not in it. He doesn't come in till 3. But besides it, no, Mega Man 2 is the bomb. It was hard for me to not put that first as well. So I'll say that with a lot of these. Because you all have good choices. All right, Logan. Throw me. I like your shirt, by the way. Very prescient.
Oh, yeah, dude, thanks. So, you said yours was basic. I think I'm going to beat you, though. Because mine is Super Mario Bros.
It's such a good game, though.
It is, yeah. I love the music especially. And I haven't actually played it on the NES. I played the arcade version. But
it's the same thing.
It looks identical. And yeah.
RGB colors are a little wonky.
Yeah. Because of that, I haven't really gotten terribly far into the game, but I've played like the first 4 levels, and I love it every time.
You should load it up on an emulator.
Yeah.
I've got it legally, actually. Copy your own game.
Right.
Your princess is still in another castle, man. You need to go back and finish that.
I had a shirt that I wore that said that forever. Super Mario Brothers, when I teach my class and we do game design, that's the first game we look at. There's so much great stuff there. And Darria, don't you agree?
I will also echo that, but I also did not play it on the actual NES. My sister and I would fight over the Game Boy Advance cartridge. That was just the game.
It's a great way to play it.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'd go back and forth. But technically it was her game, but we would play it back and forth.
So one really funny thing about Super Mario Brothers is it was like, we got the NES, and that was the first game we had. It was the only game we had for a while. And like we didn't really look at the manual, and my brother thought just by seeing it that all the things were bad, like stars and mushrooms and stuff. So that for the first several months we played it, we didn't know that you could get power-ups because like we were running from the stars, and then I accidentally got hit by a star, and I was like, "Whoa, this is so cool!" And then I started touching the other things. So it was a whole new world after that situation. But moving on to our next system here, the Sega Master System. Oh, go ahead, Logan.
There's a few more comments as well. I'm just kind of reading them after each section.
Yeah.
So back in PC, a few more people contributed. There's Jesse Brown says Myst was OG PC. I've heard of Myst. I haven't played it, but
good.
It's one that I really want to try sometime. And then Storm Eagle with 1989, Indiana Jones and Last Crusade, the graphic adventure PC game. That sounds fun. I love Indiana Jones.
I remember watching that one. I never played it.
It's a good point-and-click adventure.
Actually, Jack, you said that game is pretty great, but I'm partial to Fate of Atlantis. And then Storm Eagle said, I've never played Fate of Atlantis. What is that?
So that's another Indiana Jones game that came out on the PC. It was kind of an original point-and-click adventure from LucasArts. It's a great Indiana Jones game.
Nice. And then Storm Eagle agrees with you, Greg, that Super Mario Bros. 3 is the best NES game.
Stormy knows where it's at. Thanks, Stormy.
Yeah.
All right, so moving on. Anyone have any more NES thoughts? It's so hard to move on from that system for me. I could talk about that.
I know. Only that, like,
I want to go
I think
give it
it's
a hug.
funny that that's Mario Brothers and Mario Bros. 3 are in our tops, but and no love for 2. I think
I love
sometimes
2.
I know 2 is such a weird game. It is one of the weirdest things that exists in gaming history. Not like any of the other ones. I mean, it is a different game entirely. They just reskinned for Mario for the US. But there's so much stuff that's in it that still pops up in other Mario Brothers games. It's just ridiculous to see how much they like morphed the mythology of the world off of that, you know?
Yeah. I'll give, like you said, there's so many great games on the NES. I can just give 3 more shout outs off the top of my head. Like, Blaster Master, Bionic Commando.
Good music on all of them, too.
Yeah. And then, man, I'd even go so far as to say, Mega Man 3's up there, too.
Yeah.
So,
Breakman's
I
World.
can go
Legend of
on
Zelda
for a little while.
So,
yeah, Legend of Zelda. Zelda 2.
Legend of Zelda, I've heard of that one. And then Little Samson is one that I played fairly recently.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
god,
a lot of
Little
fun.
Samson.
It's so rare, but these days there's other means
I
of
think good
playing
luck
it.
finding a copy of that, but it is something.
But it's a lot of fun. I think it lives up. I wouldn't pay the price they're asking for it, but I think it lives up to being a pre. But there's so many. I mean, the Ninja Gaiden series. I mean, so many of these games are like all-time favorites. Ninja Gaiden 3 is the best. I agree with Try. Now that I played the Japanese version. We could talk about the NES more sometime. We might do an episode sometime later where we kind of do more elaborate into the systems, because this is just too heartbreaking and difficult. But with that, let's go into the Sega Master System, which the Sega Master System is probably the system I have probably some of the least history with, and it's not completely due to nostalgia, because the PC Engine TurboGrafx 16 I didn't play until well after its days. Probably 03, 04, 05 I started playing that system on. So it's not like nostalgia is getting me, because I love the PC Engine, but there's just something about it, the games on that system, I haven't really been able to get into as much as the others. But to pick one, Alex Kidd and Shinobi World, which is way different from the other Alex Kidd games. It's really more of a Shinobi game than it is an Alex Kidd game. And in fact, I think it was, if I remember right, supposed to be a Shinobi game. And they're like, hey, or it was a different, and they snapped Alex Kidd on it for some reason. Because the other Alex Kidd games I haven't been a fan of. But some cool bosses in that game, and some kind of fun little tricks you can do with Alex. So I'll give it to that one. We can tell this one there's been a little bit of a drop off in enthusiasm among the group.
I wouldn't. I think that's kind of giving it short shrift. I mean, the Sega Master System is definitely not the Nintendo, and it definitely came out a lot later than the Nintendo Entertainment System did, but it's still got some great games. And you could tell there's a definite, like when you see some of those games side by side, you could see that there's a definite step up in quality where the developers actually took their time on stuff like that.
It's true.
But it definitely didn't have the notoriety that the NES did. But anyway, long story short, my game for the Sega Master System was Outrun. I mean, again, Afterburner, Outrun, Hang On, any of those driving/flying games from Sega in the 80s were amazing. And the home port of Outrun is awesome. Like Turbo Outrun's great. Outrunners is awesome, but Outrunners was up for the Genesis. But Outrun, the original Outrun, is where it's at for me. That you can't beat that soundtrack, and it's just so much fun. They did a great job porting that game to home, and I will fire that thing up anytime I get a chance.
Technical mastery. That's a good example of it. Advance in technology for sure. And Maul.
Yeah, likewise, I didn't get to play a lot of the Master System. It was, growing up, there was like the big wall in Toys R Us of Nintendo, just everything Nintendo. Look at all these games, wow! And then across from it, on the other side of the wall, was kind of and what the hell is this section? And that's where the Master System games are relegated. All of them with I don't know who was the graphic designer on those boxes, but they all had like the white background with the blue grid pattern and everything. Ugly looking system. It did have some good games on it. And honestly, looking at like what's out there, interesting that system still has stuff being produced for it. So like if you're in like
Brazil.
Yeah, like South American modders like still make games to this day for that system. So there's something in the hardware that I just feel like was not unlocked during its actual lifetime.
Yeah. Hey,
But,
can I give a short plug here? So one of the guys that used to do videos for Giant Bomb, Drew Scanlon, he's Blinking Guy, if you know the meme. He actually had a YouTube channel where he went and played games around the world for a little while, and he did one from Brazil. And so he's essentially spent like 45 minutes just talking about all of their gray market and modded Sega Master System stuff, because that's still just the system that everybody plays over there.
Yeah,
that's really
crazy. Cool. That's crazy. You imagine we were still playing the NES today. That was like our only system by comparison.
I'm still playing it now.
Well, yeah, but
I mean, if it's got good games.
Anyway, yeah, I didn't play like a ton on the system, but I did play a lot of Shinobi back in the day, relating back to that. So, just rescuing like damsels in distress, killing lots of generic Nazi or not Nazis. So them too. They're in a lot of other games, ninjas.
The one you can always get away with, right?
Yeah. And I still almost like I could still hear the the plinking sound of my ninja stars against like the 9-foot tall first bosses, body armor or whatever. So really fun stuff with that game.
It's a great one. I mean, the music's great in that too, and they did a good job porting that thing from the arcade.
Yeah, and honestly, it just hit at the right time because everything was ninjas at that time. Everything.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, ninjas were so great during that time period. Where were they? Were great. And the Sega Master System, I know Logan has a lot of love for it, as well as Darria. Extreme amount of love.
Yeah,
what was your how will you honor the Sega Master System tonight for all of its fans?
Yeah, if you're in South America, keep doing stuff with it. I want to see more. It's really cool that it's still being supported out there, but yeah, I've just never had an opportunity to try any games on it. Although I should someday.
No, I'm just joking. You're totally fine. Yeah. But Darria definitely has something here, right?
I will echo what Logan said. For quite a few of these systems, I'm gonna.
You guys are doing great in North America.
I would say it's totally cool because, like I said, I think I was the only weirdo within like a 500-mile radius that had a Sega Master System when I was growing up. So
you had one?
I had one. I got one for Christmas in like 1990.
Cool.
Yeah.
No one I knew had one of those things. I wouldn't have played one probably had I not worked in the game store. Like eventually somebody sold one in. They're pretty obscure.
It's one of the only systems I've never played like an actual system of. I played the Mister, and I've played, on the Genesis, you can play Master System. I played it on there, but I've never played an actual Master System. So that's really cool that you had one. I like it looks really futuristic. I like the design of it, even though you have to push the start button on the controller. I've heard.
Yeah, the D-pads were little like smudgy. Like they felt less accurate than the Nintendo's, but like it was a decent system.
It had a built-in game too, didn't it?
Yeah, depending on which model and when you got it, you got different games. So like the one I had basically 3D Missile Command on it.
That's cool. I like Missile Command.
I don't think it was called Missile Command. It was something, but it was definitely Missile something, and it was 3D. I'll have to look it up.
Cool. That's awesome. I want to play one now. Okay. So moving on, there's this, a system that I did play a lot of the actual system of. And this one, the Game Boy was really cool, I think, for our era, especially because it was a really awesome game system that you could bring around with you and actually play a high quality game just anywhere. And we were in the car a lot growing up, so I had a lot of time to play the system. We had Tetris. I played a lot of Tetris, Super Mario Land games. But the one that I'm going to pick is Link's Awakening because it was so much different than the other Zelda games. And it was so amazing to play a Zelda game of that quality. It was portable. And then later with DX, which I think is even better with the added color. But there's a lot of games. I think the Game Boy was a pretty phenomenal system given how what they had to work with in terms of the monochromatic screen and the technology of the time. So
amazing how long it lasted too.
Yeah.
89 to 98? Wasn't that?
I think so.
I mean, if you count the Game Boy Color, yeah. I mean, it lasted for a while.
It's pretty amazing. Yeah, because the GBA came out in what, 01?
Yeah, 01.
Wow.
Yeah, and something too. You bring up Link's Awakening, somewhat timely. Did you know that entire game was kind of inspired by Twin Peaks?
Oh my God, that's amazing! It makes total sense too. I love Twin Peaks. Rest in peace, David Lynch. We lost him very recently. Mm-hmm. Very precious.
Yeah, that just made me think of it because after his passing, there were some extra articles that were coming out online talking about how
that makes so much sense.
That inspired most of the game.
Oh, I love that. Now I want to play it again. Once the Switch 2 comes out, there's a clickbait article that came out. It was like, Switch 2 is coming out tomorrow. So tomorrow, this is not true, by the way, if anyone's going to quote me on this. It's not true. It's not coming out tomorrow. But when it does come out, that's one of the games I want to play is the Link's Awakening remake, because that frame rate, like we talked about last week, is not great. But Jack's got a really great pick here, too, that I could have also gone with.
Oh, yeah. So Donkey Kong 94. I don't know if anybody's played it, but it essentially has spawned the Mario vs. Donkey Kong franchise. It's really cool. It's a really cool bait and switch. They essentially give you, hey, it's it's Donkey Kong, the arcade version, except it's on Game Boy. And then you beat that fourth level, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey, now there's an entire world. Here's an overworld map, and you're going to have to go through all these stages, and then you get to fight a boss, Donkey Kong, at the end of it. And it's got worlds. It's awesome. It's one of the first games that had Game Boy Color support, or Super Game Boy support. Sorry, but it is amazing. Turn the gameplay on its head. What's really cool is once you know about all the extra little things you could do, like the backwards jumps and the backflips and the headstands, like you can like breeze through like the first 4 levels in like 5 seconds. It's so great. You can just break the game like that. But it's fun to go back and play, especially now. You know, you see all the Mario versus Donkey Kong stuff that Nintendo's been doing over the last 10, 15 years, and that's kind of where it got started was with that game.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I knew that they had started the Donkey Kong versus Mario franchise on the Game Boy, but I didn't know that they actually included the arcade levels in it.
Yeah.
That's just a really fun thing.
Yes. No, it's really cool. They came out didn't they come around the Game Boy Pocket? Or no, that was the
Yeah.
Maul. Your turn.
Yeah, I don't have like a lot of like nostalgia for a lot of the Game Boy games. And for one, I didn't own one because like I had a lot of batteries required. They would not give me one. But it's fine. And so going back and playing them, like borrowing games, playing demos and everything. Like I grant you, for the time, it was amazing. And it's like it's what we had. Here's your portable game system. Compared to like a Tiger handheld, it's fantastic. But I go back and try to play a lot of them on the original system, kind of get that feel, and it's like, man, this green on green screen is just not it. But that said, Tetris is my pick, and I could not think of like a more perfect like first game title for that system.
Mm-hmm.
I just recall the demos being hooked up throughout the year it launched, and being like at Walmart in the weeks leading up to Christmas, and just having that coming in from the cold and having that music blast and playing through the puzzles and everything, and and you just still play that forever. So as far as a portable game goes that you just can have with you, whip out and play, for a quick car trip or a long car trip, doesn't matter. It's just it's pretty much perfection.
It is
really
pretty
is.
awesome.
It really is.
I don't know if you've seen the the Apple TV movie Tetris.
I love that movie.
I'm aware of the story though. Yeah,
it's a dramatization of it all, but it's pretty good. I mean, they do a really good job of all the different little ins and outs and just the contract stuff. It's pretty good. I would highly recommend it. There's some great documentaries though on the making of it too, which are really interesting.
Nice. Yeah. There's the cool movie on Apple TV too. All right, Logan, you're up.
Yeah.
From
I'm
Russia
gonna
with
agree
Love
with
as
you
well.
on the Tetris take. And I never actually owned a Game Boy, but I love Tetris. It's one of my favorite puzzle games, and yeah, I could play that endlessly. It's such a good road game. Like I have the app on my phone, which is basically taking over the niche of the Game Boy at this point. And yeah, Tetris is great.
Did anyone ever play Tetranet on their
No.
PC?
Never did.
That was so back in the day. You could basically host Tetranet or Tetris on your computer, but it was like Battle Tetris, kind of similar to the Versus puzzle games that came out later. And it was pretty cool. Old school 90s fun.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, the Tetris that I played was for, I think, the PlayStation, and like it was one that I could play with my sister or have just multiple people. There are different game modes for it.
Yeah.
And I loved playing that one. I didn't
Probably
play
cool
it on
music
the Game
too,
Boy.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I should
play-
try a multiplayer Tetris. I've never actually played one.
They're fun.
I did.
I love it.
Tetris
design
DS.
for one of my game design classes, like an AI that would play Tetris against me.
Oh, that's
But
cool.
I haven't actually played Tetris against another person.
Tetris
say,
DS was a lot of fun.
Yeah, Tetris DS, Tetris 99. If you've got a Switch and you've got the online pass, is
Oh.
really fun. That's great.
That's a good point.
And it's still pretty active too. I would always recommend Tetris the Grandmaster if you want to get stupid crazy and see like what high level insane Tetris skills look like.
I don't want to.
It's YouTube videos of it. It's insanity.
Do you want to
it's-
feel inadequate? Look that up.
I'm terrible at Tetris. No, I'm so bad at Tetris. No, it's probably really cool. I actually probably will watch it, but I am so bad at Tetris that it's like by my word game. But a couple people I've just seen Pokemon flash on the thing over there. Pokemon, of course, started on the Game Boy and was like the big game that everyone loves. And I just have to say I got Pokemon Blue when it came out, the first Pokemon game here in the States, and I just could never get into Pokemon. And I tried really hard with Blue. I played it, and then I tried a few other times throughout the years, and I always wanted to. I like the designs of the Pokemon. I mean, I like JRPGs, so you think I would.
I'd say it's very much in your wheelhouse in that regard.
Isn't it bizarre? Like everyone's like, "Oh, you'd love it," and then I just don't. I don't like to collect things, except unless they're video games. So maybe that's it.
Your game collection disagrees with you on that.
Yeah, right. I had to qualify that pretty quick.
I think there's a little bit of time and place thing because like I was kind of we're the same age. Like when Pokemon came out, I was already on Super Nintendo and I was in Final Fantasy. I was like, this is a kiddie RPG. I don't want to mess with this thing. And now here I am, 25, 30 years later. I'm like, hey, I got Pokemon Go. I got to catch all my Pokemon on this thing, and I got to go get my stops, and we're going. By the way, if anybody's on Pokemon Go, hit me up on chat, and I will definitely give you my username so we can be friends.
Oh, cool. I've not played Pokemon Go yet, but maybe that will be the Pokemon that will get me into it. So, all right. So this next system, I really have come to like the TurboGrafx 16 PC engine. I played it a little bit on emulator back in oh my gosh, 2004-ish to 2006. And then I got a Turbo Duo a few years ago, and then I have a PC engine now as well. That has the turbo or the Crix card that does everything. Turbo EverDrive Pro. But I've really come to like this system a lot. It's become one of my absolute favorite systems, and this was really hard for me to pick a game for because there's a lot of them that I could go with, and I turn it on quite a bit and play it. But the one that I turn on the most, and again in my video game class when I show the TurboGrafx, and I'm like, look how much better this looks than the Nintendo, and look, the advancements in games. The game that I invariably show is Soldier Blade, which it looks great. I've really come to love STGs, shmups, if you will, whatever. And Soldier Blade just looks beautiful, and it has some really great gameplay, some awesome music. So if you're gonna have a first game on the PC engine, there's a lot you could go with. But I would say Soldier Blade.
Soldier Blade's pretty awesome. As shmups go, it's right up there. I mean, and there's some fantastic ones on that system too.
For sure. But speaking of which, Jack, you also have a really great pick here.
Yeah, so it was really tough for me because I do love the TurboGrafx 16 as well. Like, it is a system that unfortunately just came out wrong place, wrong time, and with some bad marketing around it, and I think bad pricing too, at least here in the States. But regardless, Bomberman 93. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you're going to tell me. Bomberman 93 was the pinnacle of Bomberman. It kind of all went downhill from there. It's got multiplayer. It's got 4-player multiplayer. It's frenetic. It's fast. It's got a good single-player campaign. Music's great. If you stuck me in a room with 3 other people and you said, this is what you have to play for the next 24 hours, I'd be like, bring it on. Let's go. This is going to be a lot of fun. And we'd probably come to blows at some point, but it would be a lot of fun.
Or bombs.
Yeah.
Nice choice. I like the music in that one too. Yeah. But Maul has another one that I think is a great choice as well.
Yeah, for me it was Splatterhouse, which I originally went back and played. Actually, there's a an arcade, a coin op at the Dave & Buster's near my place that has a bunch of old arcade games. You play them. They collect the quarters for charities, whatever. But they had Splatterhouse on there. And it's not a game that really stands out gameplay wise. It's pretty typical side scroller beat 'em up. But just for the controversy at the time, and because oh my god, it's got blood and guts. You punch a zombie and it explodes. And for me being a horror fan, that was the game that we as kids would whisper about and talk about having played and wish we had copies of and stuff. Because you looked like Jason Voorhees. The story was super edgelordy, and you just got to mash stuff and get weapons and hack stuff up and smash them with baseball bats, and it's kind of a precursor to the Mortal Kombat era of extreme violence in games. And by today's standard, it's pretty tame, but at the time it was it was something else. So I always remember that one.
Yeah.
Awesome.
One of the things that I hated about, I loved and hated about that game was after you beat the boss, there was always that one last little thing that would get you, and you'd have like one heart left, and it would just, it would piss me off so much.
Yep. The final scream's got to get you. Oh, by the way, Rick, I think we should mention, just in case anyone's wondering, that Darria didn't have a pick for the Game Boy. You didn't just skip her.
Oh
on that
yeah,
one, 'cause you went right by.
I was trying to be smooth that time. So if from here on out, if I skip someone, it's probably because they don't have a pick for that choice. But I do appreciate.
Okay, we should let it be known, because I think everyone otherwise, after that first mistake, is going to say, like,
Break skipped her again. Yeah, no, I will. I'm very glad you're here, Darria. I will try not to silence you again. Let your voice be heard. But Logan,
I know I'll have plenty to talk about later.
I know you do. I know, and we're it's good to have the younger voices here. Without the people that walk with canes. So, Logan, if you'd like to hit us up in the chat room there.
Yeah. So yeah, there's been a number of. I'm gonna start after Pokemon Blue, I think. OG Pokemon are always the best from Nick of Time. Yeah. OG Pokemon are pretty good, although I have been enjoying some of the newer Pokemon games that I've picked up as well. Storm Eagle says DS version of Tetris is the best of them all.
I agree.
I'm gonna have to try it. I've never actually.
Stormy and I are agreeing on everything tonight. Wow.
And then Nick of Time says, so they have an MMORPG version of Pokemon now. It's called Poke MMO. And it's basically all the handheld games on the server where you can battle, buy, trade, sell, and just play the OG games with friends. That sounds really cool. I'm gonna have to look at that. That's like
I gotta see that.
the perfect,
That's cool.
perfect Pokemon game.
That's not pretty cool for sure. Yeah.
And Storm Eagle says Jack's right about Bomberman 93. Bomberman is another series I haven't played, but I'm gonna have to try it. Nick of Time, I love the Donkey Kong Country games. Yep, Donkey Kong Country Returns on Wii. Such a good game. I'll stand by that.
I think Try is gonna join us and attack you.
Oh no!
Bring it on.
Oh wow! It's so passionate about the Wii Donkey Kong. It's intense. It's intense. I love the SNES ones, the good ones.
And then
You can really no response to that.
I haven't actually played those, but I'm gonna have to go back and try them. I haven't had an. There's a lot of old
no wonder
consoles
you
I
like
haven't
the
had.
Wii one.
Yeah, I love the Wii one because I played it with my brother all the time. Like we co-op Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong. It was great.
No, it's like what you like. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. Like what you like.
But I do need to play the older ones because that was so good. I want to see where they came from.
The music's great too. It's David Wise.
Yeah, it was Wise all three of them, or was who's the other guy from Rare? Wise and
I know he did the first one, and that's the one that I have the soundtrack. So maybe someone else did the other ones. But I know that Aquatic song. I like every time that comes on. I have a OST playlist. That's one I always play a couple times when it comes around on shuffle. But again,
super relaxing.
Oh, it's so relaxing. It's like I hadn't played Donkey Kong in forever, and that song came on, and I was like, "That's from Donkey Kong." Like that, I would not hear that relaxing song and think giant ape eating bananas. It's just not where I go with that. But again, go ahead.
I looked it up. It was Grant Kirkhope.
Oh, good.
Kirkhope and Wise. Those were the two guys.
For all three?
Well, for anything that Rare put out, basically from the NES up until the GameCube.
Oh, okay. Before Grabbed by the Ghoulies, basically.
No, they did the music for that too.
Oh, okay. I might have to listen to the soundtrack then. Okay, and I'm not skipping Logan and Darria, just to preface that, since I, skipped Darria earlier. We're moving on though to the duo. Or the CD add-on, which I found out a lot more about this in recent years. It added, RAM to the system, and there's other RAM upgrades that you could get. Some pretty cool stuff with the system. And again, this is one I went over and over again. Some of the best games for the Turbo are on the CD. A lot of them are Japanese only, unfortunately. But I went around and around in circles with this, and there's so many I could have picked, and it was very frustrating and fun as well. And I ultimately came up with Gate of Thunder, and again, it came back to what's the game that that I play the most of, that I replay all the time, that I just, when I play the Turbo, it's probably either Gate of Thunder or Lords of Thunder, and I had to go with Gate of Thunder because I just feel like I play it more. So
I've never played that. What kind of game is it?
It's a shooting game. It's a horizontal shooting game, and it has really great music. The music is similar to Lords of Thunder, and it's just amazing music. There's actually, if you play it, there's a patched version that turns down the shooting, the pew pews, because they're mixed too loud. It's like pew pew pew, and you can barely hear like this amazing guitar work in the background. So there's a patch that mixes it so you can hear the guitar better. But it's probably it's one of my favorite shooters, and it's not overly hard either. So it's one that you can get into pretty quickly, and it's one of those that if you'd have seen back in the day, I think you'd have been like, wow, the Turbo can do those graphics. Like, not that I'm a complete graphic person, but it's a pretty looking game.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with Lords of Thunder. That one is definitely up there for sure.
Oh,
so.
yeah, I love Lords of Thunder. But Jack, you have again. Oh, and I didn't mention the one that is gonna come forth, but this one could easily be mine as well.
Oh yeah, so Dracula X Rondo of Blood. I don't know if you picked up a theme here yet, but I'm kind of a Castlevania fan, and yeah, again, Castlevania. It's a new protagonist. It's got CD quality audio. The gameplay is fantastic. There's multiple endings. And there's alternate characters you can play through. It's a really cool package. It's the last real side scroller Dracula X / Castlevania game that they really did. But they really sent it out with a bang, and it's if you can find it on, like, there's a Castlevania Dracula X collection for like PlayStation. You can get it on PS4/PS5. I think it's on sale a lot. You can get it for less than $20. Highly recommend it if you like Castlevania games. It's a fantastic version of it, and it's definitely up there on the Turbo Duo.
And this just made me remember something about that system. You got me into Turbo because I watched you play Rondo on an emulator. I just remembered that. So I was like, oh my God, I have got to get this emulator working. Because you had to get like a BIOS and stuff, and I'd never done it before. But you were to thank.
Yeah, I remember that as I was telling that story. I just remembered, I think I spent, I don't know, maybe the better part of 2 weeks at your condo trying to get that silly thing to work because they had finally, it was like a project somebody on the internet had worked on for like 2 years, trying to get a good dump of that CD.
Yep.
And somebody finally did it. And I was like, okay, I've got to get this thing to work. And I ended up, I think, paying money for an emulator that I probably didn't need to.
Magic Engine.
I still have Magic Engine. And I still have that code somewhere on one of my computers. But yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it in the end.
Yes. Awesome. Cool. That just drug up that. And Maul, I think you also have a similar story to tell.
Yeah. Well, the same game. Yeah, Rondo of Blood. Jack and I actually, we have a lot of similar picks. You can tell we're both like platformer action, Castlevania fans and everything. So even like on some, if it wasn't like, if my pick wasn't his pick, they were still like, they were within the like 2 or 3 spaces of each other in the countdown. So
yeah.
But no, like this is, yeah, I mean, it's just a great game. Everything Jack said about it there is fantastic. It's, like the only thing that you could maybe like add to it would be like multi-directional whipping, like from Castlevania 4, in order to make it like a complete, like perfect package. But yeah, graphics are amazing, music's great, replayability is through the roof on this one. It's fantastic. So if you're a Castlevania fan, you haven't played that one, you got to hunt it down.
And you can play as Maria. So
yeah,
you got everything covered. And again, Logan, if you want to catch us up on the chat before we move on to the Mega Drive / Genesis.
Yeah. Storm Eagle shouts out R-Type 3 was amazing. Another game I haven't heard of. Nick of Time says the water levels music on DKC is bumping. Donkey Kong Country has great music. And then Storm Eagle, Rondo of Blood is goated.
Oh, it's so good.
I'm gonna have to try this.
Oh, it's
Game.
so good. It's
Oh,
another
yes.
game like when I show like because the Turbo, essentially came out in '89, '87 in Japan, and it had like Rondo of Blood, on the CD add-on, and the fact that it was on there is, such amazing for so many different reasons. So yeah, if you haven't played the library of either the PC Engine, TurboGrafx-16, or the Duo, or any of those systems, you should definitely check them out because there's some really awesome stuff. It was beating the Famicom in Japan there for a while.
Wow.
So next we have, again, one of the all-time greatest systems of all time. And this one was so hard for me to pick as well. This one I actually probably struggled the most with in terms of going back and forth between games. I almost did, Streets of Rage 2 because I played that a ton. I almost did Sonic the Hedgehog because I played that a lot. But then, and Shinobi 3 is a fantastic. I love Shinobi 3. I finally beat it here in the last year.
Nice.
Yeah, those last couple levels with the jumps are nuts. But I finally came down to Thunder Force 4. Because it's the game when I turn on my Genesis and I play the most these days, I replay it all the time. There's the level with all the I've used it in that video, Cry, all that parallax scrolling, with the clouds and the water, just look beautiful. And the gameplay in that game is some of my favorite of any shooter. The power-ups and the difficulty, again, I'm not like afraid of difficulty, but I feel like the shooters that kind of hit that midpoint where it's not just like you want to bang your head against the wall because it's so hard, but then it's also not so easy. It's just like a walk and spark. And I feel like Thunder Force 4 does a good job of balancing that and having some just amazing music. Like the music is great, and there's a SSH does a kind of a remix of one of the songs that is absolutely astounding. I heard it on GameStack a while ago, and it's really good. It's really good. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Thunder Force 4 or Lightning Force for the States. They had this successful series of Thunder Force 1, 2, and 3, and then Sega of America's like, let's change it to Lightning Force and spell lightning wrong because that's gonna sell a lot of units. Great idea there. Go ahead
They were
with
on
your
a tear, right?
yeah. Go ahead, do your pick, Jack.
Yeah, so my pick is Streets of Rage 2. Like Breakman mentioned, the Streets of Rage series is awesome. 1 is amazing, has some great music. 2 is even better, it has great music. 3 kind of takes a drop off, but it's still good. But 2 is the one, if you want a good side-scrolling beat 'em up or a belt action game, if you will. It's one of the best ones out there. Yuzo Koshiro does some amazing stuff with the Genesis sound chip, and
Oh my god.
that's all I can say about it. If you couldn't tell, I love like good music will get you a long way in a game with me.
Especially Yuzo Koshiro. Did you know he's making a new Genesis game?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Really?
Yeah, he's making a new, it's a shoot 'em. It's going to be on modern platforms too, but it's actually you can buy it as a Genesis cartridge as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So it's pretty exciting. That's going to be awesome. But Streets of Rage 2, some of my absolute favorite video game music. I mean, it's hard to beat. It used to be my ringtone for a while. Yeah, that used to be my
Yeah.
ringtone.
Nice.
But Maul, hit us
Like
up
doing
with your
the
choice.
end music to Phantom Menace there for a second. Let's see. So Genesis, when I didn't own one of these growing up, I played a lot of the library when I was in the game shop. Which, funny story. I always famously talk about how at the time, like, retro gaming wasn't really like in vogue yet. Like, there were only a few generations into the console wars when I started there. Like, the PlayStation 1 was still fairly recent. So like, any of the systems that were before it weren't like old classics. They were just old. So we had a Genesis for a doorstop at the shop, and
Blasphemy.
we always had just piles of old Genesis that nobody wanted just laying around. So like, I had like a complete library to play. Anyway, though, like for me, we could always like lean into like Fantasy Star and some of the RPGs, and there's some good stuff. There's some really good obscure gems in the system, but the one that always filled me with envy that I did not have, but a few of my Genesis friends did, was X-Men. And honestly, both the X-Men titles on there. Now, eventually, the Super Nintendo did get an X-Men title, and it was good, the one that Capcom put out. But those Genesis ones, man, there's just something really interesting and inventive about them. I always go back and note like this the weirdness of the level where you have a bomb, and like to defuse the bomb, it tells you to reset.
Yeah.
And the trick is you have to actually reset your system in order to deactivate the bomb before it blows up and kills you. Who would have thought of that? Why was that a thing in the game? I don't know. But it's intensely invented. I really like the selection of X-Men characters that are on there. And then, if you go on to part 2, like, I don't think it's quite in some ways the classic that the first one is, or at least as widely played and remembered, but the graphic improvement on that one is fantastic. It's amazing, like, the detail levels and everything on that when it came out. So, as a young comic collector kid, that game just, I wanted a copy so bad. So.
Oh yeah, I like that. I actually really like the second one. You can do co-op in that one, and it's one of the later Genesis games. That's awesome.
It's also great. I mean, I remember the first one very fondly, but they're both fantastic. Yeah,
for sure. Well, Logan, I know you have a good pick for us here.
Yeah, mine will have to be Sonic 3 and Knuckles. For a number of reasons. I'm a big fan of all the Sonic, especially the Genesis games, because I really love the fast-paced physics platformer nature of it. It just gives me a good thrill while I'm playing it. But specifically for Sonic 3 and Knuckles, visually, it looks great. It's my favorite looking of all the Genesis Sonic games, and the music is fantastic, as it is in all the Sonic games, but especially in that one. And I also just really like the gimmick of the Knuckles part of Sonic 3 Knuckles. Such a creative use of the cartridge to allow a second cartridge to be plugged into the first one. You just don't see stuff like that anymore. It's fascinating that they were able to get that to work. So I just think it's really cool.
No, I like that you picked Sonic 3. It's I think an underrated Sonic game. I think because of when it came out, it doesn't have the love that 1 and 2 have. But I think it's probably, if you look at it really objectively, it's probably the best game. And Michael Jackson did the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Right? Or at least part of it.
Now, would you consider the Knuckles part of that game to be the first DLC?
Quite possibly. Quite possibly. And it's I guess maybe not DLC, because I don't know, is that kind of downloadable?
Well,
yeah.
I remember when it came out, and I didn't know when it came out that it was a whole other game. I thought it just added Knuckles into Sonic 3, and so I wasn't super interested in it. And then later I read about how actually Sonic Knuckles and Sonic 3 together are what Sonic 3 was intended to be, but due to development delay, and they wanted to get Sonic 3 out, they released kind of half the game as Sonic 3, and then Knuckles, and then Knuckles could work with Sonic 2 as well.
Yeah, the Sonic 2 thing is really cool. The fact they really made the most of that add-on by allowing them to do that.
Yeah, no, that was really cool, and that's a cool hardware pick as well. Speaking of Sega hardware, what a transition. Going into one of the most fabled, positive looked upon systems of all time, the Sega CD. Right? No, the Sega CD has a lot of... I think if you look through the library now, and there are a few really good games for it. There's a lot of FMV stuff and all that that you can kind of maneuver around. But if you look at some of the other games, there's some cool stuff on there, more than I had thought initially. So I'm gonna go ahead and do my pick, Popful Mail, which I had seen randomly in magazines, screenshots of it, and I just thought that was a cool name. I didn't really understand what it meant, but it just kind of flowed. And I like the anime pictures. But I never played it until very, very recently. Actually, My Life in Gaming, they, especially Corey, loves that game, and they talked about it quite a bit. And I played it, and it's awesome. It's really, really good. And it's the music in it's really fabulous as well. But it's a really nice, kind of side-scrolling adventure RPG action type game. Lots of different fun elements, and it's definitely, I think, the best version of Popful Mail. There's a couple others that exist, and I would say that that's the best. So if you haven't played Popful Mail, I would give it to that. If it had been a year ago, I would have said Sonic CD hands down. But if I played Popful Mail, I have to give it there. All right,
Nice.
Jack.
Yeah, so my choice was tough. Like Break said, I was really waffling between the Sewer Shark and this one, but I ended up picking The Adventures of Willy Beamish, and it's one of those games. It's a point and click adventure game that has speech, which is why it was on the Sega CD. Not particularly memorable, but one of my friends had it, and I played it at his house all the dang time, and so it really stuck with me. And it's a fun, funny point and click adventure game about a kid and his frog, and just kind of the antics that the frog ends up getting him into. It's a cool little game. Doesn't hold up super well now, but it's fun, and you should just watch a YouTube playthrough because it probably takes like 45 minutes.
Cool choice. My Sega CD got dropped down the stairs. A friend was, we were moving it upstairs, and he was carrying it, and it dropped, and it literally went kaboom, 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 all the way, and it never worked again. So it was a depressing time.
It was not built like the GameCube. No, sir.
It was the GameCube. The GameCube would still be working. The Sega CD was like, but Maul, you have a really nice choice here as well.
Yeah, I picked Snatcher for it. Now, this is one of the Sega CD is another one that I had to play in retrospect. And Snatcher is just one of those legendary titles. So if you haven't played it, it's an early game from Hideo Kojima. Konami letting him kind of run wild with it, and it's basically Blade Runner. And a lot of these Snatchers are replicants that have gone rogue and are killing people. And so you're playing through. It's like a point and click detective game that takes you into a mystery with an amazing narrative and cool kind of cutscenes and everything. And on top of it being kind of a fun mystery with the point and click thing, but it gets into shooting segments as well. So to get the full experience, you have to have the light gun, so you can blast your way through those segments as well. So kind of going back and forth between shooter and RPG, which is really cool. It's a really unique game, really in-depth story. It's one that has become kind of a legend afterwards. And because of that, you're paying a lot if you ever try to find a copy. So, but luckily, for no reason at all, do I know that the Sega CD does not have any sort of copy protection on it. So it can just play anything you put into it. It doesn't know what is a real game and what is not.
Not endorsed by BreakmanX.com. I stole that line from you, actually. I recently heard you say that one of the old shows. Yeah, Snatcher, I haven't beaten it. I need to beat it.
I need to play it. I haven't even played it yet. Oh,
yeah, it's cool. It's I mean, at the time too, it's super mature and weird. The fact that it was ever marketed to the kids of the day is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder it didn't do great. we all grew up. We're like, wow, this is amazing.
Awesome.
I'm not averse to reading anymore.
Literacy. Thanks to Snatcher. Thank you, Kojima-san. And Logan, why don't you hit us with your pick?
Yeah, so I'm going Sonic CD, Sonic again, and
Sonic
I just really, yeah, that's a really cool opening, the animated intro there. But I just really like the time travel mechanic and how they went out of their way to make 3 versions of each level to represent the present, past, and future. That is so wild to me that they did that, and it's fun just seeing the differences between all the levels.
Such a great choice.
Yeah, what a cool gimmick that is. That like it could just be like a remake of the original, and it is that. But then that, the time travel thing on top of it. It's pretty cool.
If you play the Japanese version, there's a whole different soundtrack. Both soundtracks are great. Yeah, both soundtracks are great, but Sega of America heard the Japanese one, are like, nope. And so they had a new soundtrack made, and it's
You're like, nope, this is too cool.
nope. Well, there was the like when Sega of Japan and America were really like angry with each other because it was like a competition which Sonic 2 would be Sonic 2, and they're both trying to make Sonic 2, and Sonic 2 that became Sonic 2 was the American one that Yuji Naka was in California working on, and then the one that was made in Japan ended up becoming Sonic CD. Which is why Sonic CD looks so much like Sonic 1, because they took a lot of assets from Sonic. But yeah, it's more exploration based too. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to add thanks for all the comments here we're getting here. If you want to say anything, you can definitely do it in our YouTube and our Twitch, anywhere. And also, you can join our Discord. Go to BreakmanX.com, hit up the Discord, and chat with us anytime, not just Wednesday. So, if you want that, we'll be there for you. So next system, again, this is again one of the all-time greats, a really hard system to choose from, and I've been playing more SNES lately because I got the Voltar fix that fixes the SNES, and apparently I was actually the first one to get the fix. He wrote on my box that I was the first one that he did, which was really nice of him to do that. So I'll have to ask him about that when he's on, if that's true. But but no, it's the SNES is so amazing. And again, there's so many games that you could pick. It's like ridiculous how many great games, and you pick one. And I've changed this 4 times. But going back to it, when I think like what's the quintessential SNES game for me that I just want to play over and over again, that I like every single aspect of it, I have to go with Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. I mean, that game hooked me. I rented it so many times before I finally bought it. It just was such an impactful game from beginning to end, and it set up the Zelda formula that lasted up until Breath of the Wild finally broke it. You basically are playing Link to the Past over and over again with different characters, and things, and different world maps, until finally Breath of the Wild flipped things up. But Link to the Past, so good in every way. It's close to being a perfect game. I don't think a perfect game exists. Oh, and I just saw Mega Man X out of the close corner of my eye. It was so hard not to pick one of those. It was so hard not to pick one of the Mega Man X games because I love all of the Mega Man, and especially Mega Man X. But I can't. I'm just not going to look over there. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go to Jack with his pick.
Yeah, so my pick was also tough. I echo Break's sentiments. Like you could stick me in a room with the Super Nintendo and about 20 games, and I'd probably love all of them. But Sunset Riders is my favorite, and it sounds really dumb. It's a port of a Konami arcade game. It's a side-scrolling shooter. It's Wild West themed. It's got some fun music. It's got some fun boss battles. It's just action. And while it isn't the 4-player version that the arcade game is, it's a great 2-player game. It's great co-op. Just a lot of fun. That anytime I pick up a Super Nintendo or just pick up a controller, that's like the first memory that pops into my head. But yeah, Sunset Riders is my game for that system.
Excellent choice.
Where does Sunset Riders fit in the Castlevania series? I don't really
Yeah. Like I said, it's really tough. Super Castlevania 4 is a great game on that system, but Sunset Riders just has a special place in my heart, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's the game that he also turned me on to that one. I hadn't played that before, Jack. It's very good. But Maul again it breaks my heart not to pick the game he chose too. So
yeah. Well, I had to. It's my favorite game, probably of all time. So if anybody knows me well enough to have had that conversation, it has to be Chrono Trigger, which I'm wearing a shirt for today. There we go.
Nice.
No, this was great. This is one that I bought, or had actually bought for me for Christmas. I asked for it for Christmas one year, based on solely the box art, which I didn't realize at the time was drawn by Akira Toriyama of Dragon Ball Z fame. And knew there was a cool time travel gimmick because of Nintendo Power, explaining like how the things you did in the past affected the other time zones and everything. And I thought that sounded amazing. So let's give it a go. And that game was $85 when it came out in whatever the hell year that was. But man, it's really expensive.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was the only thing I got from my grandma that Christmas. And she was so thrilled at like how much I loved that game. And because I usually I'd usually get a game, I'd beat it too fast, you know, and then she'd be like, "Oh, I spent all that money and you're already done with it." And that was when I just played and the New Game Plus, and you play it again. But that's one that like the narrative is. I mean, the gameplay is great. I love the co-op kind of thing between the different characters. You're discovering different combos with their powers. I like the active battle system, where like other JRPGs at the time, you can choose to skip battles, and different enemies move at different speeds, and it changes the turn order. It kind of like capstones everything that Squaresoft was doing with the Final Fantasy series at the time. Looks great, amazing soundtrack, but just the narrative got me. Like that was for a young guy, like a 8th grader, whatever I was when that came out, just playing through that, falling in love with the characters, saving the world from the apocalypse. Like it got me. I was in that game. Like I lived through that game story, and nothing else has really quite grabbed me in the same way since. That's me chasing the dragon forever, trying to find that level of experience again that I had with that game, and it will never happen. That will be my rosebud on my deathbed. I will say Chrono Trigger as I expire.
The Chrono Trigger is so amazing that even though I have my soundtracks on completely random, it chose a Chrono Trigger song, and it's the Firebrand X amazing high quality rip of it too. The Primitive Mountain, the Back in Time song.
It knew.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. That doesn't really happen, the random. But such a great pick, Chrono Trigger. I mean, all of these picks are astounding.
That's one like you talked forever about a certain remake that you're gonna get into later, I'm sure here.
I don't know what you're talking about. Not quite sure what that might be.
That I would be like, I would like to play a 3D version of this, and it like kills me that Squaresoft has not put out anything other than really clunky like remaster versions on other handheld systems that run so slow. I don't know what the deal is, because on the Super Nintendo, no lag, no pause, going between menus. PlayStation version, 8 seconds. I timed it between each menu change. So you're trying to switch between items and spells and whatever. Oh my god, that kills you. It adds up so fast.
Not worth the FMV.
No, but they tried to like the fandom tried to make like a PlayStation 2 or 3 level 3D remake of it, and Squaresoft put the kibosh on it, saying that they were going to do something themselves one of these days, and then they never have. Just damn it, man, do something with that series, So good.
Yeah.
All right, Logan, you probably actually have one of my also most played SNES games. And if you haven't played, I think it's go ahead, say it, and then I'll say what I'm gonna say.
F-Zero. F-Zero.
It could have been another game started with an F.
Could have.
It really couldn't have.
That's Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy.
Yeah. I haven't played that many SNES games, but I played F-Zero, mostly because I was interested in trying F-Zero GX, but I didn't really have a way of trying it at the time, so I tried the SNES one, and it was great. I was pretty impressed for a console that old that it was capable of doing, like so many cars out on the track and, moving fast, kind of like the Sonic games, but in a more like, 3D way, which is kind of cool. Early experimentation with that. And again, the fast-paced, fun racing gameplay, especially for a console at the time, was great.
Yeah, that was the first SNES game I played on when I got it for Christmas. That game absolutely blew me away with what it looked like. So what I was gonna say is it's either F-Zero Final or F-Zero Complete, somewhere along the lines of that. But it adds in the courses from some of like the GBA games and the SNES, like the BS, the satellite games. And it also will save. It has save functionality in it, so it'll save your best times, whereas the original one doesn't save. So there's some other stuff I think too, but you should check it out if you haven't. So we are not even quite into the lifetimes of Darria and Logan. They have not been born yet in where we're going. But I knew this was going to be a multi-part episode, and I really like hearing what everyone has to say about the games. But I didn't want to go through things quickly, so we will be, finishing this up next week. But I think we decided we want to go one more round, folks. Anyone going to fight me on that? All right. So this next one again. Going up to the Game Gear, which had a great advertising campaign. That guy hitting himself in the head with the squirrel to see color on the Game Boy was such a great ad for Sega to show this. But the Game Gear was a system again I didn't play a whole lot of, and there's something about that because it's very similar to the Master System hardware wise that just doesn't click with me. And it's me, it's not you, it's me. But Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I really like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers for the Sega Game Gear. I know it's not the greatest game on the Game Gear. That's Master System. So yeah, I'm just gonna have to go with that. It's not the greatest game, but I didn't have a whole lot of Game Gear games to play, and that's one of the ones I had. And it's Morphin time. So
yeah, I mean it's certainly one of those games on there, man.
It is a game on the Game Gear.
It is a game. No, it's fun. It's fun. My choice isn't too much better. Again, like with the Game Gear, it was interesting to me what they would do differently. Just like the Game Boy, they did different ports for different stuff. That came out on the Genesis. The Sonic 2, the Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, even Sonic Chaos, all those games are completely different from their counterparts that came out on the Genesis. The most unique one to me is Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I thought it was not a better game than Sonic the Hedgehog 2 on Genesis, but it definitely felt unique and different, and it seemed like they were trying to go for different things. So I don't know if, break to what you were talking about earlier, maybe this was something where Sega Japan made the different game than what Sega of America was doing, but I always think about that game when I think about the Game Gear.
Awesome. Yeah, I've actually never played it. I should play it. We were talking about Yuzo Koshiro earlier, and he did the soundtrack for the 8-bit version of Sonic that was on the Master System, which is some fun music, which isn't really relevant to what we're talking about other than 8-bit Sonic. But
it came out on Game Gear.
It did. Oh, it did. That's right. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Okay. Going back to a minute ago when I thought. Okay. Maul, enlighten us.
Yeah, I wasn't enthralled with a lot of the Game Gear stuff. Similar to the Game Boy, I always had a really hard time seeing the screen on the the Game Gear. Had the advantage of having color, but the way that the screen covering reflected the light, and if you had any scratching on there at all, good luck. You just it did not backlight the screen very much. So it was very difficult.
It ate a battery every time you turned around too.
Oh.
Yeah, true. I wasn't really starting to get into what handhelds could be until the Nomad, came out later down the line, which itself not playing handheld games, but it was cool that it gave you an option, for full power, games when they're portable. In retrospect, I went through had the Game Gear case to the game shop, and one that I avoided playing for so long because the cover art is so boring. It's like you just see like the top of a globe and like some blank space, and then like the bottom of a guy's chin, and that's
Chin
all.
World.
Yeah, it's. I was just like, what the hell is that game? One day I finally popped it in, and Psychic World is actually very Mega Man-ish.
Oh.
So immediately I was like, oh, this is cool. Yeah, it's a platforming, like side scroll kind of shooter. But your character has like psychic powers, which you get like a bunch of different abilities through the course of the game as you explore the different labyrinths and everything. And you pick them up, and you have like a menu of different little power shots that you collect and can build up. And you're having to manage your psychic power meter on top of your HP, so you can use those powers because, like a lot of like a Metroidvania, like you need to use those different powers to access different levels of the map. And it's just very fast, kind of floaty as far as the controls and the feel of the game. But that's very cool. And yeah, I know, Break, since you're a Mega Man fan, I would recommend you check it out sometime as well and just kind of see what different stuff the Game Gear could offer.
I will definitely check. And I had to look up this this box art with what the description that you gave it, and I'm actually gonna have to share it with our audience because this is one of the more amazing pieces of box art that I've ever seen. So I'm showing it to everybody. Psychic World. This chin is amazing. Like, how could you not see that chin and be like, that is the game I want to buy?
Even more so, imagine on the actual cartridge, though, it's clipped in. So it's just the top of the planet and the bottom of the chin, and it says Psychic World between them. And that's all you can see.
Do you think they just gave that to the artist and said, just Psychic World, just do something?
It looks like he's like at a crystal ball, like at a fair somewhere, like that's...
Yeah, now compare that, though, Break, can you find the Japanese cover art?
Oh, the Japanese one is much cooler. Yeah, I can grab it.
Yeah, like it actually sells what the
distract
game
them for
is.
a second while I download it.
Yeah, I don't... sometimes we just have the weirdest... It's like the Mega Man 1 box art. Like, why did we do that sometimes? It's so distractingly bad that they lost some sales. Look at that. Look how much better that is. It's what that your main character is a girl with psychic powers, not a dude with a chin.
Yeah, I would play this game.
Like,
There's
I don't know where that
the
guy
floating eye monsters. That looks interesting.
Yeah. I mean, anime, they must have thought no one liked anime at the time, right?
That was the thing.
You got your little kaiju down there in the bottom right? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I want to play this now that I've seen the non-chin version.
That's where it's at, for sure.
There's so many. The Japanese box art is always so much. Well, not always, but a lot of the times, so much cooler.
Often.
So we are again not even close. Oh no, close. We're almost to the lifetimes of Darria and Logan. Getting close to them existing in this world.
About 10 years away from me.
But as you've seen so far, this is the absolute definitive, no argument list of best games ever that no one in the YouTube comments could ever disagree with. Especially Power Rangers. But we will finish this sometime this season of the game show. It depends on how our guests' schedules end up working out exactly when we'll finish. But we'll do a part 2 here very, very soon, if not next week, because I'm excited to talk about the rest of these games. We're only up to 1991.
Hey, we made it through
Lord.
15 years.
Yeah, that's true. That is a lot of game history. But no, this has been a really, really fun show. It does remind me of the old days. It's been great to hear everyone's perspective on the games and to learn, which ones are favorite, and to also be jealous when you pick one that I picked. So with that, Jack. Well, go ahead, Maul.
I was just say like two things. One, it's amazing looking at the games we all pick, how often the launch title of the system is still like in the discussion. They really go like best foot forward right at the beginning, and then kind of not again until the end of the system's life. It's kind of where the good stuff is stacked at a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But two, we're gonna have a third part of this because we need the all Darria episode where she goes back and plays all the old systems that she wasn't alive for yet and can fill us in on what she loved from each of those.
Yeah,
That'll be fun.
you need to
That'll be very
emulate. You
fun.
need to emulate at least the choices. At Chrono Trigger, you need to play Chrono Trigger. That's one I have my
I
students
can't
play that
remember
one.
if you had mentioned Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross to me.
Chrono Cross, because I was playing it when you were here that day, which I love Chrono Cross. But Chrono Trigger is one of the absolute best games of all time. And I have my students play. It's really fun because at first they're like, "What do? I don't know what to do." And I was like, "Figure it out. That's the game design. Just do it." And they do, which is really fun to watch because they all are playing it individually on all the different screens, and you just see them kind of gradually going through the different things there at the beginning and the great music. But with that said, Jack, what would you like to say to send us off?
Well, I'm gonna use this time just to plug something. I have decided to do something very stupid for the 5th year in a row. I am going to be running around
great
downtown Kansas City in my underwear this February 15th for charity. It's called the Cupid's Undie Run. It's gonna be me and 300-ish friends running around downtown Kansas City. We have to run a mile in our underwear in the freezing cold in the middle of February. So last year, I think the high was 15 degrees when we ran.
Oh my lord!
So I will post the link in chat if anybody wants to donate. Any amount you can donate is great. It's for children with neurofibromatosis, basically a disease that gives them tumors all over their body.
Oh my god! That's for a really good
so
cause.
it's just research into that and trying to prevent that. So that's if anybody wants to donate, again, would love it. But I'll post the link in chat.
Yep, I'll put it on the show notes too.
Yeah,
hit me up with it.
But yeah, so if nothing else, just have a drink for me on February 15th because I know I will need it just to make it through a mile run with not much on.
And shortly after, watch for an application to replace Jack after he dies. But yeah, Maul, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna get naked and run down Kansas City?
Yeah, but not for charity, just for the hell.
Yes.
I don't like having extremities. They all need to go away before I lose them. No, that's not my life. That's not for me. But Jack, I wish you luck.
Thanks.
So, for sure.
Oh my god. Anything you like to say to send us off? Or that was pretty good.
Good enough.
Just
Y'all
that
do well out
I
there.
will
Stay
not be
safe.
running in my underwear. The classic sign off. Logan, can you beat? I will not be running in my underwear.
No, you can cover running around that way, Jack. I think I'm good. But
He invited me, but I would actually die. Like I would not be here.
I guess what I've got to say is you guys have brought a lot of games that I know I'm going to have to go back and try at some point, so I'm just going to keep this list and start going down games I have time.
It'd be fun to, as the seasons progress of the show, revisit some of these too. As
that'd be good.
you and Darria have played more of them and kind of get your feedback on them. So
Do like a game club or something.
yeah,
That'd
we
be
should
great.
do a game. Oh my God, Jack. Jack has just come up. Okay, BreakmanX.com game club is going to start. What game are we playing first, everybody?
Chrono Trigger.
Chrono Trigger? Are we doing
Sure.
Chrono Trigger?
I've never played it either.
All right,
I
Chrono
like
Trigger.
Chrono Trigger. I've never finished it.
Oh.
I know.
Almost fell over. Well, you got to get one of the 32 endings, and get
Yeah,
Magus.
something like that.
Oh wow.
I would recommend getting Magus. Okay, BreakmanX Game Club. What we should do, like 30 days per game?
I think something like that. I mean,
Depends on the game.
Chrono
30
Trigger's
days
gonna
for a
take a while.
JRPG.
yeah.
Probably don't need 30 days for like DuckTales or something like that. Which, it's a great game. I mean, I don't think I'm saying it's a bad game, but he finished that in an afternoon probably. So
Yeah.
Month of DuckTales. All right, we'll start with 30 days. We'll see how it goes. We're starting that in the Discord. I'll post something on the site. And then, we'll figure out a way for you to post your scores. I don't know how you do it with Chrono Trigger, but some way to interact. But
it's a story milestone. I did this. I made it here.
You can ask for hints.
There you go. There you go. Darria, send us off.
Well, definitely learn about all the things that I need to catch up on. But no, as I was going through this, I was like, a lot of the memories just kind of like surrounding the different games that I played, and that was kind of what influenced a lot of my decisions on like what was my like quote unquote favorite game for each of these consoles. And so I think like I'm excited to continue to go through these and kind of revisit a lot of those as we go around it, because I think there's a lot of like nostalgia and like just memories surrounding a lot of the moments spent with these games.
Yeah, and I think you'll like them. And you've always, all the games I forced you to play, you've responded pretty well to. The older ones. So awesome. Well, this has been great, and you'll see part 2 of the undisputed list of the best games ever, according to us, the We're Wrong Awards. But with that, we'll see you same time next week on The Game Show. What's up? This is BreakmanX, and welcome to the game show on January 29th, 2020. 25. How's it going, Jacko of Bertanos?
What's up, Break? It is great. Chiefs are Super Bowl bound. I've got a new lighting setup this week. Things are going great.
It's looking nice. The Brady Bunch has upgraded this week. This reminds me of the Brady Bunch. All right. And Maul, how are you doing? That's a very good start. It's a good start.
It's a good baseline. It's a good
Yeah,
baseline.
it's very nice. Yeah. It's nice to have those like just stop right in the beginning type thing. And Logan, how are you doing?
Doing fantastic. I'm ready to talk about more games. I'm excited to continue the episode from last week.
Awesome. Me too. Yeah, are we talking about games? And Darria, I will never forget you again. How are you doing today?
I'm doing quite well. I am hot chocolate, and I am set to talk about games that I can actually talk about.
Hot chocolate. How dare you not bring some for me virtually?
It's protein hot chocolate too.
Ooh, yum. That's good for you. Build some muscle. That was what I was thinking.
I love that song.
The Uncanny Valley personified. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
The game show is a celebration of video games and our collective interests with a healthy dose of humor while bringing on our favorite people in the game and movie industries as guests. And I can confirm kind of times for next time. So next week, February 5th, we'll have Voltar live on the show. Modder Extraordinaire. I posted some stuff in the Discord there. It has a really healthy YouTube there of about 100,000 followers too. So check him out there if you want to learn about some video game hardware. And then John Linneman lives in Germany. So we had to adjust our schedule a little bit to accommodate, which we're very, very happy to do because I'm super excited to have him on the show. So February 9th, we will see you at 9:30 in the morning, Central Time. Okay. It's going to be much earlier for Maul because he's in Vegas. He's going to, but I'm told there will be pajamas. Okay, so come for the Digital Foundry, stay for the pajamas. Okay, so yeah, welcome to the game show. We've got a lot more viewers here over the last couple of weeks, so happy to see you whether you're watching live or you're watching a replay. We love interaction, so if you'd like to interact with us, you can comment on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, or even better, you can go to BreakmanX.com and join our Discord, and you can say perfect opinions all week that no one will argue with, just like our perfect opinions about to come on arcade games. So I lied. I said it was 1991 plus. It's actually 1990 plus. No one murder me. Apologize in advance. But we're going to move back into the arcade here starting 1990 to 1999. Okay, which is a really amazing time for arcades and really difficult to pick an arcade game of this time. There's so many that I played. It's hard to tell if it was the 80s or the 90s I played more arcade games, but they're definitely up there. But when I had to pick one, I had to go to the one that for me changed everything. And I remember being it's actually Shadow's basement. We're talking about some new fighting game that came out and people trying to describe the special moves to me. Like you can shoot a fireball out of your hands and Chun-Li can kick really fast and E Honda slaps you a lot. Blanca's going to electrocute you and turn it into a ball and smash you. And it was really hard to imagine what that would look like. And I imagined it very poorly because when I saw it, it was so much better than I could ever imagine. And Street Fighter 2 was just so amazing. I love Street Fighter 2. I love the art. I love the music. I love everything about it. I love the home ports. I love everything. But going with the arcade, I have to go Street Fighter 2. I spent a lot of quarters there. And when we had to do the roller skate thing in grade school, I was not roller skating. I was Hadokening. So, yeah.
Yeah. It was very tough for me not to pick that one because Street Fighter 2 is also one of my favorites. Yeah, I always try to have this thought experiment, and I just haven't gone to Wikipedia to check it out. But I wonder if Pac-Man or Street Fighter 2 has more ports at this point because I'm pretty sure they're neck and neck now.
That's a good question.
Yeah, Daria and Logan, have you guys ever had a chance to play Street Fighter 2 or really put some time into it at all?
I have not. I have watched, I think Matt play it. But I have not played it myself.
I've played it before, but I rarely. It hasn't been a very common occurrence at my visits to arcades.
Gotcha. I it's one of those things where Break's right. Like, there were so many things that changed when Street Fighter 2 came out. I think I had been to an arcade like maybe the summer before it came out. And, there was like one of every single cabinet. Like, it was just different cabinets, different games. But then when Street Fighter 2 came out, it was literally, there was an entire wall of Street Fighter 2 machines dedicated, and they were full. Like, you literally had to wait 20 minutes just to get it in to play one of them. And so I can't overstate how much that game changed arcades. Like, and Maul's right. Like, before Street Fighter 2 and after Street Fighter 2, arcades definitely underwent a shift, and a lot of it was thanks to Street Fighter.
Right.
Speaking of Maul, we've got you back.
Indeed. Yeah.
The routing software decided that Maul just was not going to be heard today. So you know what? Screw you, routing software. I restarted it, and now he's back. So, and I'm glad
Excellent.
he's back.
Oh, I didn't even know that was happening. So I'm glad
It was so smooth.
We're all glad he's back.
It was so smooth. No, it's So everyone out there, thank you for letting me know we couldn't hear Maul. It's very, very important. And to be able to hear Maul. So apologize for that.
Well, I appreciate that. Jeez.
Yes, people
Who
noticed. So they like you. Jack,
just
so
saw
I
my
was
gums are flapping and nothing going on.
So Jack, I didn't know if you got to your pick or not because I was rerouting audio.
I didn't. I was actually just about to
thank
start.
you. I was like,
but
that's
that's a great
Jack
segue.
Stall.
So my pick for that arcade time frame between 1990 and 1999 is Smash TV. Midway hit. It's the developer of Robotron was like, hey, what if we did this really cool idea where we made another Robotron? But then they all loved The Running Man, the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. And what if we made just an entire game based off that with dual joystick controls? And they blew it away. I mean, you get the little RoboCop thing with I'd buy that for $1. The MC, the bosses are huge, ridiculous. The enemies are like just kind of really varied. It's got a great little soundtrack for at least the first level. It's one of my favorite arcade machines. I will go and I will pump at least $5-6 into that thing just to make it through to the end. It's one of my favorites. It's fast. It's frenetic. I highly recommend you seek it out. If you can find an arcade version where you can actually use the dual joysticks, it's awesome. But even a home version like the Super Nintendo, Xbox 360, if you can still find it on Xbox Arcade or one of those old Midway packages, it's a phenomenal game. That's what I will go to almost every single time I see one.
Such a great choice. And I love that I'll buy that for $1 is so iconic. But good
luck. You'll need it.
Exactly. I remember playing that and like imagining what it would be like to be one of the contestants and how awful it would have been to be one of those contestants. Because of the SNES version I played the most of. Arcade version is obviously the bomb. And Maul.
Yeah.
What's your pick
so
here?
Again, the comic nerd comes back again because just like the Genesis for the arcade in this era, it was the X-Men. The 6-player edition specifically is the one that will always stick out to me. So beat 'em up, very much inspired or following on the footsteps of the 1989 Ninja Turtles. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But now improved from 4 players to 6 simultaneous. And that's one of those things that just I couldn't believe, like when I first saw it in the arcade. The crowd of people and all of them wanting to go 6 at a time. The anime styled versions of the X-Men and the villains, and honestly, like they still like really use like the sound bites from that game. They still pop up or reference from time to time. So the voice acting, cheesy though it was, like really stood out.
Welcome to die.
Exactly. X chicken. Like amazing stuff. That was actually going back like a weird push at the time because they were going to do like a launch, like X-Men were starting to really break out and like had become like a top-selling comic, and they were going to like make them the next big thing. So they made a crazy arcade game. It was great, and they did a pilot for a Saturday morning cartoon show at the time using the same character designs that then did not get picked up, and it kind of deflated the whole thing. We had to wait like another, almost 10 years before it came back around, and the Fox show, made that a big pop culture thing. But still, there was an attempt, and that game lives on. They, until recently, had one not very far from my house here in a bar, and I'd still pop in and play that every now and again.
Awesome. Yeah, Pride of the X-Men was a cool one, and someone actually ported that game to the Saturn recently. A pretty arcade perfect port of it. They haven't ported all of it. It's kind of been in progress.
Yeah, that's one of those that's like good reason to have again physical media, because it was on the PS3, and I got the license for that and was playing that, and it was great. I just played forever at home, and then my PS3 died, and bought a PS4, and it's no longer on the PlayStation Store. It's still on my list of licenses if I go look for it, but there's no place to download it from.
I need to go see if that's. I got the Xbox 360 version when that came out, so I got to go back and check and see if it's still on my list on my Xbox.
It might be. The Xbox has kept a few more of the things active on their end. Like I think Castle Crashers, for instance, is still up on there, but Sony removed it from their library. Go figure.
Yeah, digital licenses can be evil because you're not buying the game; you're buying the option to play the game for a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's also very convenient. But speaking of convenience, well, it really has no relation to what I'm saying. But Logan, what is your pick?
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to say my favorite arcade game from the '90s is Metal Slug, and for anyone who hasn't played it, it's like a side-scrolling shooter game. And I think the thing I love about it the most is like the animation and the sound design, really, and just like the look of the game. It's very detailed artistically, and everything has really, intricate animations that feel very juicy. That's a technical game design term. And the sound is awesome. Like you just feel the feedback for like every explosion. Like all the bolts, like the bullets just explode, and it's great. I love playing it.
I always have a litmus test, and I can tell anybody that's ever played any of the Metal Slug games is you ask them how you pronounce rocket launcher, and that's it. If they say it like that, they're a Metal Gear or a Metal Slug fan.
Probably a Metal Gear fan too. Also,
probably.
Yeah, but no, Metal Slug, awesome choice. Some of my favorite artwork of any game. So beautiful. If you haven't played the third one, I highly suggest it. They're all great, I think, but I really like probably the third one.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever actually found it in the wild. I've played it like on my arcade machine at home, although I don't play it terribly often because it actually lags the machine. But every time I play it, I really just love the experience of it.
Nick, when you come to my place, we'll have to play it on the Mister because it plays
let's do it.
very delicious.
But I mean, but what Logan says is right. I mean, the original Neo Geo hardware that it ran on just couldn't handle it. Like 1 through 3, just there's so much slowdown in it. I mean, it's a great game. Don't get me wrong, but like you kind of need the slowdown to survive in some points.
Yeah, it's pushing things too for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And do you want to catch us up on any of the chat room happenings?
Yeah, sure thing. Nick of Time says I'm watching on the clock. Don't tell my boss.
Hey, Nick of Time.
You just told everybody.
Hey, assuming his boss isn't watching. Although,
that's me.
That's hilarious.
And then Storm Eagle says my best arcade game is Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, and I can hear Maul again. That's great. And then. From Jack, actually, I don't know how many X's that is before X-Men.
if you played X-Men, you made it to the second level, like you'll get it. It's the background music on that stage.
That is the soundtrack. It's true.
Man, I want to play that game
And
again now.
Storm Eagle 6-player X-Men is always a great time. I'm gonna have to try that.
You should. It's a lot
If
of
you
fun.
can find it in the arcade, man, they're out there still.
They need to.
Yeah.
Disney needs to get off that license and like let us play it. That's all. That's all I gotta say about that. Daria,
sure
do you have
they'll-
anything?
I was gonna say, I'm sure it'll just be a matter of time before they do an X-Men '97 re-release.
I hope so.
Yeah,
I like.
that'd be
I love
great.
that. Love that show. Daria, do you have anything to add about the arcades before we head on to the new Earth?
I do not.
Nothing.
As
Okay.
the cat hops down.
There will be no skipping of Daria ever again.
Break, I blame you for this. Like, she lived with you for a time. You not have her play all these generations of games, all the arcades. I know you have them. I've been there. I've seen it.
She played a lot of things. But that was before I really had a lot of the arcade stuff that I could play here. So it was mostly console stuff. But she was already well versed in the PlayStation era of things, so it was introducing her to other things.
Well, I'm glad we're heading on into that then.
You can blame me though. So now we're in 1991. Okay, we're in 1991. Very exciting. The New Earth, or the Neo Geo. I remember this console, and everyone. It was kind of like a mystical thing. Everyone talked about it. I never knew anyone that actually had one. I'd see the MVS out in the wild sometimes in arcades, but I never actually played it, the AES, the home version. But Maul was here a couple weeks ago when he was in Carbonite, and we beat Shock Troopers. And I'd kind of thought that was probably my favorite Neo Geo game, but after beating it with Maul, I have to say that's probably my favorite Neo Geo game. It's such a fun overhead shooter where you're just shooting lots of stuff and using your special move, and there's just lots of carnage. Everything's blowing up. It's very frenetic. The graphics are just absolutely beautiful. Neo Geo has such beautiful sprite work always. But Shock Troopers, there's so many games I could go with here, but I'm gonna go with Shock Troopers.
Yeah, it's a great option. The first one and the second one are both great games. I think the first one, I think you're right, is probably the better game of the two, and it's just fun. It's a fun shooter. That's about all you can say.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a good time. I got to be Rocky Balboa and shoot Wayne Static. So that was,
Yes, and I don't know what her name is, but the woman that has the pink looking hair that's actually blonde, that's my favorite. She's
your
awesome.
favorite. Yeah.
Use her.
Yeah.
She's great. And Jack, what's your favorite Neo Geo?
So my favorite Neo Geo game is actually a little bit uncharacteristic for me. It's actually a golf game. It's called Neo Turf Masters. I want to say it has another name outside of the States, but that's what they called it over here, was Neo Turf Masters. And it's a golf game. Like it's really cool. It's kind of the Tiger Woods style where you get the meter that goes up and then comes back down. You got to hit the button a few times to get it to go at the right pace and the right spin and everything. The courses are great and they get ridiculous later on. The characters are all fun. They have different strengths and weaknesses. It's a beautiful looking game. The sprite work, like Brick said, is amazing on just anything that IREM or SNK did at that time. And the music's just very soothing. It's a very relaxing game. If I'm having a stressful day at work, we have an arcade machine at the office, I will go over and play probably 4 or 5 holes of Neo Turf Masters just to kind of bring things down a little bit, because
Cool.
it's just very, very nice.
It is of the golf games. I would say it's probably the best of all consoles.
Man, what a cool workplace to have. Arcade machine with Neo Geo games on it.
Yeah.
There.
I have a Famicom
I've
in my
got
office.
foosball, but that's not the same.
But yeah, tell us about your pick, Maul.
Yeah, actually, I just threw this on here because we added Neo Geo kind of last, and
Yeah, I was like, hey, can we do this?
yeah, why not? It's probably not the best game on there, but I mean, the best game is probably like Metal Slug or whatever. But I went with World Heroes because dang,
Was
I
that
used
the
to
one
play
we
that a lot.
played?
Yeah. Started that up. I remember it from it was in Gambino's Pizza back when they had
Fried
the
ravioli.
Neo Geo, and that had like Magician Lord and and World Heroes, and maybe like King of Monsters. I don't know. It was also pretty great. So Samurai Showdown. So there's some great stuff on the system, but World Heroes is the one I remember playing the most, and just because of it's just a trashy Street Fighter clone, as so many games of the era were.
I like the environment
like,
stuff though.
Yeah, and that's what made it stand out to me, was the environments. There's always a few things that like the SNK fighters did, like like Art of Fighting. You could do like 2-on-1 matches and stuff like that were great. But with World Heroes, it was the environment. So you'd have, if you choose deathmatch, like the walls would have spikes on them, or you'd be in a wrestling ring and the ropes are on fire, and if you can like knock your opponent back into them, you get some animations where they ignite, and then you can beat them up a little more. Super unfair. Really fun. I don't know. I just and all the characters, Street Fighter style, are all like terrible, stereotypes of their particular nation. So
hey, I don't know if Rasputin's not Russian, man.
Yeah, the Russia's Rasputin. Well, then like I picked the guy from Germany, so you can imagine what he was. I feel like he must have been maybe a reference to the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure anime character, because it was cyborg Nazi also, and and there was a character about that same time in JoJo's that was also like a Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator looking like Nazi cyborg character. So I mean, there's a lot of IP theft in Japan. You'll find throughout everything. So anyway,
especially in that period.
Not the greatest game, but goddamn, we had a lot of fun. So
yeah, that was fun. No, it was fun playing with that with you the other day too. Logan and Darria, I know that you're big Neo Geo fans, but you just can't pick one game today. But Logan, you can catch us up with the chat if there's anything more.
One new chat. Storm Eagle says Neo Geo game for me is the King of Fighters '96.
It's great. I also really like Garu Mark of the Wolves. It's a really cool
Mark
one.
of the
Oh,
Wolves is
yes.
awesome.
So
City of the Wolves coming out here pretty soon too.
Ooh.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of fighters that I thought about as we were going through our lists, and Neo Geo just of that era had so many good ones.
So many good ones.
Yeah. If I had to pick one, it had to be the middle of the road. So.
All right. So switching gears to very different types of games for the most part here. This game is, these are all very special to me, but if we look at PC and Mac games 1990 to 2002, there are so many there. And this is probably my prime PC gaming time, to be honest with you. Anyway, but there's so many great games. But I have to say Dark Forces 2, Jedi Knight. This is probably some of the seeds of BreakmanX.com kind of go back to this era, because I got this game, and then Shadow got this game, and his brother got this game, and we started a clan. First we were Sith, New Sith Brotherhood, and then we decided our conscience got the best of us, so we became Saber's light side. But we had this clan, and we competed on Case's Ladder, and we actually I was number 2 at some point, and then you fall, but it was pretty cool to be able to compete on the Internet Gaming Zone, and we'd go out and recruit. We actually had a pretty substantial clan. It's probably my favorite clan in terms of online gaming that I've ever been a part of. And it was just so much fun. So Dark Forces, Jedi Knight 2. I loved the lightsaber battles, and met so many friends that through that game. So yeah, gotta go with JK. It was a lot of fun.
It's a great game. It is probably still my favorite, next to probably Jedi Fallen Order. It's probably my favorite Star Wars game. Although I'm hedging now that I'm thinking about it. TIE Fighter is still really good.
Yeah. See, that was a tough one to skip too, because TIE Fighter was like really brought me back into PC gaming.
Yeah. But like Jedi Knight, like Quake 3 engine, the mixture of in the story mode between the live action and what you actually got to play through was so cool and so revolutionary at the time. I think I had to get a new PC to run it because the first one I had didn't have enough video RAM to run it.
Yeah, I started out running that game at like 320 by 240. I had to get an upgrade. It looked like a big vomit on the screen.
Yeah,
it was pretty bad there for a little bit. So, but yeah, such a great game, and I know this next one is one that is pretty good too.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the first person theme here, and well, I guess Jedi Knight's third person also. But anyway, first person, the granddaddy of them all, Doom. Just run through, rip and tear, Doom. It was revolutionary in so many ways. Carmack and oh my gosh, Romero and all those guys over there at id just made a complete game changer. I can't say enough about how much Doom influenced the rest of the gaming industry from that point forward. Not just first person shooters, but just the industry in general. It really changed things, advanced graphics and what the capabilities were on 486s by so much, and really set the stage for what they were going to do with Quake after Doom and Doom 2.
Awesome. Excellent choice. I probably spent a lot more time with Doom 2, to be honest with you, but Doom is such a fabulous game. And
yeah. Oh, I didn't even mention like multiplayer, like IPX, SPX, IP multiplayer, like playing Doom over the internet was an insane idea.
Did you ever like call your friend's computer and connect to it?
Yes, we found a way to do it.
Yeah. Lots of rocket launchers through those phone lines. That's for sure.
Our childhoods were so great and so lame at the same time.
Yeah.
So great. So great is what you mean. Great.
I just think we look at it back now. We're like, man, that was such a great time. But the limitations, how did we live through all that?
It made it more fun. I mean, when you it never, at least for me, it never worked quite right. And then when you finally got connected, it was like, oh my God, we can play for 10 minutes until the connection screws up again. And then like, hey, get off the phone. I need to call somebody. It's like, I'm playing Doom. But those were the days, as they might say. But Maul,
they were just bad connections and having to pay for the internet, and senators trying to say that was making us into murderers, and good times.
Yeah, we would all be in jail. But take us to the dark world.
Yeah, so my pick from this era was definitely Diablo 2, which I think in my mind still remains kind of the peak of the series. I love the isometric view, like looting, monster killing, dungeon dwelling kind of stuff. Diablo 1 when it came out just blew me away. 2 improved on it so much, with the craft items, more variations in enemies and environments. Like if it was possible to have a darker story, it was a darker story, and it just brought a lot of stuff into the lore, and was a great game. Yes, and then 3, it's still fun, but has a totally different vibe, really, with the more kind of like cartoony sprites and everything. I don't know that anything else has really quite beat it in that, that type, that genre. We've had some pretty close ones though, with like Divinity and Baldur's Gate: Dark Alliance, and some great ones like that too. But that one's still pretty peak for me.
Very good choice. So I saw the corner of my eye, Storm Eagle mentioned Unreal Tournament, and I just can't not mention it after him, because that was my first like LAN party not going through the phone line situation. And I'll never forget, Chris Johnson, if you're out there, had all of our PCs hooked up, taking way too much power in the basement. And I'll never forget shooting 5 rockets at him, and he's on this like tower, and he just looks over, and there's 5 minutes, and I could see him right at his PC like doing this, and his character looks over, and he just goes, "Oh crap!" And that's like still one of my all-time favorite LAN party moments. You don't get that online. But
yeah.
Sorry to mention one. We, at some point there's going to be more games that we've got to talk about. There's just so many. This is heartbreaking to have to pick some of these. So, but Logan,
yeah,
what's yours?
I'm kind of fudging with this one. It's Jurassic Park Operation Genesis, which was supposed to release at the end of 2002. It actually released early 2003. but it's
Get him outta here.
It's the only PC game from that era that I've actually played. Although I have played some of the other Jurassic Park builder games as well, like Jurassic World Evolution. But I think I enjoy, to some extent, the Jurassic Park Operation Genesis gameplay a little bit more. Like, I just remember it getting very chaotic at the end, dealing with all kinds of dinosaurs, like eating guests and everything. Like, it was great.
The authentic Jurassic Park experience.
Oh yeah.
I was actually a little worried when I saw you typing out the document. You know, we got the Google Doc we're all working on, and I saw Jurassic Park come up, and I was like, "Oh no, he's gonna put Trespasser! Oh no!"
No, I haven't tried that one. I've heard.
Do not play Trespasser.
Okay.
No. There's a well, they tried to do something with that game, and they fell flat on their face.
They did not. They did not do it. They did not do it. All right, moving on here to one of my absolute favorite consoles of all time. And Maul actually sold me my first Saturn back in, I think, 2002. I'd missed out on the Saturn completely and thought it was basically kind of a worthless system, which is completely wrong. I love the Saturn now. And as I grew my library and then eventually got an ODE, I absolutely love the Saturn. It's one of my absolute favorite systems. It's maybe my favorite controller of all time, the Japanese one. You know, I love Mega Man 8 and X4 a little bit better than the PlayStation. Well, objectively, maybe not, but there's some differences that I like. It could be argued either way, I think. But it was the beginning platform of development. But anyway, going on to my favorite, I've talked too much. I absolutely love Radiant Silvergun. This is my game. This is my Neo Turf Masters. If I'm stressed out, if I've had a bad day, something crazy's happened, I just turn on Radiant Silvergun and I play until all my lives are gone. I absolutely love that game. I love the music. You know, it sounds very similar to Final Fantasy Tactics because it's the same composer. But you start out with all the weapons, which is unusual for a shooter. And they're all mapped to different buttons, and it's kind of almost like a puzzle in terms of using the best weapon for the best situation. But Radiant Silvergun, Ikaruga is good too on the Dreamcast, but Radiant Silvergun will always be my favorite shmup of all time, my favorite Saturn game of all time.
Man,
it's probably one of my top
until
5.
I hear your list, how much you're into like the bullet hell games.
I got more into them, really with the Saturn and later. Yeah, I love, and I was playing it with BreakmanX recently, Radiant Silvergun, and he got into it too, which was cool because he's mostly kind of first-person shooter. But he's like, "What's this?" And then he kind of liked the strategy aspect of it, and also really great use of the Saturn's hardware because the Saturn was, you know, you utilize 2 different processors and all sorts of stuff, and it makes good use of both of them. So the graphics are really astoundingly good. So Radiant Silvergun, I'll probably review it at some point here on our channel because it's just so good. I'm working on a Devil May Cry one right now. But anyway,
Nice.
Radiant Silvergun, if you've not played it, it's also available on the 360, so therefore the Series X. I just, because I'm dumb, I like the original version better, mainly because of the controller. I'm so used to the mapping of the original Saturn controller, I have a hard time going then to the 360. The 360 version has upscaled graphics and a lot of benefits and things like that. But I do prefer the original. I think it's a subjective choice. But Jack, you have another. Oh, go. You have another really cool choice. I was really excited to see this one on the list.
Yeah, this one. So I completely forgot this actually got a Saturn release. But Elevator Action Returns. I'm kind of fudging a little bit here because that's another one of my favorite arcade games between 1990 and 1999. But Elevator Action Returns is awesome. If you've ever played the original arcade game or even the NES port, Elevator Action's awesome. Just fun little simple shoot 'em up, which you can crush dudes in elevators, you can jump around, you get to go indoors and get secret files. Elevator Action Returns does the next evolutionary step, give you 3 different character choices. Graphics are great. It's some really good sprite work. They do some really inventive things with the level design. It's kind of that next step up, and it's a really it's an amazing game that really didn't get a lot of play because it really didn't get much showing over here in the States. But it's an amazing game. If you like elevator action, if you like shooters, it's awesome.
It's fun. It almost is like not really, but it reminds me of Smash Brothers in a way. Just
A little bit,
the
yeah.
side-scrolling layout and kind of different things. It's not quite there, but I get a little smashy feel.
Yeah, but it's cool. Like they added little like environmental things, so you can like knock over barrels and roll them into guys that are coming out of doors and set them on fire. It's great.
Awesome.
Yeah, murder.
Yes, murder and death. Murder and death. So, Maul, what's your choice for the Sega
So
Saturn?
I'll just throw out there. This is my pick for both this and the upcoming Sony PlayStation. So you guys can roll on by me on the next system. But it's I guess my favorite game of the generation, if you will.
Oh, wow.
Was Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I still play that like once every year or two, bust that back out. Already a Castlevania fan. I think a lot of us are. If you watched last episode, it had a few appearances at different spots.
Gotta get you to
on the
play that
list.
sometime, Jack.
Which one?
I'm joking. Castlevania in general.
But it's just like it's so good, and for some people maybe it's a little different, a little sacrilegious because you aren't a Belmont, you aren't whipping things, for the most part. But instead of playing as Alucard, Dracula's son, named
Cool.
very he wasn't the most creative when he named his kid. But I don't know. It's great. It's like the first one that really opened up the series. It would change everything that came after it. The open world castle, the ability to go back and re-explore things with new powers, weapon sets, leveling up. The soundtrack is just like peak. There's so much to it. And again, it's one of those that's often imitated, but in many ways never equaled again. So it's great.
Such a great game, and completely random through my thousands and thousands of songs, the Symphony of the Night soundtrack started playing when you started talking about it. So
See, there you go. This has happened twice now.
that you have some magical power, because I've literally got like weeks and weeks worth of video game soundtracks. So that is pretty cool that happened.
Yeah.
All right, Logan, do you want to catch us up on the chat? Symphony of the Night's great, by the way. I might talk about it a little bit more on the PlayStation side. It's one of my absolute favorite games of that gen too. It's another one that I also replay every once in a while.
Yeah, the Saturn has a bit of advantage in having Maria is playable as well. So you have that super challenging option.
That's
you're
another
really
one of
into
those that the Saturn community recently enhanced. It supports the RAM cart now, and it's helped some of the frame rate issues and some other things, loading times, etc. So go Saturn community, and yeah.
So there are a couple of new comments on here. Storm Eagle says the best Saturn game of all time is Guardian Heroes, the greatest RPG beat 'em up game of all time, greatest soundtrack, great characters, and one of the characters is 300 pounds of undead fury. And then
Nice.
Meat Sword McGravy says, I just knew Maul's a miserable pile of secrets.
What is a man?
Which, another reason you have to play the original version if you can, because they redubbed it in like the new remastered editions and tried to make it less cheesy.
Don't do it.
No, that cheese is a part of the charm.
Sorry, Maul, did you play Vampire Survivors yet? The new Castlevania DLC?
Did I? I don't know that I have. No, probably not then.
You should definitely check it out. I mean, if you love any of the Castlevania games or Symphony of the Night, they do it justice, especially towards the end.
Okay, we will check it out then.
Awesome. I love.
Right.
Supposedly the cheesiness, and this could be something they just said later, but supposedly the cheesiness was meant to mimic kind of the cheesy horror, B-horror genre they were going with. I don't know, but I love the cheesy dialogue, even if it's.
Yeah, I think that's probably just them trying to cover their butts at the time, but you know, like.
But they tried.
They did try.
Cool effort. Let's move on to the PlayStation.
Wait! We got a late entry here.
Oh, that was a joke. I was joking with her.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I put A Bug's Life for Daria's. But she doesn't really like that game. Or do you, maybe? I don't know. There's actually a game called Bug that I was thinking of.
I had
but I
the
put
Bugs Life game for PlayStation,
Well, there you go. So maybe I was reaching not so far.
but it is not one of my favorites for PlayStation by any means.
All right, let's move on to the PlayStation. One of my absolute favorite consoles. Again, like if you think about the best consoles of all time, we're looking at so many of them, the NES, but the PlayStation had so many amazing, especially JRPGs, and lots of genres, but I just love the JRPGs on that system. But it may come as a surprise which game that I'm picking. You made me feel better about it. No, Final Fantasy VII. I love Final Fantasy VII. I got that game right when it came out. I'd been watching the trailers and everything for it. I loved Final Fantasy 6/3, and watching all the trailers and everything throughout the development cycle and everything I could eat up and watch about it. And then when it finally came out and I got to play it, I was just like so glued to it. I mean, I had like Sephiroth written all over my notebooks, and like I actually got contacts to match Sephiroth's eye color, so I'd have Mako eyes. I could go on and on. Every my friends at school were like, they knew all about the Final Fantasy VII story because I was telling them about what was going on, and the summons that I would get, and the weapons, and all of that. So, and the story is still probably my favorite story of any kind of narrative of all time. I actually ended up doing undergrad religious studies, and I wrote my thesis, like our dissertation, on Final Fantasy VII and the religious symbolism within. And it was a really fun paper to write because there's actually quite a bit in there throughout. Sephiroth is the Kabbalah, the God's power on earth, and Jewish mysticism, and there's stuff taken from all over the place, and it really doesn't make sense like coming together, but there's lots of interesting pieces. So anyway, that's a long way of saying I love Final Fantasy VII. If you haven't played it, what are you doing? Go play it. I mean, come on, it's so good. It's so good. And Jack's got a pretty good pick too, though. It's another game I was playing during that time period.
I'd say, yeah, mine's probably the opposite end of the spectrum. I don't know how much everybody knows about me, but I love fighting games. So my choice on the PlayStation, I thought I was going to go the original Tekken just because it was the first one and it was arcade perfect just about for the home console release. And it has that Galaga minigame. But I decided to go with Tekken 3. Tekken 3, secret characters, extra characters. You get Tekken Ball. I mean, I don't know how you don't pick Tekken 3. Eddie Gordo's first appearance, even though he's, cheap as hell. But, just Tekken 3 is kind of where the series really clicked for me. And I will take anybody on in any of the Tekken games except for Tekken 4 because it's kind of,
Tekken is it's like one of two games that my sister-in-law likes. She likes that and Jeopardy for like the N64. Weird combination, I know. But she actually bought Tekken 3 when she found out that I had a PlayStation, and so that's how I ended up playing that game. And Hurong. I love Hurong, even though he's super cheap. Maybe that's why I like him. I don't know. But great game. It runs amazing on the PlayStation. Like it looks so good.
It always amazes me how well they get that thing to run on whichever system, whether it's Tekken 3 on the PlayStation 1, Tekken Tag on the PS2, or even Tekken 8 on current consoles. Like they prioritize speed and they prioritize gameplay over everything else, and when it all comes together, it's beautiful.
Awesome. Do you have anything to add about Alucard? Anything more?
Well, we already covered, Castlevania and sung its praises and everything. I would like to mention those in general, that this one, when we were doing our research and kind of going back over the game lists and everything, this is where I noticed like a bit of a divide for me, like in almost like game eras or maybe connections to some of the games. Because while there's still many great games and I'll be able to find favorites and all the systems moving forward and everything, this to me was the generation that had the biggest variety. When going back over the list, looking at top games, there were just dozens and dozens that if anybody picked one, I could be like, yeah, that's a great pick. I can see why that's your favorite. Be it Final Fantasy, Street Fighter Alpha 3, Metal Gear Solid, just so much on the PlayStation, so much weird variety. And then as it moves forward from here, I think a lot of people will see like still a good number of games, but the industry, as so many things do, starts to like coalesce, and like everyone's kind of opinions that they gravitate towards, the variety becomes smaller as you go. Like everyone's right behind all the AAA titles, and a lot of the very avant-garde, very indie titles are kind of like left behind, other than maybe as downloadables where they're a little more obscure, or of course, as always, a lot of weird stuff is in Japan.
Yeah, it's very true. I love that gen for that reason. I got a ODE for my PlayStation, so I've played all sorts of bizarre games in the last year. Some once, but some more than once that are very good. And Darria, we've finally entered your lifetime. Like you
Yes.
exist now. So since you exist, why don't you tell us about your existence?
So, I, growing up, was an absolutely like massive Harry Potter fan, and read the books multiple times. I moved quite a bit when I was younger, so the books were something that was like a constant for me. And so when I found like that I could play the games, on the PlayStation, I played Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone over and over and over. And I know PS1 Hackers became a meme at one point last year, I think, because of the way that the expressions were mapped over the character. But that's kind of like what I would play frequently. But one thing that I played more with like my dad and sister was Space Invaders. The port that Activision did, with like updated graphics, and you go from planet to planet, like through like 10 levels. There was like a level of motherships that you had to defeat like midway through.
I need to play that.
Loved
It's a cool
playing
port.
that.
Yeah.
You taught me a
And
game.
then you had a boss at the end of each like set of levels.
Yeah.
But yeah,
that sounds fun.
super cool. And then another just like quick mention is Pac-Man World. I loved playing Pac-Man World.
Those are 3 games, Darria. 3 games.
I know, but I figure I hadn't had so much before to say, so
No, it's okay. It's
She
okay.
gets
No,
the makeup. That's right.
that's totally fine. You are welcome to it. I genuinely love having you here and hearing your opinion. So thank you for gracing us with that. Logan, do you want to catch us up on the chat room?
Yeah, so Storm Eagle's got a couple more. Prepare yourself, Break. Storm Eagle says, my favorite PlayStation game is The Legend of Dragoon.
That's a
Good
good one.
music, good characters, a better Sephiroth that's not
That's
Mommy's
not
boy
true.
named Lloyd. Right.
Sorry about that, but you're wrong. Wrong.
And then Storm Eagle also says, Tekken 3 Jack is the best fighting game on the PS1. Easy top 6 game of all
So
time.
good. I want to go play it like now, but I'll stay here because this is fun. Cool. So the PlayStation, it feels so bizarre to go beyond the PlayStation had such variety. I also really like Chrono Cross, but we'll talk about that another day. Moving on to the N64, also within the lifetime of Darria. So we've moved into Darria's existence again. But I really, I don't know how you don't pick Super Mario 64, but I didn't. Super Mario 64 is such a, I talk about it all the time in my video game design class. It's such a well-designed game. There's so much. I remember, so I don't know if y'all had IRC back in the day, but I had IRC, and I found this game developer, and I was like, whoa, someone that actually develops games. And I remember getting to talk to her, and she told me why Super Mario 64 was such a well-designed game and how it did so much for the industry and just all this. And it really changed the way I looked at games. So Phelan, Mandy Paw, if you're out there, thank you for telling me that, because I looked at games very differently. But anyway, I'm not going to pick Super Mario 64 as much as it pains me. I have to go with Star Fox 64. I love Star Fox 64. There's the Independence Day level, which I love just going to and playing, and get all the spaceships flying around, and pretending I'm Will Smith. It's just such a great game, and I think it's the pinnacle of the Star Fox series. I don't think it's been eclipsed, and I hope at some point Nintendo is able to make another Star Fox game that is at least close to that level. I've played all of them.
That is anything. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Star Fox Zero is like, okay, the Wii U pad, shove it in your face, I guess. I don't know. And then the other, the 3DS version was pretty cool, but it's still pretty much the same game. But it's great music, great gameplay. Still probably my favorite dogfighting game of all time. Maybe even eclipsing TIE Fighter. So if you haven't played Star Fox 64 and you like space battles, what are you doing? I mean, like I don't even know you. Jack, you have a great choice that I think probably most people will go for.
Yep. Again, we're going back to the first-person shooter theme here. So my favorite for the N64 is 007 GoldenEye. I loved the movie, and when I found out there was a home console game for it on the N64, that was the game I got with my N64. I didn't get Mario 64. I got GoldenEye. And shortly thereafter, I found out it was amazing to have 3 other friends come over, and we could play 4-player GoldenEye on the same system, on the same TV. And while you had to squint to kind of see everything that was going on, it was a game changer for home console play for me. It was so fun. It was so frenetic. The single player was good. But nothing will top the multiplayer in around that time with GoldenEye. So many fun different ways, playing slappers in some of the halls. It was just great.
It's great. That's the first console FPS that I can remember liking. Awesome. So great choice. Maul. I remember I talked with you about this game back in GameCo. You made me try. I tried Paper Mario because of you.
Back in the day. Yep. Paper Mario. Which, real quick, since you talked about Mario 64, I just had to mention one other interesting observation while we were doing our research, making our list, is how often. Did I mention this last episode? I don't remember. How often?
Mention again.
How often the launch title for the games is one of the top tier.
Yeah.
So often they put their best foot forward and then don't get around to that level of mastery again until later in the lifespan of the system, but all the Mario games, whenever they hit, remain top tier for so long on that system. It's just always something big about those. And then, of course, once we get to Xbox, a couple of notable ones there, Anyway, Paper Mario, though. I didn't play a whole lot of the N64 games, super obsessively. I didn't own the system. I played a lot of them while working in, game shops or going over for, GoldenEye parties, and all of us, crouched around a 19-inch TV, trying to get a good view of the 4-player split screen. This one one that stands out to me. I remember playing it a lot when I was at KU. I was overworked, working a full-time job and just being a full-time student. And the girl I was seeing at the time got it. It was brand new. And I would sit in her living room and play Paper Mario, and I would literally black out and fall asleep on the floor. And she would come over and save the game for me, and I'd resume the next day until I blacked out again. And it was a good time.
Just as Miyamoto intended.
Yeah. I remember it was great. It's a really fun vibe, a good story, and I really thought they did a lot of clever stuff with the 2D, 3D paper, kind of aesthetic. And, it's just a cute, clever game. I don't know if that should make it my favorite on the system, but I remember it very fondly, and would play that one again for sure. As I would with Mario and the 7 Stars on the Super Nintendo as well. They really turned the Mario world into, a good story time somewhere in there somehow.
Nice choice.
We're in a random world full of mushrooms. Just somehow epic story.
Basically, if you get the games that we picked for the N64, you're pretty much good. Although there's one really big omission that, maybe we should just have Darria say it at the end just to round out our list. But Logan, you picked the one that I had a heart attack not picking. Of course, the game
So-
design student does it.
Yeah. Well, and actually, this is the only N64 game I've ever had the opportunity to try, and I didn't even get to try it on an N64. I tried it on the Switch port. But I just found the level design to be very addictive. I like borrowed the cartridge on my friend's Switch, so I played through like the first few levels, and yeah, I just remember how fun it was, like trying each new power up that I would encounter and figuring out how to use it. And like when I saw like I kind of puzzle solve my way through the levels, and when I find like new ways to use something, it was really exciting. And yeah, just a really solid game, very well designed.
Yes, definitely. And you should sometime. My Life in Gaming has this video where they tried to analyze different N64 controllers beyond the first party one. And it shows how intricate they use the analog stick with that, because basically the N64, the first party controller, was the only one that could actually register the range of movement that for Mario's full various movement. Like there's some new, like the Retro Fighters controller lots of people love lately. It's pretty interesting because he has like a whole analysis thing that he does on it. It gave me a whole different way of looking at even just the way that they utilize the analog stick in that game. So, Darria, do you want to let words be put in your mouth, or should we move on to the Dreamcast?
I can say the one that you would like me to say.
Yeah, please.
Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
I thought surely you're gonna have her say Clay Fighter 63 and a third. But
It was close. The Ocarina was so good. Oh my god. I told this on the show before, but I pre-ordered that game so far in advance, and then the day came for release, and I didn't get it, and I called, and somehow they didn't ship it to me. And then literally a month later, meanwhile, Shadow, spoiled who Sheik was. Thank you, Shadow. I get
remember
it.
you telling the story.
Yeah. I get it a month later, I get Quake 2 expansion pack in the mail from them, and I call them like, "What is? I didn't have Quake at the time, or a PC that could run it that. But I got Quake 2 expansion pack somehow, and then finally 2 weeks after that, so 6 weeks after it comes out, I get Ocarina of Time. No gold cartridge, by the way.
Oh,
EB,
no.
thank you for losing that for me. But anyway, great game, and it was worth the wait. But I was very pissed off for about 6 weeks.
I would be if I were you too, man. Wow.
yeah, and worth mentioning though too. I mean, that game like established what like the camera would be like in every 3D game, basically going forward to today. Like it's fundamental, you know.
It's interesting too, just like as like a time capsule thing. At least your situation there, like. You'd think if you had ordered something from like Amazon and it took 6 weeks to get to you instead of like the next day.
I know, right? Yeah, looking back, I can't believe I was so mad. Everyone was playing it. All my friends were playing it. And Shadow like called me. He's like, "Oh my god, you'll never guess who Sheik is." I'm like, "Don't tell me." And he's like, "Zelda." I'm like, I was so mad.
one of the three people in that world in retrospect.
I know. Looking back on it, but I didn't want any spoilers. And like I didn't know there were only three people because I hadn't played the game. But
well, there are NPCs, but name any of them. It's Zelda, Link, and Ganon. That's it. So you got.
Yeah, that's true. It's true, but I'm so mad at Shadow about it. I'll never forgive him. But $9,999. We mentioned this last time, but Jack, I know, was in the same boat here. But my first job, I saved up for quite a while to be able to get Dreamcast on launch day on $9,999 and a few games. And I was really stoked. They, by the way, almost gave my Dreamcast away too. If I hadn't been there, they would have given it away. Yeah, they had no idea what they were doing. But it wasn't like the operation that Jack and I ran. Well, Jack pretty much mostly, but me slightly at GameStop yeah. But the Sega Dreamcast, awesome system. I love the Dreamcast. I have a huge soft spot for it. And I have to go with Resident Evil Code Veronica. Basically, this was the first game that my wife, BreakmanX, and I played together. It was this one summer, and I'd been kind of spending basically all my money on our dates and things, and I was starting to feel, we went to a game store, and she could tell I was really looking at Code Veronica, and I loved Resident Evil, and she was like, get it. Now I thought that was really cool that she wanted me to get it. But anyway, we beat it together, played through it, and that's still one of our really fond memories is playing through that game. And Jack, you changed your choice.
I did. I love Code Veronica also. It was really tough. That was my choice until
not that
30
much.
seconds ago.
Not that much anymore.
I love
you
it.
found out I liked it, and you're like, nope.
Well, no, it just gives me a chance to talk about a game I really like it too.
I'm joking.
No, Code Veronica's awesome. I'll just real quick, Resident Evil 2 came out, blew me away. Resident Evil 3 came out on the PlayStation. I was just kind of like, eh. And then when I found out they were making Code Veronica, I was like, oh, that's the real one. We got both Redfields in this one. This is the real Resident Evil 3. So I was like, all right, this is going to be great. It's an awesome Resident Evil game. Really sets the stage for kind of what they do in 4, but it's pretty awesome. But that being said, like you mentioned, I changed my mind. I went with another fighting game, Capcom versus SNK 2, Millennium Fight 2000. It's all your favorite SNK characters. It's all your favorite Capcom characters and some bonus ones they just kind of threw in there. So you can have Rolento from Final Fight fighting Geese Howard. It's great. You can do some really fun matches. It's all team battles. So you can do you can make Geese really powerful, and you can make him fight 3 wimpy dudes on the other side. It is awesome, and the stage design's cool. Music's great. It's one of my favorite fighting games of all time.
It's a really good choice. I'm surprised you didn't pick the one Maul picked, but I'm definitely. I think it's pretty cool. I remember playing that one a lot with you on the Xbox. Actually, we got that little arcade stick, and back when Xbox Live was in its infancy. I still have that arcade stick, actually, both of them. But
man, SNK, what great stuff.
Snook. But Maul, you've got one that would probably be the one I would pick had I not picked the one I picked. That was a lot of picking.
Soul Calibur.
The Soul Still
Such a fun game. Welcome back
to the stage of history.
That I don't know. It's that's one of my favorite 3D fighters, and probably will remain such. It just it plays at great speed. It's so smooth. The characters are all so unique. It's one of those that I remember seeing the first Soul Edge right in arcades back when that came out, and pretty cool game. But man, this one just took everything that it did and just just ran with it entirely. So I don't know what really I can define anything else that really makes it stand out, but just one of those great mechanically perfect kind of fighters. I will always main Nightmare.
He's big.
It's just so good.
He's a big guy.
He's very big.
Probably my favorite fighting game of all time, I'd have to say.
Oh yeah. Nice.
And my favorite Soul Calibur.
It is the best without a doubt, the best Soul Calibur game of the 6 they've made.
When I played as Killick, I was imagining I was Darth Maul. I just have to do that. I was like, oh, if only it was a lightsaber. So Maul. Logan, good pick for you too, sir.
Yeah. So this is actually a game I've never gotten to play, but I want to someday. Sonic Adventure 2. And the reason why I put this one on there is actually mostly because of the story. When I was introduced to Sonic, originally through the movies, and then my first Sonic game was Mania, which I really loved. I started getting more into looking up the characters, and of course Sonic Adventure 2 introduced Shadow, and that backstory is legendary. So I just really want to try the game sometime and experience where that story came from. And of course the third Sonic movie that just released was awesome.
Live and
If you
learn.
haven't seen it, you should.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that movie's awesome. Sonic Adventure 2 is awesome. I actually didn't get it. I got the demo on, and Storm Eagle mentioned Phantasy Star Online. I got the demo with Phantasy Star Online, which Phantasy Star Online, great, sunk so many hours into that on the Dreamcast. Couldn't believe I was playing online on a console. Yeah, Sonic Adventure 2 I got on the GameCube, and I was like, I am playing a Sega game on a Nintendo system, and it's Sonic. And that, is growing up when we grew up, that was nuts to imagine.
Blasphemy.
Oh yeah.
It'd be like Microsoft putting Xbox games on a Nintendo system. Oh wait. Go back to 2002 and tell me that. I'd have had a big smile. Now it's just kind of cool. Yeah. Darria, you've definitely played my Dreamcast. You've definitely played you played my Dreamcast.
I don't even know.
You've played the Dreamcast. I don't want Maul getting mad at me saying, "Why didn't you have her play the Dreamcast?" No, she definitely played the Dreamcast.
What
Apparently
did we
didn't make an
play?
impression. We played a few games. We played Soul Calibur. I know. You didn't like it. We played a few.
It's very rare that I don't like stuff.
Well, Matt, you didn't say you didn't like it. I just got the vibe. But that's okay.
didn't
You don't have
say
to
I
like
didn't
everything.
like it.
You didn't say it. Okay. I read your mind. All right. So PlayStation 2, greatest best-selling game system of all. Oh.
One last thing. Let's just pour one out for Sega, as that's the last system.
I know.
That is their last one on here.
That is true. The Xbox was kind of the Dreamcast.
What a
too.
legacy of systems that are unappreciated in their time, but 20 years later, everyone wants them, and their games are incredibly expensive.
Yeah. I love the Saturn. I actually like the Dreamcast. I was trying to get everyone to buy a Dreamcast. I was at school. I was like, you got to get the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast is so awesome. I did the same thing with the GameCube. I was just as successful with both of them. Sorry, Sega, Nintendo. I tried.
Great hardware. They have the best hardware.
Oh yeah, I love
the selling point for me in the shop. And
there's 3 or 4 years of me talking about how great the GameCube is out there.
It's recorded for posterity.
Yeah. So moving on to that gen, actually, this is such a great generation. The PS2, GameCube, and Xbox was such an amazing generation of games, and all three systems were really, actually, we're kind of, all the systems really in the gens have been great so far. But the PS2, this was hard for me. There are so many PS2 games that are great. And when the PS2 was out, I liked it, but I was a little down on it because to me it was like, oh, that's the least powerful system. I don't want to play third-party games on it. But the games that were designed for the PS2, and John Linneman has a lot of great PS2 stuff. Modern Vintage Gamer has some great stuff on YouTube about it. But the PS2, I did not give it enough credit in its day because when it was utilized as it was supposed to be utilized, similar to the Saturn, it actually was pretty cool. They weren't able to do the rain effects on the Xbox and Metal Gear Solid as the same as they were able to do on the PS2, just because of the way the hardware design. Xbox definitely had more raw horsepower, but the PS2 had some very interesting things you could do with it. But anyway, I went back and forth, and I was just, what is the game to me that was most memorable for me on the PS2? And Final Fantasy X. Is the last Final Fantasy game that I really, really loved. After that, there's some that I like, but Final Fantasy X, I really, really enjoyed. I remember staying up all night playing it, and hoping that I would like it as much as 7, and didn't, but really like it. I like the story, how it kind of delves into the weird Yevon religious thing. It's kind of bizarre and nonsensical, but I like it. Love the fighting system, like the sphere grid. I could have gone with a few different games here, to be honest with you, but I'm gonna have to go with FF10 and Sin and the storyline that's But yeah, Jack's got a great one here.
Not to discount Blitzball, but Metal Gear Solid 3 is my pick. It's Kojima at his craziest. Well, not his craziest, but at the time, this was his craziest. Some truly memorable boss battles, and this is coming from the guy that gave you, Revolver Ocelot and Psycho Mantis. I mean, you fight the end, and you can literally save your game, pick it up a week later, and the guy's dead. You don't even have to fight him. You've got some amazing story in there. just learning about how Big Boss really became Big Boss. It's awesome. I'm really looking forward to Metal Gear Delta when it comes out. I think later this year, because I think the number one drawback for Metal Gear Solid 3 playing it now is how often you have to go into the menu system and change your camouflage. Like literally, it is
Brutal.
like take 4 steps, go into the menu, change your camouflage. All right, take 4 more steps, do the same thing, rinse and repeat. And it gets a little better towards the end when you're not doing so much stealth. But it's if you go back and try to play it now, it's a little painful, but it's still just an amazing game with an amazing story. And I highly recommend it if you're a big fan of the Metal Gear games and you haven't played 3 yet.
I still have my vinyl from E3. I don't know if you remember, but E3, the press kit for that, there was a vinyl of the Metal Gear Solid 3, like some of the music and stuff, and it's pretty
Snake
cool.
Eater, yeah.
Yeah, Snake Eater, which we were like, but you know, sort of made sense once the game came out. But Maul, I'm glad that you picked this one. I don't think this one gets talked about enough.
Right. No, I started to, and again with the divide, right? When I was saying like the past games, there was so much like just avant-garde weird stuff, and now we've kind of started to get into the era where it's like, well, now we know what people want. They want a God of War. They want a Grand Theft Auto, which is why I started to lean towards, because it's still like just bananas fun, whatever. But
Great
I was
music
like,
in
that's
God
not
of War
really
2.
like the game that I had the fondest memories of playing. And this is one, like, right, it's seldom talked about, out of left field, but my coworker from the game shop, Robin, used to have me over, and he would order a lot of games from Japan, so we would play a lot of bizarre stuff. And this is one that he had that eventually finally got a localization over here in the States that was pretty tough to get. But Cold Sept is a series that I really wish they still produced some version of. The last one came out, I think, in 2016 as a handheld. But for anyone who hasn't played it before, it's essentially a hybrid of Monopoly and Magic the Gathering. And so you're playing a card/board game against several computer avatars, playing through an RPG storyline, leveling up your deck and the monsters and your characters. But mostly, yeah, deck building. And similar to Monopoly, you can get like different color matches across the board that are different elements. You'll lay a monster, a card from your hand, onto the space on the board you're on, and then as you run past it later, like Monopoly with hotels, you can then pump mana into the creatures to level them up. So when your opponent lands on them, it steals more and more of their health points as it attacks them. The boards, of course, getting used to the video game aspect rather than being just a big square, are just like crazy long tracks that have different sort of geography and different traps and tricks and everything to them. And in true Japanese style, it is weird. It's just a weird game. Like you're taught the game initially by like it's an old man, but he's also a walking stick. So it's a very weathered looking like cane that just pogos around and mugs at you when you do something surprising. He's really disturbing looking, honestly. It's a strange game, but it's very fun. And if you like both deck building and board games at all, and just kind of like that JRPG kind of story vibe, it's definitely worth looking into.
Awesome. Very cool.
That's
Very
awesome.
Cool. And Darria, I know that this is one that you're pretty passionate about. So, you've got the floor. You don't have to just name one game.
Now, this is probably the one that I've played the most, honestly. Until there was a big span of time where after the PlayStation 2, I didn't have the opportunity to get any other console, so I constantly went back to this one and played lots of different things. But the primary one of those, which I also played with my sister, being Jak and Daxter, and its different sequels. But the first one is the one that I remember honestly the most, because we would fight over the controller. We didn't have a memory card at the time, and so we would. Yeah.
Poor children.
So we would leave it on, turn the TV off, the one that was in our room. It was on my side of the room. And so my sister's, this is my sister's like favorite video game series. Like she has all the games. I actually have some of them like with me. She doesn't know that, but no. And then kind of a spin-off of that, different kind of game, Jack X.
Oh. That is a little different.
Yeah. She has completed that 100%. Actually, she's completed all of them 100%. I've done Jack and Daxter all 100%, but she's done all of the other ones.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, Jack X, and I've played that in the past year too. My boyfriend and I were recently playing that on the PS2, and I bought the port version of it for the PS5 so I could play on there as well.
Oh, nice.
But some other like just notable mentions, just because I like frequented them a lot, was I think we had Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King. Played that with my sister a lot. And then a bunch of Harry Potter games. as is expected, but Jack and Daxter is definitely the favorite of all of them.
And Jack 2 is your favorite.
Maybe my sisters.
No, I'm kidding. No, I say that because I Jack 2 is the first one I played, and it made me not want to play the whole series, as I mentioned when Try was on. And then thanks to you, when you were here, and I set up the PS2 ODE, I was like, what game? I know you love PS2. What game should we play? And you're like, Jack and Daxter. And that was the first time I'd played the first one. And now, thanks to you, I like Jack and Daxter, the precursor legacy. And what an interesting title, too. But awesome. The PS2, such a great system. I like it more now than I even did before. But moving on to the GameCube. The GameCube.
Console I wish I had.
The GameCube. I love the GameCube. I love the hardware of the GameCube. Like I said, there's like 3 years of me fawning over it. By the way, I will be releasing some of the classic episodes on the channel as we go. Right now, just the Halo 2 one's up there, but I'll probably put the one of Leonard J. Paul, who we're going to have on the show in February. The interview we did with him way back when. I'll put that one up, and some other choice ones if anyone has any suggestions. But GameCube. Love the GameCube. Got it on launch day. BreakmanX and I went to Target, and you couldn't pre-order it, so we were out there from like 4 in the morning until we finally literally had to run to grab one of the 4 that they had at this line of Target. And the other person was there getting an Xbox, and I laughed at them, and then that wasn't a good idea because the Xbox ended up, as we know, there's a history there, became really good, right? But the GameCube, so again, this was hard for me. There's a lot of games for the GameCube I absolutely love. It's one of my favorite systems all time. I love the design of it. It's BreakmanX, it's their favorite, like how it looks on the outside, like the physical design. But
it's got a handle.
It does, right? You can take it anywhere, right? Although, like, why would you take it anywhere? But you can. I guess Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers is why.
I used to at the game show. I used to take them and hold 2 of them with handles, and it was just like boxing gloves. I was just attacking things in the store.
I'm just pretty sure that's how they came up with arms.
Right. Could be. Miyamoto was just in the office, like swinging them around, and they're like,
arms.
Yes.
Yeah. This is the first show we've mentioned Miyamoto, and it's taken like 4 shows. That's pretty kooky for me. Huh. I don't think we mentioned him before. I have to look at the transcript.
True, for you, that's something.
Yeah, there was lots of joking about that. But Metroid Prime is what I'm going to go with. I love so many games on the Cube, but Metroid Prime, I just love the exploration of it. I mean, I remember playing it and getting lost in it, and it was really my type of first-person game. I mean, there's lots of great first-person games, but Metroid Prime really hits it for me, probably better than any other first-person game. I didn't like the second one so much. I did like the third one, but that's on the Wii. But Metroid Prime, I love it. The remaster on Switch, if you've got the Switch, it's probably my favorite remaster. Not remake, we know where that goes. But remaster, it's my favorite remaster probably of any game. They did a really phenomenal job of that. Music's great. Anytime it snows, I play the Findrania Drifts music. And in my office I have it like kind of blaring, so anyone that walks by gets that music when it snows.
You've had a lot of opportunity to play that in the snow lately.
I have, yes. I played it. I had to find different remixes, and but no, it's a really, really great game, and I am excited for 4 when it comes out here pretty soon, and I'm gonna probably play the remaster again. Hopefully, if I get time before then again.
Nice.
Awesome.
Very nice.
But Jack, you've got a really great one. BreakmanX would definitely be on board with this one with you.
Yeah, Resident Evil 4. I mean, again, it's right up there with Street Fighter 2. How many ports has this thing seen since its release? I'm pretty sure it's been released on just about everything, including like 2 different mobile ports. I don't even know where to start. Leon Kennedy's back. It's a direct sequel from 2 and Code Veronica. Completely different setup. No more just mindless zombies trying to kill you. It's like people that think can organize and try to come get you, and they have chainsaws now. It was for me in 2003 when it came out. It was one of those games that really redefined what I thought an action game could be, and really kind of redefined what I thought survival horror was. And they kind of took it down a path with RE5 and RE6 that wasn't quite what I think everybody wanted, but they kind of course corrected with the later Resident Evil games. But 4 is one of those games that it is one, like the remake that came out a few years ago. I love that thing, and I have played through that. I played through Resident Evil 4, the original, multiple times, and I will continue to do so, because it's one of those things when you find a system that clicks as you get those gun upgrades, as you get all those upgrades as you play, it becomes kind of like you get into a loop, that gameplay loop, and it feels so good when you hit it, and it kind of gives you that, I won't say like invincible complex or whatever people want to call it, but it makes you feel really, really powerful. And it's kind of fun, just like basically charging through an entire village worth of people.
Mass murder,
on the way
Jack Burton way.
On the way to save the president's daughter. Yeah.
Yeah. No, so one of my most memorable one of the things I remember most of your phrases on the show was, "What are you buying? What are you selling?
What are you buying? What are you selling?"
There we go. That's what it was on the little montage that I'm putting together for sometime soon. That's one of yours. That and Gaga over Halo 2. Those are the 2 that I remember the most. Yeah. So Maul, again, you turned me on to this game literally after both Jack and you have turned me on to so many of these games, but this one I was at GameCo, and then you told me about it and you showed me it, and then I literally bought it right then.
Yeah, what a game here. We actually was talking about this game with Darria and Logan not too long ago, and yeah, such a crazy one. Eternal Darkness is just it's one of those games that unfortunately is like lost to time because of rights issues and things. Like, people are not it has been reproduced like so many other games kind of have been on the systems. They haven't done like an arcade re-release or anything. Silicon Knights, I think, is the publisher on that, and I just don't think they'll be able to get it like back out. So if you have a chance, get it on the GameCube. Do yourself a favor. It's Lovecraftian, that psychological. It's many of its mechanics are actually based on or inspired by the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game, where every time you encounter a creature, not only do you have like health and mana that you use to fight and survive against the creatures, but you also have a sanity bar, and your character will begin to like slowly lose their mind over the course of the game. And so the game actually plays tricks with you in like a meta way. So not only will sometimes like your character see monsters that aren't there, or like you'll walk into a room and it's just full of ammo, and you'll just start picking it all up, and then find out like, oh no, that's not that's not real. None of this is actually here. It all vanishes from your inventory. But also starts just messing with you, where as the player, where you'll be walking around and it'll tell you that there's like a critical error and your memory card just got erased.
That's so the craziest one.
And you'll go over and like, be freaking out, and then it'll like return to normal, and hopefully you didn't turn the system off, in a rage or anything at that point. But it just starts like anything you can do to inspire fear or panic in you, it does. It's an insane game.
This would be a good.
Which is just a great story and a great little adventure anyway.
This would be a good dual stream game. I've seen like Try's done this on the Backloggery, where they each are playing the game at the same time and kind of talking their way through it. It's kind of interesting. I think that one would be good for that because it's such a, I don't know, interesting game in so many different ways. But good pick. And Logan probably has the most technically impressive game on the cube here.
Yeah, F-Zero GX. This is a game that I've only been able to play once, and it's haunted me ever since. Because it was such a good game, and man, it just feels so good to play it. Like, even everything down to the like startup sequence for any race you do, it like pulls down this monitor and then counts down. It just like really builds the anticipation, and it looks gorgeous. Like, sure, it's a little low resolution because of the GameCube, but the appearance of the game holds up. And like, I'm hoping so much that Nintendo eventually does a remaster of the game for the Switch 2, because like I know they can, because they've got the like anti-gravity mechanics from Mario Kart 8, so I would love to see it.
I don't understand why we don't get any more F-Zeros. I love F-Zeros. That is it's a really good one. It's a good pick. You want to catch us up on the chat room there?
Yeah, there's been a lot, but
there's been a lot. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I haven't redirected. I've been so into the gushing.
So I'll start with
my wife.
I will never not be able
most of these are Storm Eagle. Thank you for being so talkative, Storm Eagle.
No, we appreciate it. Anyone else wants to write in too? Member of the Discord or any of our chans.
Yep. Yeah, we actively watch it and respond. I've put way too many gifts in there already today.
I shouldn't have called out Nick of Time for doing this at work. I miss him now.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Nick of Time's back now, according to the comments.
Excellent.
In the nick of time.
So Storm Eagle says his favorite Dreamcast game is Soul Calibur. That changed everything, was the game that surpassed the arcade games. Also loves Phantasy Star Online. For the PS2, they originally had Kingdom Hearts 2, but now have Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater.
Yeah.
They say also Jack. The first time I was about to take on the end, I didn't know about that. If you don't play for a week, the end just dies. That happened on my first playthrough of the game. My buddy was not happy about that. I found out about a few months after I beat the game. That sounds awful.
What a great feature.
Yeah. And then Storm Eagle says Jack and Dexter is an amazing game, the best platformer on the PS2, better than the rest. And yeah, they agree with me on F-Zero. They say the greatest GameCube game of all time is F-Zero GX, best arcade racing game of all time, great controls, best music, arcade AX, unlock stuff for the game if you bring your memory card. Yeah,
nice.
It is such an exhilarating game. That's the word I'd use to describe it.
Good choices. Well, since we're short on time, we could probably skip the next one. No, I'm kidding.
Wait, can I just call out real quick? Yeah. Someone just pointed this out to me the other day about like the amazing design, not just the GameCube, real quick, but its logo.
Oh my God.
Because it is a cube made of other cubes that after it does its animation makes both a G and a C inside of the negative space of the G.
So cool.
And it's like perfect system and perfect logo that unfortunately not enough people owned. But just goddamn, they were just trying on every possible element.
The controller just like fit in my hand. The first time I grabbed it, I just loved it so much.
It's true. It's a weird controller though. I mean, it works. It is like great. It feels good. You know, a lot of stuff with it, but like, you know, asymmetrical buttons all over the place. It makes sense when you're playing it, but you know, you try to sell somebody that versus the PlayStation 1. You know.
Or the Xbox Type S for that matter too.
Yeah, we're all very vain gamers, and just thought it was too weird. What? Big button? No.
Small B.
It was the triggers that always threw me off. The triggers, because they were really mushy and then they clicked at the end. Kind of like the PS5 ones, but it was a lot mushier than those.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
They did.
no, that's true. They have a unique feel, but they again, there's method behind the madness when you start playing with it, you know. But I get it. It's different. It's weird.
Yeah.
I will say, like,
The
on
tank,
a lot
too.
of the PS5 games that I've played, I do love the haptic feedback in the triggers.
Yeah.
I love that. And on the topic of logos, like with the GameCube, the Guerrilla Games logo, reminds me of that a lot.
I can see that. I can see that.
They're
You got the
copying.
2 G's on the either side of the. But
Yeah. Okay.
but yeah, not as clever as probably the GameCube one, but it reminds me of it.
Are
The
you a fan of
GameCube's-
graphic design? Look at those logos.
It's indestructible too. It's indestructible the system. I went through. I had my first Xbox died. My PS2. I still have the same PS2, and it still works, which is miraculous.
My first PS2 died.
Yeah, a lot of them did, but I actually looked it up. I have the model number, luckily, that tends to last the longest. Just complete luck.
Wow.
But anyway, moving on to another system here, the Xbox, which was the most powerful system of the gen, especially in terms of raw power, which I may or may not have said some choice words about back in the day. But I do like the Xbox now. I think my next project is going to be recapping that and putting that Project Stellar in, because that looks pretty cool. But so I remember going to the Topeka GameStop to get Panzer Dragoon Orta with Jack back in the day, and I didn't even know there's a Panzer Dragoon game coming out for the Xbox actually when it came out. But I never even played the Saturn one, but heard how great it was from people that had. But I love Panzer Dragoon Orta. I still play it. I have it on the Series X too, to play it all nice and 4K-ish. Yeah, I love Orta really just as much as I love Wander's Way. They're both pretty cool. But you know, flying around as a dragon, shooting lasers at things, just as nature intended. It's a lot of fun. Now, the biggest surprise of this multi-part episode next to Final Fantasy VII is coming up next. You're never gonna guess the game that Jack's gonna pick.
You won't believe what they picked for number one.
I see
on
the green
Xbox.
behind you as well.
Yeah, no, it's Halo. Halo Combat Evolved. You know, I talked earlier about 007 GoldenEye and how much that changed console gaming for me and like first-person shooters. Halo was that kind of on steroids. Not just 4-player multiplayer, but 16-player multiplayer with 4 Xboxes connected all at the same time. I mean, at the time, I just couldn't believe it. Break was there at the time. There were 3 summers in a row, I think, where when I was home from college in Wichita, it was me and 15 friends from work or school, and we had 8 people upstairs on 2 TVs, and we had 8 people downstairs on 2 TVs, and we had a small little Linksys router or switch that was connecting all 4 Xboxes together, and it was the loudest. My dad absolutely hated those summers because we would be so loud and there would be so many of us at the house until like 2-3 in the morning because we worked at the movie theater during the day or during the evening, so we'd get out at like 1 o'clock in the morning and it'd be like there like 1 to 4, and he'd be like, you just need to let me sleep as long as I can. And I'm just like, yeah, sure, no, it's fine, I'm gonna sleep till noon anyway. So
Man.
but
And
between
hating
the-
Halo and being your dad is unlucky.
yeah. between the amazing single player campaign, the awesome gameplay loop, the vehicles, the extremely it seemed like it was a massive scope of conflict and just scale, and then the multiplayer was like nothing I'd ever seen before or played before, and it's another one of those desert island games. Just give me that and maybe one other person to play it with, and then I'll be okay for as long as you need me to be there.
Or 15 other people.
Yeah.
And then as you start starving, you can eat each other, and that also works.
It's a good game. No, it's a really good game. I can fully admit that. I have now for quite a while, but we did the LAN party thing with Jack, and then I remember even before I went to college, we hooked up some Xboxes together. I remember Richie getting so angry on Blood Gulch. Like white in the his face was flushed and like this with one of the other people who was maybe playing a little cheaply. But I was like, it is good, but I can't say that yet. No, it's a good game. It's a good game. It's a very good game. And Maul also has one of my top Xbox games.
I think a classic, yeah. I picked KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah.
A few of us here might be Star Wars fans,
What is that?
And it's pretty excellent. Like the storyline's great. I like the combat, which might be a little slow for some folks now, but you can turn up the speed a little bit on it. But it is D20 style, so it's based on. It really is based directly on Dungeons and Dragons, 3rd edition at the time. At that era, they had licensed Wizards of the Coast, who did what Dungeons and Dragons, had gotten a license from Lucasfilm to do a Star Wars version of it. So it just basically just moved everything over into like a direct D20 system port. And so when your character is, you tell them to attack, and they're just like, slowly sidestepping back and forth, and occasionally whacking at somebody, and the numbers are crawling up on the screen underneath. That's the D20 system, the Dungeons and Dragons rules rolling by. But just great characters, great story. You got so much memorable stuff out of here. HK-47, Revan.
Yeah.
There's just I'm glad that it was in canon at the time. It kind of fell out of it after they sold off to Disney, but they've been referencing stuff from it again, so a lot of that stuff's going to get pulled back out and rediscovered. And they recently did some remasters of the game as well, so if you just have the modern systems, do yourself a favor and go check those out and see what those have to offer for you as well, because they really are still great stories and great games.
Which
Actually,
is funny
that's
because
like
that's what I did. I didn't play Knights of the Old Republic on the original Xbox. I played a port of it, and I played it on the Xbox One S. And I got to a point in the game before the big twist, and my screen just went black.
It, even though it's old.
Oh
don't say it.
no!
My screen went black. I could hear everything, and apparently it was this game-breaking bug. There was no way to get past it. So I was just I was so mad. I just left. I didn't play it anymore on the Xbox. I literally just went and got the cell phone port, so I just played it on my phone with a controller. But yeah, I played through the first part of it twice, but I did complete it on my phone. But
Nice.
I really enjoyed the game. It was after I finished playing Jedi Fallen Order, and I was just itching for more Star Wars stuff, and I really wanted to. I'd heard good things about it. I wanted to try it out.
Nice.
I said good things.
Was that the game? Maul Break, was that the game that really turned BioWare into BioWare? Because they had
think
done
so.
Neverwinter Nights.
Yeah,
They were kind of on the way up, but after KOTOR, they were BioWare, and they could kind of decide what they wanted
For
to
the mass audience, I think so. That was when
right.
Penny Arcade was talking about them daily there for a while. About how amazing, that was the design was. And I think besides that, everyone was too. So,
Yeah.
great. I actually
Yeah, and actually,
Go ahead.
just when you mentioned Neverwinter Nights, also a contender for my best of PC games list and everything as well. Love that one too. But yeah, you're probably correct though about this being the one for them.
So KOTOR, I just have to say really quick, I have also a sad memory with KOTOR. My original Xbox that I bought when I was playing KOTOR, that's when it broke. And I was very upset because I was really into it and excited, and it broke. And I tried cleaning the disc, I tried doing all sorts of stuff, and it wouldn't break. And then or wouldn't go, and then I eventually got another one, and that one actually still works. But I was so mad. But anyway, I just started playing KOTOR again recently too. I got to the drunk, when they're all drunk and pass out in the room. That's where I'm at.
KOTOR is one that I've been wanting to try. I haven't yet, and I was originally going to try it when they announced the remake. I was just going to wait for that game to come out, but it's been silent for so long. Although they said it's still coming at some point.
I think it's kind of in development hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of when I went back to the original too. It still plays well. I mean, it's a little antiquated in some ways, but it does still play really well.
Yeah.
All right, friends. So we're gonna end here with the Game Boy Advance. This is gonna be our last topic of the night. It is gonna have to be another parter because we've been, and I like it. I like hearing.
It's so epic.
I love hearing everyone's
parter.
I love hearing everyone's perspective on all these systems and games. So I wouldn't shorten it for anything. So I like it. But next week we've got Voltar on, so we won't be doing it, and then we've got John Linneman after that from Digital Foundry. So it may be the week after that or something. It'll be a thrilling conclusion as we come into the modern era here. So be ready for it. But before that, let's go into the GBA, which again, as I mentioned the first time, that's how I met Jack, because he was playing GBA in public. The only other person I saw doing that besides myself. And I was like, he must be a cool person if he's playing GBA in public. But lots of really great GBA games, especially once the SP came out and you could actually see the screen without sitting on the sun. It became a really fabulous system, even with the sound issues that it has. Lots of great games here. I was thinking about FF, Tactics and some different things. But ended up going with Metroid Zero Mission. I love Zero Mission. I almost gave Super Metroid for the Super Nintendo. It was really hard to not do. I love Super Metroid. But Metroid Zero Mission is a great reimagining of the original Metroid game. With all sorts of wonderful enhancements and just making it a much better game. I would, if anyone was getting a GBA, I would have them start with that game. Like I love Metroid Zero Mission. And Jack's actually got the very first GBA game I ever played.
Yeah, so again, we're gonna go back to Castlevania, and the first it was a launch title over here in the States, and it's the first Metroidvania Castlevania game on the GBA. Circle of the Moon. It has new characters, it has some amazing music. It plays a little clunky nowadays. Like if you go back, there was the GBA collection that came out, or the handheld collection. I'm not sure what they call it exactly. It came out for modern consoles here just recently that included all three of them from the GBA. And it, like I said, it plays a little clunky, but the music's great. The little card system they have is great because you could combine powers. Like you had two different types of cards. You combine each one to give you different combinations of attacks or special effects. Bosses are great. It's Metroidvania. I really like it. And like I said, the two that came after it are great in their own right. Aria of Sorrow is really, really good and sets up Dawn of Sorrow on the DS. But the second one in between those is but the first one is probably my favorite, honestly, just for the music alone.
Awesome. Very, very good choice. I couldn't see it when I first got it because I got it on the regular GBA, but playing it on the SP was really, really cool.
Game changer.
What a pattern of those original handhelds. Couldn't see them. But
You've got a good pick here, though, Maul.
Yeah, mine definitely Advance Wars. I definitely played the Game Boy Advance more like early on. It was probably the first the handhelds I actually bought, and bought like at launch. And same thing, couldn't see anything, but still enjoyed, what we had. And but the original games, there's a lot of good games, but also a lot of like shovelware on the Game Boy Advance. Just a lot of, poor copies, whatever. But Advanceware was something unique. It was a great tactical game on its own. Sometimes frustrating in like the way the difficulty ramped at some of those missions, but it was like a little intro Command and Conquer almost, with the real time strategy, and a great battle system. Really great looking sprite work on both the full size like commanders that you would recruit, as well as on all of the units. Despite their tiny size on a tinier screen, you could clearly see what everything was, and build and plan your tactics around that. It was just a really cool game, and another one that like as the series progressed, it's still a good game series, but it kind of loses what it was originally. And to the point though now where fans have made their own like very close to copyright infringing knockoffs of it that have gone back to the original spirit of the game. I keep waiting for them to get busted, but
Nintendo wouldn't do that.
So.
Never go after IP.
Of course not.
So I did look it up. It is the Castlevania Advance Collection, Jack. Going back to a couple minutes ago. Advance Wars, great game, especially great for handheld. And Logan, gonna catch them all?
Yep, gotta catch them all. Pokemon Emerald is my favorite Game Boy Advance game. And I love Pokemon. I love, it's just a classic gameplay loop. It's really satisfying to see, to catch a creature and then, to raise it up. And it's really satisfying, to see it evolve and to kind of build this bond with it. You get really attached to your party in those games. But I'd say Emerald is probably my favorite of all of them because, it's kind of mastered the original Game Boy formula before they started evolving to the DS and all that. And it just has some of my favorite designs out of the entire series. Specifically, Rayquaza is my favorite Pokemon design they have ever made. I just love giant green dragon. And the other two legendaries, Kyogre and Groudon, also really good. The RGB color scheme, solid. So,
awesome. And I'm jealous of you for liking Pokemon. I've always wanted to like Pokemon, but just haven't been able to. We talked about this last week, but and Darria, I know you have extensive history with the GBA for reals.
Yes. I remember getting this as a gift for Christmas one year, and my sister and I constantly played and traded games, and the one that I'd probably would have to say is my favorite is Crash Bandicoot Entranced. But the one I probably played the most was Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Because it was you run into different encounters, and you collect you cast certain spells to learn about the creatures that you're fighting, and it's kind of like going through a playthrough of the entire game multiple times to be able to collect all of those things. And so many car rides were spent playing those games. That and the Goblet of Fire were also some of the ones that I played a lot. But my sister and I both had a copy of Crash Bandicoot Entranced, and we occasionally we'd help each other get through levels. And I remember it's funny, I think I was over at my cousin's house, and he was my little cousin, and I let him play my Game Boy Advance, and he deleted one of my save files by accident. No. And so I still haven't gotten it back to where it was. I still haven't gotten it back to 100%. But I do like getting stuff too, exploring everything that I can, collecting all the things that I can. I like doing that with a lot of the games that I have. But those are probably the three that I played the most.
Nice.
And you showed me that it has some JRPG elements too, which was interesting.
Whoa.
I wasn't expecting it to play like a JRPG, but it does. Well, that's
awesome.
That's the end of the Game Boy Advance section. That's the end of part 2 of the epic everything that's the best series here. Before we head off into the sunset, Jack, what can you tell us?
I got some bad news. We're slowing down. We only made it through 11 years today. So.
To be fair, Darria was alive
That's true. That's true.
Oh, I'm not even alive yet.
Yeah, we don't. Logan's
So we're really
still.
close.
We're almost to Logan's laptop. Oh my god.
This week, I don't have too many shout outs. Still playing through Dragon Age Veilguard. I think I'm getting pretty close to the end. But it's still awesome. It's really grabbed me from the story perspective. I'm looking forward to hopefully finishing it off this weekend. We'll see. Fingers crossed.
Awesome. And Maul, what do you got for us at the end of this week?
Oh man, nothing. Just
It's all right.
yeah, I'm just living my life. I'm watching the Terrifier films again, and I'm enjoying that. So if you haven't seen them and you like blood and guts, it sounds like most of us do. Give them a go. A good time.
Blood and guts. Logan, what do you have for us before we head off into the sunset?
Yeah. Not a lot of new media related stuff for me this week because I've kind of been busy just grinding away on my short film, but that's been going well, and probably at least share a trailer in the Discord server whenever I have one ready.
Yeah, we could play it on the show too if you want.
Yeah.
Awesome. And Darria.
I think I am getting close to the end of Assassin's Creed Odyssey before I before I go off into the DLCs. But by no means have I completed all the areas, but for the storyline I've gotten through it, and I am really, really enjoying that. So
Awesome.
Awesome.
That's probably Odyssey's really good. I'm looking forward to the new one, but Valhalla, we should talk after you finish Odyssey.
That's one of my favorite Jack Burton lines. We should talk after, yeah. Nice. Very cool. Well, I'm going to be continuing to work on my movie, eyesopenmovie.com. Check it out. And I can't wait to see you same time next week on the game show, and this time with the great Voltar. See you next week. What's up? This is BreakmanX, and welcome to the game show on February 12th, 2025. How's it going, Mr. Burton?
It's going great. It's snowing again here. I thought we were done with this.
I know, it's just can't get rid of Jack Frost. He must be a relative because you share the same first name. Anyway, Maul, how's it going?
I'm fine. I feel your pain. It is like 60 degrees here right now.
You know what?
In Nevada.
Maul,
So
just go eat some In-N-Out burger or something. I don't know.
we're sponsored also tonight, Break. Did you know? By peanut butter M&Ms.
Oh, great.
Put them in your mouth.
Melts in your mouth, not in your hands.
That sounds really good right now.
It does. It does sound pretty good. And Logan, how are you doing this evening, sir?
Doing great. Now I want some peanut M&Ms.
Now
Damn straight.
And now you keep making us hungry. First it was Cane's, and then it was this, and yeah, it's just gonna be a thing. And Darria, how are you doing this evening?
Miraculously made it in time. My camera decided to stop working, and so we fixed that super quick, and now I'm here.
It would not be an episode of the game show if something, if everything worked. So it's good that something didn't work because then we're fine. And I think miraculously people can hear everybody today. Whoa! Thank God. So
nice.
I eliminated.
It's a miracle.
I eliminated the offensive plugin, which I won't name, that was supposed to be just great. And I'm just doing it kind of a different, simpler way, and everything seems to be working. Let us know in the Discord. By the way, Discord, check out BreakmanX.com. You can join our Discord and talk to us. Also on YouTube, go ahead and make comments under here or on the Twitch or on Facebook. We love your feedback. Logan is going to be checking in with you and reading all your wonderful stuff. But the game show is a celebration of video games and our collective interest mixed with a healthy dose of humor, while bringing on our favorite people in the game and movie industries on as our guests. And it's been a fun few weeks here. We had a really fun show last week with Voltar. Had a lot of fun. He seemed to enjoy himself as well. Next week, February 19th, we've got Fenris Wolf Retro, who's going to join us and talk about some great modding stuff. And then on February 26th, we've got Corey from My Life in Gaming. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And then we'll have John Linneman here coming up soon too, once he's feeling a little bit better. But the best games ever. And again, this is an undisputable list, one that can never be challenged. There is ultimate authority on every single entry. Again, we used to call these the We're Wrong awards, but enough of that. Let's talk about arcade games, 2000 to present. Okay, so 2000 to present.
Yeah.
So a lot of really great arcade games here. And a lot of pretty awesome visuals here. I mean, I love the visuals before, but we really start getting some advanced arcade visuals here. And going through all these different games, there was a bunch that I could have picked, but I ended up having to go with Ikaruga. I just absolutely loved Ikaruga. I actually probably played it more at home than I did in the arcade, but I really, really loved Ikaruga. I just love spiritual sequel to Radiant Silvergun, which I gave on the Saturn, my favorite Saturn game, and Ikaruga being the spiritual sequel. Very, very different. It's a much, much different game, and I like Radiant Silvergun significantly better, but I do like Ikaruga quite a bit. That was a lot of qualifiers there, but it's a really good game. That just shows you how much I like Radiant Silvergun, I guess. But
it's an awesome game. Like Ikaruga is one of my favorite arcade games too. I mean, the Naomi hardware did so much. I mean, it's basically a Dreamcast in an arcade cabinet, right? I mean, it could do pretty much everything. And then you've got all of the gameplay of really great shmup, but you've also got the added flip mechanic, which really put things on its head in my perspective. That's a great choice, Break.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Indeed, I like people are probably only familiar with the GameCube version of that.
It's a great version of it. That was the one. I had the GameCube version. I still have the GameCube version of it, and I play it quite a bit. So GameCube version is definitely a wonderful way to play it. So yes, but Jack, we have a crisis.
Yes, a Time Crisis. Actually, two of them, if you
Yes,
will.
you went with it.
No, my favorite arcade game from 2000 to present is Time Crisis 2. I don't know how many of you had arcades that were still going around the 2000s, but Time Crisis 2, you find that deluxe cabinet that has the big screens and has both players set up. Man, it is awesome. Like, just, it's one of those games where I'm pretty sure, depending on how much it costs just to buy in, I can beat it on 1, maybe 2 credits. And I will just sit there and just go to town. Like, that game is awesome. Namco really took what they started with the first Time Crisis, really honed it in with Time Crisis 2, and made a game that just sticks in my mind as one of my favorites of all time.
Oh yeah, that is a great choice. I've played that frequently in the arcade. And that, if Richie was here, he would be down with that as well, because he was also a big fan of Time Crisis. So carrying on that as well. So awesome choice. Now I need to get some guns to shoot, fake guns, not real guns, to shoot at a screen that do not shoot bullets. I'm not a violent person. Oh man, that's gonna be the
tell
clip.
you what, man. Since I built my arcade cabinet, that's like the one thing I've been trying to find. I've been trying. I know there's a few good PC gun replicas out there, like for something like a light gun game that uses some of the Wii technology. But I can't find them in stock ever, and I don't want to pay like $500 for them. I want to get them off the manufacturer. I can't think of the name of the manufacturer that built them, but that's one thing I don't have in my arcade machine at home that I really want to get.
The one thing
So
I was
is
bummed
there,
about
like-
losing my CRT was the gun stuff. But there is a replacement that's very expensive that I saw in some YouTube videos that I need to look into at some point. Logan, I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, with the system you were talking about, Jack, is there any like issues with aligning the screen at all with the gun, or is it more just?
Well, like I said, as of right now, I don't have it, so I don't know. Like the best thing I'm doing right now is like if I want to play Revolution X or I want to play the original Time Crisis, I got to use my trackball, and that's pretty much how I move the cursor around, and that can get a little tricky.
That's not as fun. That's definitely not as fun. I have to say.
Oh, it's not. Yeah.
But Maul, let's try the same thing. We have a revolution on our hands.
That's right. A Revolution X. No, wait, sorry. That's that fit though. It fit.
Wrong light gun game.
No, my pick was Dance Dance Revolution, which I will say, caveat, I am not good at.
How dare you?
Part of my memory of this is going to arcades and attempting to play it, and getting laughed at by all the Japanese exchange students who were there, just watching the big clumsy American fumble around on the dance pad. But you know what? Still, it's fun. There was a point where, like, DDR was like the dominant game in the arcades, and there's so many different songs, but not every machine has the same songs or dance routines on it. So people would like build forums where they would be like, this machine is at the golf place by the chili dog place near Arrowhead Stadium. You got to go check that out because it's got this song list on it. And we would drive out there. We would find all kinds of obscure arcades and, just tucked away in weird spots and go out there to try out the new lists and new songs and everything.
Oh yeah.
And also like the home version. Remember, we built homemade dance pads out of like 2x4s and the plastic cheap mats that they would sell for the PlayStation, and nail those all together and everything.
Sounds like an in my day thing.
Oh
yeah, well, because in my day we had arcades, and that's what you do. Break. I don't know.
Break. Do you remember when we would try to go around, just all the different places around Lawrence to try to find different ones?
Yep, it was hard.
Yeah,
it was hard to find, and then there was one eventually in the Kansas Union for like a year or two, and then it eventually left. But such a fun game. I remember, Q, who a former, host on the show, Roni Q, was really, really skilled at DDR. He could do like the like elbows on the pads and do all the spinny spins, and it was sort of like watching a maestro, like Fantasia.
Yeah, he was one of the ones I traveled with from time to time. He was very obsessed with it. So
yeah. And then I remember too, you facilitated my PlayStation in playing the Japanese versions because there were some songs on there I wanted to dance to. BreakmanX
have a few
also
packs,
loves.
you know? Yeah. You know, I will say this is definitely like a sad old man kind of moment too, because I don't know if you guys ever watched the YouTuber Jenny Nichols at all, who does a lot of like fun movie and book reviews and everything. She's very funny. Does a lot of like theme park related stuff. For a little while, she actually had like a licensed Lucasfilm show. They would like give her clips from upcoming movies and stuff like that, and have her or hook her up with guests, whatever. But anyway, she was doing a review of a mega church that has an annual passion play that they take movie elements from and make like a ridiculous huge like passion play kind of thing out of it. They stick in like Indiana Jones 1 year and Indy is the one who gets crucified and whatever.
Wow.
Just bizarre stuff. And they make a big musical number. And one of the years was a Pirates of the Caribbean themed one. And they're playing the song Captain Jack from DDR at the beginning, but with all the lyrics changed to be about Jesus. And she did not recognize the song, thinking it was instead like a military march that had been adapted. And I was so mad, but I'm like, God, I don't remember that was 20 years ago. Like,
Yeah.
it's not part of the Zeitgeist anymore, right?
Yeah.
That is quite the mashup.
Yeah.
That's like Super Smash Brothers, but
I'll post a link to the vid sometime. It's pretty entertaining. The one that I think caught her attention that made her do it was they had an MCU one where Iron Man Jesus floated down from the sky, and
oh my
all
gosh,
that good
if
stuff.
this was the first iteration of the show, I would have very funny things to say. But instead, let's move on.
We will respectfully move on.
There
That's
are a few
I love
comments
the
I'd like to
matchup,
read out
though.
here.
It's very well done. I love the quality of the content. Fabulous. DDR.
Yeah.
Dance. Awesome. So Logan and Darria have abstained here. But Logan, do you have some stuff to read?
So Fenris Wolf Retro from YouTube says Sinden light guns are camera based and seem
That's
to work
it.
in most LCD circumstances.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Thanks for
Thank
the
you, Fenris.
Yeah,
recommendation.
that's the one.
You're going to save us
Yes.
next week, too. So he's going to be on the show next week. And this week, he's just saving our butts.
Cool. And then Storm Eagle says best arcade game in the 2000s, Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Oh, that's
a really good one.
That was probably my runner-up. Yeah. And I'm getting that Dreamcast pad I posted on the forum, the forums back in the olden days on the Discord, the 6-button Dreamcast controller, and apparently they're coming early. Originally, it's supposed to be April, but Retro Fighter said that they're starting to come in now. So
Oh, nice.
I'll be playing
cool.
some NVC2 on that on the Dreamcast for sure. All right, so
Very cool.
PC. WinXP, Mac OS 10, basically from the previous thing that we said to present. And for me, this one, I can remember playing this game, and I remember Jack getting a very expensive graphics card when this game came out. And I was jealous that he did that because it made the game look great. I did not have that much of a graphics card. I did have a decent one though. But anyway, Half-Life 2 is my pick for computer game, PC, Mac, whatevs for this period. Half-Life 2 is one of those games you can play and get totally engrossed in and play for hours and hours and just, all night and just completely get lost in it. The physics were so much fun to check out. I remember that, was it E3? Was it E303? E303, I think.
Is it E303 where we were there? Yeah.
Where we were watching like all the videos of Half-Life 2 and all that kind of stuff. And I was so stoked for it. And then it finally came out and it was amazing. It was, and unfortunately I lost my first Steam account. I don't know where that came from, but that's also Valve. So I made a new one in 2009. But anyway, Half-Life 2 is awesome, and I'm the only one that picked it.
Well, if you'll allow me to rant off that a little bit,
Riffa.
I had that as mine, but I wanted to give another game some more time. But
Had to be special.
Yeah, Half-Life 2. We were there in E3 2003. We got to see that, or it was 2004. We got to see that demo, and
I found
honestly,
it the other day, by the way, the tape.
Yeah. I think one of my favorite things was like one of the other reporters in the room is like, will this play on my 486? And just everybody laughed, and it was it was so perfect. But like just seeing the physics, seeing the gravity guns, seeing the vehicles for the first time, the AI in all of the combine, it was really a game changer. And I don't know if anybody's seen it, but Secret Tape did a 25th anniversary or 20th anniversary documentary on the making of Half-Life 2 recently, and it's amazing. It's about 2 hours long, but it's fantastic. They've got interviews with Gabe and half the development staff. It is. If you like Half-Life 2 at all, I highly recommend going to watch it because it's really cool and gives you kind of a really awesome making of.
The other thing I remember about that presentation, besides it being amazing, was that they had it on like an external hard drive, and I had this strong desire to grab the hard drive and run really fast, and it was just right there. And someone made a comment about it too, but alas,
Gabe would have sliced you up with one of his many knives.
I'd have been
sure.
dead. Yeah, I would have been dead. Gravity gunned all over the place. But Maul, you also have a really great choice here. What'd you pick?
So man, what a long period of time this breakdown is. Like, we're talking decades, decades worth of runtime here. So since you put the modern era down, for me it had to be Baldur's Gate 3. I know it's like by far the newest game on the list and everything, but man, what an experience that game has been. Now, truth be told, I have been playing this on the PlayStation 5. But even with that, I just know that the PC version offers even more because of from day one, the extreme modding capability it's had. And that community's been tremendous there. But, I mean, like I already love D&D anyway, and it uses the mechanics of that and the world building, for Baldur's Gate. But like just in general, just as an RPG, like it's so expansive. There's so many different strange ways you can branch the storyline. We talk about with reverence like Chrono Trigger and its 19 endings or whatever, and this game has like 19 different ways every possible character interaction could branch out or go or lead to different I did just even in the first act, which a lot of people have played through the first act over and over and over again, trying to explore all the different things you can pull out of the game. Mm-hmm. I just think like the interaction with the bard who's sitting on top of the hill, and you can listen to her music, and she can become your friend. You can insult her music and just hurt her feelings. You can steal her loot from her and bash it on the ground and make her cry and make an enemy of her. You can just really steal her stuff, and it changes how her friends and the people who know that character will interact with you for the rest of the game, let alone in other acts where she pops up again and will change whether or not you get certain items and whether or not certain story events will trigger based on how you help this person. And every interaction of the game does that for this just huge interweaving tapestry. Other developers have complained about how that game has ruined the playing field for so many of them who don't want to put that much effort into games going forward. And you can tell it took them 10 years to develop that game, and it was well worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the promise of Mass Effect and Mass Effect 2 just in one game, but it took so long just to get there. And it's, if you like D&D, it's amazing. If you just like good storytelling, it's amazing. Larian did an awesome job with that game, and there's a good reason it won Game of the Year at the Game Awards last year and countless other awards too.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't appreciate those things, just playing an action battler where you can run around with your dong out, it's still amazing. That's great too.
We didn't have an award for that, but I think. That's coming up.
We'll make a new category.
Category for next year for sure. So nice choice. So I wanted to say So a couple things. So this award, now that we're getting the modern era, it's much harder to delineate between PC and the consoles because we've got so much crossover. So I think it's okay to have crossover. The other thing I wanted to say, we've got a lot of folks listening on Apple Podcasts. Welcome. Thank you for listening. Appreciate it. We do broadcast live every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Central. Check out BreakmanX.com for more info on that. The other thing I wanted to say, if you want to know the music that we're playing, because it doesn't appear visually, obviously, on the audio version, you watch the video back and go to that time. It does say every single background song that we're playing. That used to be something back in the day. People used to ask a lot, what song is that? The other thing is I do have a last.fm BreakmanX. I actually still had the login from the old one. Whoa. And it also is going through all the songs we're playing. So I want to make sure to give credit all to those great artists of the music that we're playing in the background, and also the folks out there if you want to listen. And hello, Apple Podcast folks. The stats on that only update like once every 2 weeks. So now I know that there's people out there. But anyway, moving on to more interesting things. Logan, what is your choice?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say Subnautica is my favorite PC game, and I think the reason is because it's just so immersive. Like I'm also a big Minecraft player, but Subnautica really managed to take the survival and the sandbox elements of them and gave it an incredible twist by setting the game underwater and on an alien planet, no less. So they've managed to create this totally different world with even like unusual physics, because manipulating and building things underwater is just not very typical in games. And it's so cool what they were able to do with like the environment design, and even the story is pretty good. So yeah.
That's the first game we talked about when you and I first talked about games. I still need to give it a try.
It's fantastic.
That's a solid game for sure.
great.
I don't play it because underwater things are scary, but
It is definitely very scary. That's another element I love about it.
Yeah, the same thing that kept me away from Echo the Dolphin also keeps me away from Subnautica.
hell, it was Mario 64 and like
Anyone
the
wanna go
giant
scuba
lamprey
diving?
Oh, yeah.
creature in that. No, thank you.
Logan, do we
I'll
have
play
any
through it, but heart rate's up the whole time.
Do we have any chat to catch
Yeah.
up with?
So Malachi says Half-Life 2 still holds up, which that's a game I should probably try at some point. I haven't actually played it yet. And then Storm Eagle says best PC game, Unreal Tournament. It's fast-paced FPS, great maps, countless hours of fun and yelling, especially if one of your buddies puts that game on all of the high school computers and on the network.
Not in
for
this
everyone to have a
time
LAN party
period.
on.
Not in this time period, but yes, definitely.
Yeah, it's. We would have accepted Unreal Tournament 2 or 3.
Or 2004. You know.
Yeah,
of them.
2004.
Any of them.
It's a better use for the high school computer lab than my group ever came up with.
And you know, Malachi has encouraged me that I should have stolen the Half-Life 2. That would be nice, but also probably wouldn't be here. Either dead or you know, started my life of crime. But thanks for encouraging me to do bad things.
They went after the hacker that leaked everything when they were making Half-Life 2.
That's what I was thinking.
Like, hardcore.
When that leaked, I was like, you had it available for all to steal, but you know, on the floor. But anyway, it's a great game. So moving on to the Darria's abstaining from this one again. I'm never skipping her again. So just gonna point that out. Moving on to the DS. The DS was a great system. I much prefer sitting on a couch and playing on a TV to portable games. But I still do enjoy portable games. The DS was a really great system. Again, at E3 2004, I remember seeing Reggie come out and we unveil the DS to us all that year. That was pretty cool. I actually dug out my new DS XL or whatever it was, that last version, not the 3DS, but the regular DS last night. It's a really nice system. The screen's really nice. It was really fun to look over that again and play some games. Really close to picking Contra on this one. I love WayForward's Contra, and I've been playing Operation Galuga thanks to Jack's recommendation, and I agree it's good. So everyone that told me it wasn't good, you're wrong. I know it's Western and all that, but it's a lot of fun. But anyway, what game did I pick on the DS? I have to go with Mario Kart DS. And the reason I'm going with Mario Kart DS is I think it's a really great portable version of a 3D Mario Kart, especially kind of being that first 3D version. And it's also a game I played so much with the link capability where you do the multiplayer stuff. That was actually, I remember I was Dr. No or Weezer Jedi or whichever name he was going by at that point in time. Had it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you can play blah blah," and we did the multiplayer, and it was a lot of fun. So I have to go with that, even though there's so many games I could go with, including the one that Jack's gonna go with.
Yeah, Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. We're back to the Castlevania well. Dawn of Sorrow is a sequel to Aria, like a direct sequel to Aria of Sorrow, which was the last game they put out on the Game Boy Advance. Dawn of Sorrow, same characters, awesome music, a really great Metroidvania for those that love that style. It's got a cool little storyline. Gameplay is tight. It's fantastic. You get to do some fun little stuff with the stylus when you beat bosses. You get to, draw a little pentagram or something like that on the screen to like banish the boss. And so it's a really fun game. And it was one of the launch titles for the game, if I remember correctly. And it goes back to that same thing. One of the launch games is probably the best game on the system until you get to the end.
Yeah, it didn't need a nub like Mario 64 DS. That nub I was never a fan of the nub. The DS Castlevania collection that's on everything now is really, really good. If I remember right, please don't crucify me like Indiana Jones we talked about a minute ago. If I'm wrong about this, but I believe that it was done by M2. I think.
Yes,
and
I think
M2 is awesome.
Was done by M2.
Yeah, and M2 is awesome. So, and it also has the haunted castle kind of revamp thing in there. But if you haven't played this or any of the DS ones, the collection, sometimes they're hit or miss, but this collection is really, really great. So check it out. And Maul, you've got a choice here that is very interesting, and it started here on the DS.
You think so? Interesting. Yeah, it did. It was well, for me, the one that stands out the most. We talk about the DS, and it's difficult because it's like almost 10 years of official support, pumping out games for that thing. But Phoenix Wright always remains for me the one that stands out on that system. I love the puzzler nature of it. I like the the crime case kind of nature of it, the courtroom drama. I like how the longer it goes, the more ridiculous the characters get. And they started pretty ridiculous as it was anyway. When your main adversary is wearing like the classic like European like romance era frills and everything. But I don't know. I still find myself yelling objection and pointing at people very angrily from time to time. So it left an impression.
I can see that. Well, okay, I'm gonna give it another chance then, since you picked it, because you seem.
Are you not a fan?
I just never got into it before when I tried it, and I need to give it more of a chance. I just need to give it more of a chance, I think. Because if you like it, I tend to like
a bit.
I tend to like the games that you and Jack both like. So.
Yeah, I think it's a successor to the old like point and click adventures.
Oh,
a bit, It really reminds me in some ways of like the X-Files PC game that I had, where it's like you go into different areas.
Oh my gosh, that's
and
a blast
you
from the past.
click on different items, and sometimes Mulder will be like, that's nothing, and sometimes Scully will be like, yes, take that, and you'll collect an inventory and then go to a room and examine it, and so you take it to the courtroom in here and start showing up like pieces of evidence. If you don't know them in the right order, you're gonna lose your case. It just reminded me a lot of that kind of thing, and I always enjoyed playing those back in the day. Seems to be our running theme. So that was a lot of fun.
Awesome. And Logan, again, jealous that you like these games. I've always wanted to, but what's your pick?
Yeah, Pokemon Platinum. This is a game that I've never actually played, but always wanted to. And no, look, I've never owned a DS. I wanted to.
That's okay. I'm glad that you picked one.
Yeah, because I have a little bit I can talk about with this.
Okay.
Again, it's not quite as good as Gen 3, but I also love the designs of the Pokemon in Gen 4. And specifically with Platinum, I love the gimmick of like it's like Giratina's dimension. I forget exactly what it's called, like the distorted world or whatever. But they managed to like have all these floating platforms and stuff, and for your character to walk around in, and it is like a 2.5D game. So it had that 3D element which Pokemon games didn't have before, and with the floating islands and stuff in that realm, the gameplay looks fantastic. Lots of Easter eggs and stuff for with Arceus. That's a whole process to go through. One of the more Easter eggy kind of legendaries to go get. So I don't know. It's just a game I really want to play sometime. I've just never had a DS. So.
You should. This was the one that Q kept trying to get me to play over and over again. He's like, "You gotta play it," and I think I did for 2 minutes. I just could never get into Pokemon. It's it's just a thing about me. But Darria, you do have something down in this category.
I do. So I did have a DS, but I didn't have very many games for it. So a lot of they were very, I can't even remember the games that I had for it. But the thing that I do remember about the DS is my sister and I used that chat function so much.
PictoChat.
PictoChat, yeah.
Yeah.
It came up when I opened my DS last night, and I was like, "Oh, that was amazing." At E3, you would not have wanted to do PictoChat. The messages that came through that thing at E3, you would have thought it wasn't a bunch of professional journalists there. We'll just leave it there. Logan, you want to catch us up on the chat here, not the PictoChat.
So, Fenris says, the DS holds a lot of memories for me during my middle school and high school years. One of my favorite games on it, aside from Pokemon, was Lunar Nights. Okay.
Lunar Nights. I played that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
Yeah.
And then Storm Eagle says, Nintendo's DS best game is Chrono Trigger. It's the best version of the game and adds a new ending that ties in Chrono Cross and new boss fights. This is the superior version to play on. Well, that's cool.
Played that one on a flight. Long flight. Overseas.
Wow. And then Fenris says, Distortion World. Yes, that's the right name for it. Thank you. And Gen 4 was the most boring, in my opinion. Okay. I'm kind of a big lore guy, so I like the lore of the legendaries in that one, but
So
I mean, I can't really judge the gameplay.
Fist fight. On the show. Right here. These two. Wait, this way. Coming up next week on the game show, A Battle to the Death.
Okay. It's gonna be here. We'll see. And then Storm Eagle says Gen 4 Pokemon was top tier. Okay, now that there's
man,
conflict. There's conflict. I'm with you.
It's nice to see the diversity of opinions. It is. I like it.
And then Fenris says Heart Gold and Soul Silver were the best games to come from Gen 4 Pokemon, but Diamond and Pearl was very boring to me. Heart Gold and Soul Silver look pretty cool to me too. I just love that 2.5D aesthetic.
It's a cool aesthetic. It's a cool aesthetic for sure. All right, so moving on to the PlayStation Portable. There's a pretty funny South Park episode about the launch of this one that I actually watched last night. Not really because of this, but just it was on my random as I went randomly through them. But the PSP, I remember seeing this at E3 and everyone said it was going to destroy the DS and the DS was going to drown and die and everything. And that did not happen.
They did say that, didn't they?
They did say that. But the PSP did not do that. But it was a really awesome system. I think the PSP is one of the cooler designed systems of all time. Vita after that too. But the PSP was such a cool design system. The screen was great and had some really awesome games on it. Yeah. And so anyway, going through, there's so many games here that I could pick, and there's a lot of JRPGs that I probably should pick. But I have not given anything to Mega Man yet, and Mega Man is one of my absolute favorite series of all time. The opening theme and the closing theme of the show come from Mega Man 2, which is one of my top games ever, and that also hasn't appeared, which kills me, but at least Maul mentioned it. But Mega Man Maverick Hunter X, which is a remake of Mega Man X. I actually like the original better, but it still was a really fun to see a remake of Mega Man X. And Capcom, where are my new we had Mega Man, we had Mega Man OG, which is great, and I love new games in the OG series. Mega Man 9, 10, 11 were great, but I want a new X game. I want a new Mega Man X game, and I think a lot of other people do.
Capcom, where's everything?
Where is every franchise that we love? And they did a poll, and people voted for Mega Man X, and then they're like, nah, just kidding, whatevs. But hopefully we get some Mega Man X action. But anyway, this is a really fun game for the PSP. If you haven't tried out the remake, while I don't think it's superior to the original, I do think it's a fun time and one of the many great PSP games you should play. I used to joke. Well, no, that was the Vita. Never mind. Jack, go ahead. You have a really good choice here too. I remember playing this one at E3.
Yeah, Patapon. So I don't know how many people have seen Patapon. Patapon 3's coming out soon, but
Great name to say.
for anybody that's a rhythm gamer, Patapon is awesome. It's essentially just a little fun game where you've got like this little army of little, I don't know what, just an army of nondescript villagers. Like they all have different shapes, but they all have different beats tied to them. So like, you know, if you want some to move forward or you want some to attack, you have to do a button combination that's like patapon to get them to actually move forward and to actually fight. And it's a really clever game. It's a really cool game that kind of ups the difficulty as you go, just like anything else. But it's very stylish. It's very fun. And it's a really cool, simple little game you could pick up and play for just a few minutes and then put down. But that's probably my favorite, with a very close second place going to Luminous.
Luminous. I played that game so much. Patapon is such a great name. Patapon. I love that name. Maul, your choice here. This was another game that I liked. This is a good list.
Yeah. So I didn't really play like a lot of the PSP library. Oh, shout out, Break. You didn't realize, I might have mentioned this to you. Last time I was out at the used game store, not too far from your place, they have a copy of the video disc of Dragon Ball Evolutions on PSP near your place. So I think that deserves to be picked up.
Is that the one by Spangles?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to
So
head
you
over
two
there.
could own one of the worst movies of all time on a very tiny handheld system.
On PSP.
Yeah, but I thought the novelty was great.
Yeah.
But no, anyway, this guy, it's a great little JRPG. It's got really funny characters, fun animations, a cool story, which at the time was pretty unique. You're the Prince of Hell, trying to level up and earn your way to become the king, and you're getting a lot of those like strange misadventures in the way. I don't know that it offers like a lot of things that are new to the JRPG realm, but at the time we were starting to see them like really begin to dwindle. This is kind of like the beginning of the fading out period for traditional JRPGs, so it really was kind of felt refreshing at the time to have that come up, and was really cool. Yeah, for me, I think though the PSP, the best thing that ever came out of it was not really the games, but working in the used game store and having people trade it into me and having not erased their memory cards and just seeing what kind of terrible porn people had loaded onto them. That'll be the best memory I always have.
That doesn't sound like a good memory. It sounds
I had a good laugh,
That sounds
that's
like
fine.
an awful memory. And like, really, you're gonna trade anyway. PSP owners.
It became a thing. I had to check. I didn't want to sell that to a kid accidentally. Like the first one that came in had some stuff on it. So
Yikes. Oh, Sony, how your device was used for other things. But yeah, Logan's gonna abstain from this category, but Darria does have a note.
I do. This was also another console that my sister and I really wanted. She wanted it for a very specific reason, because Jack and Daxter, like that whole like series, there was a game specifically called Daxter that came out on the PSP, and she really wanted it to play that game. We never got one, but that was something that I remember, like even just having like I wanted one because it was portable, for lots of different reasons. But that's probably the biggest thing that I have when thinking about the PlayStation Portable is she wanted to play Daxter.
Desire for the PlayStation.
She actually named her cat Daxter after the game.
That's cool. Logan, anything cool come from the chat?
Yes. So Fenris says the PSP hacking scene was a ton of fun to watch. A constant battle between Sony and hackers.
Oh, that was interesting.
And the PSP was actually how I got into Persona games. Started with Persona 3 Portable and enjoyed it. Nice. I don't know much about Persona, but it's another one
Oh,
that I'm
you need to
willing
play
to try.
it. It's a great
You
series.
should- Persona 3 or 4. Oh, so good.
Some of the best. You will love
Cool.
it. Dive in.
All right. I will make sure to pick that up. And then Storm Eagle says, the best PSP Final Fantasy Tactics, The War of the Lions.
So good. You can patch the PlayStation version now to get that script and some of the enhancements, by the way, which is how I
Oh, that's
beat
cool.
it most recently.
That's awesome.
And then you don't get the slowdown because on the PSP version, where you cast a spell, your guy's just like thunder.
And
Oh,
then
man.
Fenris says, but what I would say is my favorite PSP games would be the Dissidia games.
Oh, those are good.
Fighting games plus Final Fantasy blew my mind as a teenager, and it did not disappoint.
We played Guys. Guys is good too. Not on the PSP
Yeah.
though. Well, I wouldn't say good, but I like it.
That's good. That's good enough.
It's
Okay.
fine.
I've heard people are like, I loved it. I was like, I get to play as Cloud and Sephiroth. This is great.
And Dean Kruger says Daxter is his pick.
Oh, hey, Dean. Welcome. He's I know him. I don't know if we're supposed to talk about jobs, but I know him. I know him. But yeah, thank you for listening. I appreciate it very much. Or watching. But cool. All right, so let's move on to the Microsoft Xbox 360. So the Xbox 360 had some good games, but it also broke a lot. I remember reading an article. I think it was about 1/3 of the consoles actually ended up having the defect that broke it. And I actually read another place that it might be closer to half that actually had a defect that they're aware of when they sold the console. There's a whole lot of shows of me doing this, of going on and on about this, because I had to have 3 of them. Yeah, Maul's remembering. I had to have 3 of them replaced. I had to have 3 of them.
I remember years had water damage in it, you schemer.
That was not me. That was not me. I don't know how that happened.
Remember that's why they told you they wouldn't replace them anymore. They
Was it
told you
me?
there was water in it, and you were like, "Those lying sons of bitches."
Yeah, because I never
had
put water on it. I never put water on it ever, or got close to water. And Microsoft was like, "I am so sorry, but it has water, and we will not." They're not French. I don't know why I'm doing that, but we will not replace it. And I talked to this lady named Trixie on the phone for like 2 hours. I actually have the recording of that because I played it on the show. But anyway, they eventually did. They eventually did replace it. And I did get 3 of them. And it also is very loud. However, the 360 was a really great system. It had a lot of
great catalog. Can't deny
great
it.
games.
Never bought it because of I saw your problems with it and was like, nope.
Yeah, no, the hardware obviously was very, very flawed, unfortunately, but some really, really great, really great games. And the one that I'm picking is a really awesome game. Lost Odyssey is fantastic. It is worth, and actually that was the game I was playing when the water damage happened, which made me so angry.
Oh.
The water damage, Microsoft. Someone cast water on it or something. But Lost Odyssey is such a fabulous game. It's basically a Final Fantasy game, as Jack mentioned in one of the previous shows. Hironobu Sakaguchi and Nobuo Uematsu with Mistwalker making games. In the Gamers show that we had long ago, we did a riff on that of Mistwalker coming to Xbox. But an absolute fabulous game, worth all of the trouble and more that I went through actually getting to play it. Yeah, that generation was an interesting generation between the 360 and the PS3 hardware-wise. But yeah, the 360, had it not broken, lots would, I think, be far and away the hardware choice of the generation. But unfortunate. And Jack, what's your choice?
My choice for the Xbox 360, like you mentioned, it's got a huge catalog, a great catalog, and I really struggled to pick just one, but because we'll get to it here in a minute, but because of Maul's choice, I went with Beatles Rock Band. As you can see, I'm a huge Rock Band fan. I've got all my instruments. I've got the drum kit, like the pro drum kit. I love playing Rock Band. Even now, I'll play Rock Band 4 every now and then with my kids or with some friends online. It's such a fun game. And Beatles Rock Band, I'm a big Beatles fan, and so when that came out, you bet I bought that the first day. They introduced harmonies with that one, and just everybody knows, well, not everybody, but a lot of people know the Beatles, and so it's really easy to get people to get in and play songs that they know, and it's just an awesome, real tribute to the Beatles, and it's a fantastic game.
It's an extraordinarily well done game. It's absolutely fabulous. So I'm glad that you picked it. And Maul, what's your completely original pick?
Okay, so two things. First off, a shout out to the Batman Arkham series, which was absolutely fantastic on this system.
Oh, yeah.
And love them a lot. But as far as what I played the most of, I actually typed Rock Band as well, which is why Jack changed his answer to a specific title. But I realized now I meant to type in Guitar Hero. So,
ouch.
Which doesn't have as many instruments, but like Guitar Hero 3, I played a lot. That might not even be the best one of the series, but I played the hell out of that game, and I have a lot of fond memories of straining my digits. Trying to get those patterns down and everything. And I'm so just stunned that those games have died out so much these days. Like, there was a point, and it's when I see a couple guitars behind you there, Jack, right? Those, which they're coming back around again now, where people are looking for them. But there was a point where they were like, no more new songs. We're tired of paying for the licenses. We're tired of supporting these things. And there was a GameStop that was next to the comic shop I was working at out here for a while. And people were coming in and not being able to sell in their guitars and the other the instruments and stuff. They were coming into me and being like, would you guys want these? And I bought a set of the guitars for $1 a piece off of some desperate kids. And eventually just gave them away to some other gamers that I knew that were interested. But there was a point where they were absolutely worthless and just an albatross around the neck of everyone who had them. But now, you hold on to it for a while. There's some modded versions out there. You can download some songs and people are looking for them again. And it's just the hardest thing to find in a lot of shops. So
there's lots of photos of us playing that.
Yes. Yeah, and they've got the new PDP guitars that are out that work for. They designed them for Fortnite, but they work just fine for Rock Band 4 if you're interested in that at all. It's pretty awesome. Yeah,
what a strange crossover for that to be made for Fortnite. All right.
Well, the Fortnite introduced a Rock Band mode.
I know.
Yeah, Fortnite Festival. Yeah, the developers of Rock Band Harmonix got bought by Epic a few years ago, and so they bought them specifically to bring them. Well, not specifically to bring them into Fortnite, but it's great. Yeah, the problem is
the words back in my mouth then.
Yeah, personally for me, the problem is I spent a lot more money than I ever meant to spend on downloaded songs on Rock Band 4, so I'm probably sticking there. I'm not going over to Fortnite Festival just to do that.
No, for sure. I do miss that era though. Just everyone being into the music-based games, getting there with friends to play either two players in Guitar Hero or the four of us playing in Rock Band. And it's also how many people were getting into classic rock songs and stuff from discovering them in the games. And I hope something like that comes back up again, as we can't just rely on Marvel movies to keep bringing back classic rock.
we have a bunch of photos from now. New Year's 2007 of us rocking out all night.
My sister and I would play Guitar Hero all the time. We had the Aerosmith one.
Nice.
There was a couple other ones that we had, but I still have the guitars are they're in a box in their original boxes, sitting right over there underneath the TV entertainment stand.
They're waiting for you. Play them.
Wow.
We have to get a button fixed on my PS2, so so that's why I can't play it right now. But once we do get that fixed,
let's get a hold of Voltar. He can do it for you.
I've only ever actually played Rock Band once. It was fun though, because I have a friend that goes by the nickname Fred that like went to a thrift store and found a whole set of instruments for this really good value.
That's awesome.
And brought them to like a gathering that a bunch of my friends and I had in Kansas City, and it was on Wii, so it was incredibly laggy. But
yeah.
it was fun because we had a whole band going.
Yeah, no. If you could ever get enough people to put a full band together, like it is one of my favorite couch co-op experiences I've ever had.
It's amazing. It is a lot of fun, and you don't have to be like amazing at games to play it. So it's a nice way to get lots of people together. Logan, you have a really solid choice here. One of my favorite games of all time, and one of the first games to be studied academically.
Right, yeah, Portal is my choice for the Xbox, and really I played a ton more on the PC, but there's a lot of things that I love about Portal. Everything like puzzling, puzzle games are one of my favorite types of games. I really just dig into that sort of thing, and it's like a puzzle game with a really cool like physics breaking gimmick, the portals. I loved how you're able to, push things through it and jump through it and do some interesting like moves with the portals, and it really forces you to think outside the box with how to manipulate levels. But also I loved just the development history of it as well, because it started as a student project at a school that I actually thought about applying to up in Seattle called DigiPen. It was like a 3 or 4 person team. And they had developed a game that they had called Narbacular Drop, so that it would search well in Google because it was an original name. And Valve found it and decided that it was a cool enough concept, so they hired the students and they created Portal. So I just love that history. And then Portal 2 is great too, because they really expanded on the world and did a lot of creative gimmicks, like expanded the physics elements with like, the gel kind of stuff. And of course I love GLaDOS and like the characters that came out of that series. So
appreciate you elaborating on the history of that. That's a really cool story. It's also Western Civ classes started assigning Portal to students. It was considered which is really cool. That was actually quite a while ago that they did that, so maybe there's a different game now. But in the music of that, I mean, this was a triumph. Like that song, I have.
Oh yeah, I remember us driving around and playing that before E3.
Yeah,
the year that it came out. Just to hype us out. Yeah,
that's such a great song. There's lots of great songs in that one. Love the lyrics.
Yeah.
Because the rest are dead. But anyway, Darria.
So I have 2 mentions here. One, because like I primarily played it with my sister. So that was like the only time that I played it, and it was War in the North, Lord of the Rings game. And so it's like this kind of story that following an elf, a man, and a dwarf. You can play as those characters. And she would always play the elf. I would always play the man. Because she wanted all the elven design stuff. But it kind of took place during like the events of the Lord of the Rings, just in a different portion of the map in the world. So that one I enjoyed really playing with her. But the one that I played on my own that I really loved and would love to play again is The Force Unleashed. That was like if I first played that on Xbox. Sorry, my cat is moving the table. First played that on Xbox 360 whenever my sister would let me use it because it was a gift to her. So I had to ask for her permission every time to play it. But I loved the abilities that you could like unlock and do in that game, and I liked like experiencing the story of it.
Really unleashed the Force.
If you're looking to play that again, I don't know if it's still on sale on the Switch Nintendo store. They just had like a Force bundle with like that and KOTOR and Pod Racer and like Jedi Knights 1 and 2, and it was like $17 for all of them.
You would love the JK games.
I will have to look into that.
So Force Unleashed, I remember I went to this Lucasfilm / LucasArts recruiting event thing, and they were talking about the story behind the Force Unleashed, and they were talking about how when they pitched it to George Lucas, it was originally starring Darth Maul. And George Lucas went on about how like story was so important and like the main character needed to be able to tell a story and all this stuff. And then they pitched it and he's like, so I say all this stuff about story and you give me a silent protagonist. Darth Maul like never talks.
Yeah.
So then they like readjusted it to what it became. But I would love a Darth Maul game. I don't care if he talks. I would slice everyone up with that dual double blade.
You can't have a story with a silent protagonist. It's just like you need to try to. It's got to have like a lot of noise. You got to be able to talk to the audience. Like that. Yeah.
Man, thank you, Maul.
All right. So let's move on.
He like Darth Maul. Like all they had to do was just give him a voice actor. Good Lord, the Clone Wars. He's talking all the time.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. But this was
Darth Maul's arc in the Clone Wars is so good.
it is really good. It is really good. Yeah, this was before all that, but yes, for sure. Logan, you want to catch us up with the chat?
Yeah. So Dean Kruger winks at you. Storm Eagle says, I'm lucky that my 360 never died on me and still works to this day. I do remember Trixie. Did you name your 360 Trixie?
No, Trixie was the woman I talked to for 2 hours that would not let me send back my 360 because she believed it to be water damage.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I feel bad because it wasn't her fault, but anyway. I was nice. I wasn't mean. I was not mean.
Cool. Fenris says, my history with Xbox 360 is interesting. I actually got mine for Christmas, and I specifically wanted to play Fable 2, a game not for young 13 to 14-year-old me, but I enjoyed it. And then he says, my favorite 360 game of all time, though, would be Splatterhouse. It's a gritty reboot of a love letter to horror movies, and I enjoyed every second of it. I really should have done better. It really should have done better than it did.
Interesting. I haven't played the remake.
That's fair.
I love the PC Engine one for graphics. Maybe I should try that out.
And then Storm Eagle says, best 360 game for me is Ultra Street Fighter 4.
Oh,
yes, it was on multiple platforms, but it ran best on the 360 and was the game that got me into competitive games, and I love the look, music, and control.
So for my directing class, I did a Penny Arcade comic, like Come to Life, and in it, Tycho and Gabe cast it out. We're playing Street Fighter, and it was fun. But I wanted to mention that if you're really liking what you're seeing, the best way to support us is if you click like and subscribe. We would really appreciate that. But moving on to the Nintendo Wii, which came out in 2006, which seems like yesterday, but was really like a million years ago. But really great system. Looking back on it, had some really awesome games, even though the technology, of course, wasn't there, as compared to the others. And I did not like the waggle. Like the games that I like are in spite of the waggle, for the most part. Like the waggle game, I would say that I would put up there would be Sin and Punishment 2. But it's not really even waggle, but it's the pointing at the screen. Because that was kind of interesting. But I going with my favorite Wii game really has to be Super Mario Galaxy. I liked Punch Out a lot too, but Super Mario Galaxy was just awesome. I mean, it was such a great 3D Mario game, and the way that the physics interacted with the planets and everything. Really great level design. I remember playing that game and having to go to class and like being really frustrated that I had to stop playing it and leaving it on and coming back and playing it because the levels were longer than I thought that they would be, and but just a lot of fun. The music was also really great. They finally did some orchestrations of all that stuff, and it sounded really awesome. I would prefer to I got the 3D All Stars on the Switch, and I prefer playing it on the Pro Controller to the Wiimote. But in spite of that, I think it's a really great game, and they did. If you do play the All Stars version, they did a really nice job of bringing it there. It's runs in a smooth 60, and nice. I believe the code is emulated, but the graphics are taken directly from the Wii and are not emulated. I might have that backwards, but anyway, at any rate, it's really, really, really nicely done. So.
Yeah,
awesome.
I'll jump in here real quick because I do want to say this. Mine was also Super Mario Galaxy. So just
nice
reiterate,
choice.
yeah, right. No, I really like physics puzzles, level design, amazing. And I don't know, it was just like so much fun. And like, I'm not a guy who normally tries to go trophy hunting. I'm not a FOMO guy. I don't care if I get all the trophies. I remember watching my roommate one time with like Resident Evil 5 got a trophy. He's trying to 100% the game and got one in Resident Evil for just like walking into an electric power box like 10 times. And I was like, what's the point of these? Like, that's not like a skill thing. It's not anything. It's just you did something stupid. Congrats. Here you go. So anyway, trophies, not my bag, but I did 100% Mario Galaxy with every star, unlocked Luigi, and then went through the whole game again with Luigi. It's so much fun. It just keeps drawing you back in. And as you recall, we were doing like a comic strip at the time of the webpage, and I got so much material out of just bizarre Super Mario Galaxy stuff too.
Yep. Maul's comics. I think some of those are still on the forums, by the way. BreakmanX.com.
Oh yeah,
I think.
Nice. I'll play a couple. I still have the original art because we were so low tech at the time. I just drew them in my book, and then we just scanned them. Or took like a digital photo.
That was so much fun, though. I love those
at
comics.
the time. Yeah, but that's just a great addition to the Mario world. I really liked that one a lot. So
for sure. All right, Jack.
Yeah.
What's your pick?
So my favorite, once again, we're sticking with the rhythm games. Rhythm Heaven Fever. Think of WarioWare mixed up with a rhythm game, like Parappa the Rapper, and you get Rhythm Heaven Fever. Like there's all kinds of zany little mini games. You got wrestlers. You've got you got singing kids that are just in like a play. Like there are so many cool. Like, there's golfers. Like there's so many really cool little mini games that are all based around just rhythm mini games, and they're all clever. They're all awesome to look at. It's a very cool visual style. If you like WarioWare games and you haven't played any of the Rhythm Heaven games, I highly recommend starting with Rhythm Heaven Fever and check out some of the other ones if you like that one, because the whole series is great. I really hope Nintendo does another one here soon.
I hope they do too. And also, I just realized how tough it is to say Rhythm Heaven. Like I was thinking that in my head. Like that is a tough 2-word sequence there. So kudos to that. Maul, did you have anything more to add about Galaxy, or did you get it all out?
That sounds like you got it all out.
There we go. Oh no, the mute button. I'm running across 3 monitors here, so when you said that, my mouse was all the way over here typing on the Discord. So
it was like, what did it? You looked like, you know that face they make in like Punch Out when you like hit him and then you can punch him again. You had that like. Whoop?
That's where I get my emotions from, is playing that game. But anyway, I'm good. Thank you for
okay, I'm glad we got there. Art got there. All right, Logan.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go with Mario Kart Wii. This is the game I played the most on the Wii, and I played it with my brother or like with friends occasionally. And man, for the longest time, like at the start, I was always getting like 11th, my brother would get 12th, and we were always just at the very end. The only reason I was faster was because I was slightly older. But it was so chaotic. I mean, the blue shells in that game are insane. they come so fast. Eventually, we actually started getting good, but since I've transitioned to the Wii, not to the Wii, to the Switch, I've lost some of my ability to use like the motion control on the Wii. But man, that game was so fun. Those are some of the best courses in my opinion still, like with the booster course pass on 8 Deluxe. Those are some of my favorite courses to revisit.
But yeah, they're talking about the shovelware. It had a lot of shovelware. That's true. But Mario Kart Wii, Mario Kart Wii was so much fun. We played that so much on my going away party, Maul. Remember in the place?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We played that.
For sure.
We did Rock Band too, but we did a lot of games. But we played a lot of Mario Kart Wii. That was the Mario Kart that I probably played the most of since the original when it came out. We played a lot of that.
I didn't have the stupid wheel.
Oh yeah,
like the wheel.
That's how I played
it. It didn't add anything to the game at all, but I had it.
I just don't like the motion, but I like the I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, I never really got used to the nunchuck, so I always played it on wheel and got pretty good at it. But
what I can say about the Wii though, my Wii still works. It never got water damage, Trixie.
That's true. The Wii that I played still works too. It's at my grandparents' house.
Yeah,
it's still going.
It's one that my aunt and my mom both have them still at their houses, and theirs still work. Just kind of showing how prolific that system was.
As long as
Oh,
you don't
yeah.
turn Wii Connect on, apparently, that can make it too hot. But but Daria, just
So, Dance. Just
No,
Dance
no,
2. Just Dance 2 was probably the one that I played the most with my sister. And our favorite song on there was definitely Rasputin. That one. Played a lot. I was trying to think. There were not a whole lot of like variety in the games that my sister and I had for the Wii. But I remember I was really into being outdoors at the time, so my parents got me Cabela's adventure games for that.
I used to
was
make
never
fun of
any
those
good
a
at
lot.
them because I got so stressful playing them. But they were fun, and I still have them. But yeah, we had a couple Just Dance games. And then I think I also had like one of the Harry Potter games for it.
I'm sure you did,
Seems to be a running theme.
I know.
which is great. No problem with
Because
that.
around all the time that these consoles were coming out, like a lot of the Harry Potter games were coming out. So it was still something I was very, very into at the time. And it's more nostalgic for me now than anything else.
So at some point we need to do a live stream of both Rock Band and Just Dance, because that would be so much fun for all of us to do that
That would
live.
be fun.
And Daria, are you still keeping up with the Just Dance series?
I have not played Just Dance in a long time. So that'd be something
You
I'd
back
be
out.
interested to see what
maybe-
they have.
Do you remember at
In addition to
E3,
Just
those
Dance.
Just Dance people? They were like the best dancers I've ever seen. Holy moly.
Yeah.
They're
I just remember
dancing.
that. They were like so much better than what was happening on the screen. Like,
I'd say, could we also bust out the Star Wars game where you dance?
There was a Star Wars
the
dance
Kinect,
game.
the Kinect game, yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
have this?
Oh, the
did it have
Kinect.
Cantina music?
Oh.
It had to.
another
No,
successful
it has
Xbox
an
360
amazing Han
adventure.
Solo rap.
Yes, exactly.
The 360
Yeah.
has
so
some
bad.
great stuff.
So bad.
All right, moving on to PlayStation 3, which my PlayStation 3 also works, I should add.
There are some comments about the Wii.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Wii it
Yeah.
up.
Fenris says favorite Wii game for me would be either Castlevania Judgment or Dokapon Kingdom. The former is a really solid fighting game with Castlevania characters. The latter is Mario Party plus Final Fantasy. That sounds fun. I
What?
love Mario Party.
I need to play that. How have I not played that?
And then he also says, but I did spend a lot of time playing Super Mario Galaxy, Twilight Princess, Mad World, and Sonic and the Black Knight. So many awesome games on Wii. And then Storm Eagle says, best Wii game, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. That was a good one. It had everything at the time. The music, Subspace Emissary. It was a great story mode for the game. Had people freaking out having Sonic and Metal
Played
Gear
that a lot with
Snake.
Shadow.
Yeah, and then eventually the Wii got overwhelmed with shovelware games, riding on its initial success. Yeah, now when I go through like vintage stock or whatever looking for Wii games, there's so much shovelware.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's like I think the Wii was like the second coming of the Atari 2600,
Yeah.
where it, right, it just broke out into the mainstream, and everyone's like, "We can do this."
We
Surely.
surely a terrible game on there. Waggle waggle.
Yeah.
Everyone else has. Why not
Everyone
us?
else has. Why not us? All right, so the PlayStation 3. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Fenris makes one last really good note. The Wii was and still is a great option for someone wanting to play GameCube games with real hardware. Yeah, that's how I'm going to eventually play F-Zero GX.
If you
Because
can find one that has certain things done to it, you can improve the output even more. There's a lot of
Ooh.
cool stuff that I can show you. Mad little. Wait. Yeah, I'll send you a video. But there's some things you can do to the Wii to make it look even better, especially for GameCube games and really
Nice.
everything. But in the Wii U, by the way, you can do some really awesome stuff and make Wii games look amazing. But that's for another. Sony PlayStation 3 2006. The PS3 was interesting. Like, I never ever would have thought it would have beaten out the 360 in sales. Like, when I always thought that the 360 was gonna like beat that and I was really, really surprised because the PS. This was kind of the generation that I probably played the least games though, because I was so busy with grad school and things at that point. But the PS3 picking a game was difficult for me. Jack's game is probably the best game on the system, and it's really hard for me to not pick the one that he's going to pick. But I'm going to go with Final Fantasy 13, even though it's not my favorite Final Fantasy game. But it was the game on the PS3 that I put a lot of hours in during that time period. So probably not the best game on the system. Definitely not the best Final Fantasy. One of my least favorite, probably. But I did like the visual design of it, especially some of the areas and the backgrounds and things like that. But I do have some fond memories of playing that with some friends. One of them who'd never played a Final Fantasy game. So. But anyway, Jack, pick a better game.
Yeah, no problem. So mine. No. Now mine is Uncharted 2: Among Thieves. I love the first Uncharted game. It's a great introduction. They were trying to do something that was Indiana Jones-esque, Tomb Raider-esque, and they hit it pretty well. Nathan Drake's a great protagonist. He's got a great cast of characters to kind of help him out.
So good.
Uncharted 2 really kind of amped it up and took it to another level. I mean, all I have to say is there is a level called Drake's on a Train, and just full stop at a story, like that's the level. Just play that one, and it's time and place, but it encapsulates the tone and humor of that game so much. You are mowing down like an entire army worth of bad guys in those games, but it's just one of those kind of not lighthearted, but just kind of like carefree romps through jungles and all kinds of ancient magical not conquest, but like caves and like lost societies kind of thing. They're awesome. Uncharted 2 is my favorite in the series though.
I just recently showed that to my son, actually. He really, really liked it. The other cool Uncharted 2 memory I have. Okay, so when I was in grad school, we had this awesome thing that happened where Steven Spielberg came and visited one of our classes. And we got to talk to him a bit. And anyway, it was a really amazing evening. But when I got to talk to him, he had talked about how much he loves video games. But about how video games hadn't quite gotten to where movies were. So I had this kind of cool conversation with him about Uncharted 2 because I just played it. And he hadn't played it, but was just about to. So anyway, whenever I think of Uncharted 2, I think about that. But Maul, another great choice here. I never forget this one being unveiled at E3. This was a really cool.
Okay. So first off, I was trying to show this to you, Break. I just looked over to my right and realized that sitting in this pile of books on my milk crate stack over here is in fact the notebook with the original BreakmanX.
Oh my god!
Comic strips in it, so they
That
do
is
still
amazing.
exist. Right there,
Nice.
yeah.
That is ancient,
Crazy.
though, but awesome.
It is, yeah.
Look,
It's still about half empty, so I've got more room to draw in
Yeah,
here.
we need more comics on BreakmanX.com.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll scan them in for you.
Oh, man, that's cool. That is cool. You still have that.
Nice, crisp, high resolution.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So same thing. Like a lot of this comes from E3 being just like blown away by it when it came out. We got into the tech demo for it that year, and they were just showing like how the AI, if you will, of the game system would like adapt to your moves and do different scenarios and keep you on your toes every time. But The Last of Us, at the time, that was the first thing they showed us, was just like you were fighting against like human bandits in a post-apocalyptic world. And that's all we knew, and just the tech alone of that was amazing. We loved having like the idea of having to protect Ellie, and just like everything else going on around it was really interesting and so dynamic. And then it wasn't until later, when the game actually fully released, that we got a taste of the actual story and what was really going on. They kept the clickers like a secret at E3 until the game was released later on down the line. And then we saw like the game was the full package. It was graphics, it was
gameplay with storytelling. It's still a magnificent title, and I have the remastered version downstairs where it's refreshed, and you have to play through it again. And just a great series in general.
But I'm seeing Fenris here out of the corner of my eye. Talking about 3D Dot Game Heroes. I'm going to change my pick to that. I love that game, and changing to the 2D world to the 3D world on its head, and all the Zelda oneness, all the things that he said basically in the Discord. I'm going to change it to that. That's a better game, and a game I played just as much probably. But anyway, we went through Jack and Maul. Let's go to Logan.
Yeah. So, Minecraft is going to be my favorite game on the PS3. And man, Minecraft is by far the most played game in out of any game I've ever played. I've got a long history with Minecraft. And really most of it has been on PC. Like, for several years, I've just been hosting a Minecraft server off of an old PC in my basement for friends that we play on. We've restarted the world several times and just done, various states of vanilla and modded and whatever. It's been fun. But on PS3, I've got fond memories because I would occasionally go over to a friend's house and play it there. And it was just an interesting experience because I'd never played on with a regular game console before then, so I didn't know how to use a controller. It was kind of teaching me how to play that way. And what a game to do that too, because it's a sandbox and you really get good at mobility and using a controller that way. It's great memories.
Awesome. Nice choice. And I know you didn't play it on the original console, but we'll let you pick it because the remaster counts.
Also, The Last of Us. I love games with a really, really great story. And if I get hooked on the story, then I'm sold. I haven't played part 2 yet. I know that's a different console, but I got the Last of Us, not just the remaster, but the one that they released on on the PS5, and made my way through that, and it's fantastic, and I love the gameplay. I love the journey that it takes you on, and especially I love the way that they transferred it to the screen as well, for the series that they put out, and the changes or additions that they made with that. But yeah, even though I didn't play it on the PlayStation 3, The Last of Us will probably what I have to add to that.
I think it's the first time Darria and Maul picked the same one, so that's cool. Crossover there. Marvel and DC coming together. Logan, catch us up on the chat.
Yeah. So Fenris back referring to Wii, AVE HDMI. I've done that mod. It makes it look so sexy. Cool. What is I don't know if I haven't heard of that mod before. That's just converting it to an HDMI output, which that sounds great.
I bet he'll talk about it next week on the game show.
Yeah. And then Fenris also says, I got my PS3 really late into its life, December 2013, and I did still enjoy a good amount of games on it. Not a fan of either the Slim, so I play my games on a CHB01 model that's been serviced. And then the favorite PS3 game would be, as BreakmanX mentioned, 3D Dot Game Heroes. So much customization for your character, and you get to explore a Zelda 1-esque world with Dragon Quest references.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. When I moved back to Kansas from California, that was the only game that I had with me somehow because everything else was in transit. And I played that game like hell for quite a while because it was all I had, right? We talked about that. But I loved the Zelda oneness. But anyway, continue on, Logan.
Yes. And then also for Scott the Wasp fans, dude, I love his channel.
Me too.
There is a breakout mini game in the 3D Dot Game Heroes that Scott used for his original end screen theme. That's really cool.
Oh, cool.
And then Storm Eagle says best PS3 game is Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots. Hands down, best story, music. The final fight of the game is a masterclass. Also, Hideo Kojima is a mad scientist of storytelling. Cool. I don't have a lot of experience with Metal Gear games, but I need to try them, especially given last week's.
Voltar is going to kill you.
Yeah, I know.
Don't trust any boxes you might come by at home. If you didn't pack it yourself, you don't know what might be in there.
I might be in there.
And then Fenris says Metal Gear Rising was also a really solid PS3 title. Memes aside, it was such a fun hack and slash title with an over-the-top story.
I liked it too. And by the way, Dean Kruger, who commented earlier, drew a really cool piece of art from that game. So check it out on Insta.
And then Storm Eagle says Rising is one of the best Metal Gear games. Rules of Nature is the first song you hear of Chef's Kiss. That sounds awesome.
Chef Kiss. By the way, I don't think we're gonna get through this tonight either, so we might have to have a part 4. But that's okay.
Yeah,
that's okay. Because I love hearing all y'all's perspective on this, and hopefully, I really like My Life in Gaming's year-end thing where they go through all the games. So hopefully, also, a lot of the ones we're picking, people have probably played, but there might be some here or there that people haven't played, and gives them something to go with. So, with that said, let's go. Oh, Jack, did I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
No,
go
right
okay.
ahead. I was just in agreement.
Okay, cool. I saw your meter jump, and I wanted to make sure I wasn't. Okay, so moving on to the 3DS. The 3DS, I remember seeing that one revealed at E3, and I remember getting to see the 3D for the first time and how cool I thought it was that you could see 3D without glasses. Pretty cool technology. And I remember actually getting one and having it update during the show, and I remember Comrade Robbins, who was a host at the time, going, Break, are you playing your 3DS? It was coming through the thing. I was like, no, I'm updating it, and so it's ready for later. But 3DS again had a lot of really great games, a lot of games that you could pick. I love the picks of Jack and Maul's, especially that they're coming with. But I'm gonna have to go with Super Mario 3D Land. I really that was. I didn't like the new Super Mario Brothers games that much, which is, I guess, blasphemous since I like Nintendo so much. But I just always felt they were a little bit blah compared to the other Mario games. And now Super Mario Wonder, finally, we have a good 2D Mario game again. But Super Mario 3D Land, I liked significantly more than all the new Super Mario Brothers games and Mario games that were out around that time. So it's kind of, except for Mario Galaxy, it was kind of a breath of fresh air, if you will. And it ran even better on the new 3DS. It came out a little bit later. So it's a solid Mario game. Jack.
I think I agree with you. It's one of the best 3D Mario games they've had in a while. But yeah, my favorite one on the 3DS is P-Cross 3D. So I love P-Cross. I love little brain teaser games like that. I've got the first one on the original DS. But I've got P-Cross 3D on the 3DS, and I've got all the other little P-Cross games that they put out for download on the 3DS on the Nintendo store too. So, the eShop has some great games, but P-Cross 3D was it, like going through and just kind of carving out. You start with a big block of cubes, and then just one by one, using the logic that they give you, you turn it into a goalpost or a football player or something like that. And there were so many cool little puzzles in there. And I think I've worked on that game for I don't know how long, but there are still puzzles I'm unlocking. I haven't completed the entire game. I don't think I'll 100% that game, but I'm getting kind of close.
Awesome. The P-Cross was the game that got me into puzzle games, like the first P-Cross game I played, because I thought puzzle games were dumb for a while. And it's just my own loss, like they weren't. I just could never get into them. Tetris DS eventually also came around to liking that one too. But P-Cross and Q showed it to me way back in the day, and I was like, why would I want to play this? But I ended up really liking it and still love it to this day. So. Great choice.
You're just biased against Q's picks.
Well, can you blame me? I mean, some of his picks, like there's a home run every now and then, but No, I'm kidding. He's good picks. Maul.
Yeah, so one real quick thing about the glassless 3D effect, which was quite neat at the time. Do you remember when that was going to be like the big breakthrough that we are going to have on Avatar 2, supposedly, was we are going to have glassless 3D in the movie theater?
Yep.
What happened to that?
It was
impossible.
That would be so nice because I hate putting 3D glasses over my regular glasses.
Yeah.
Well, that was the whole
for
thing
me,
in,
my
in
issue-
Hollywood then was 3D was like going to take over everything. Then it didn't.
Yeah. My issue with 3D that also affected my enjoyment of this, I think, is that after a little bit, my eyes get used to it and I can't see the effect anymore. So it's kind of useless to me. And so I always refuse to pay extra for 3D movies because why?
Yeah.
Did nothing for me.
3D really either.
Yeah, it was neat for a few minutes, and then, but anyway, the game. Yeah, so for me, my pick was Shovel Knight.
Yeah.
Just it's retro gaming at its finest. It's an excellent platformer, and it's so Capcom-y, you know, like it looks like the detail on the 2D worlds is very much like out of a Mega Man game. The play style with the jumping overhead shovel attacks is very DuckTales. I don't know, it's just a solid, cool game, and really kind of brought back the days of when Capcom gave a shit about what it was doing as a company. You know, there's so many good feelings. It's just a cool game in its own right, too. So for those of you who like platformers like retro games, definitely Shovel Knight is still worth playing.
Oh, yeah, and that company in general is awesome. They've got a new game coming out. Is it Mia the Horror, I believe, that's been in development for a bit? If not, check it out. I kickstarted. I'm on the Kickstarter. So whenever it does come out, I think it's a year late now, which is fine. I know it needs to percolate and all that. And
Everything on Kickstarter is late. That is.
Yeah, I trust them to
part
deliver.
of the
So
goal.
I have no problem with it. But
Yeah.
I kickstarted a while ago.
Yep. Yacht Club. I'm still amazed at how many iterations they've done just off the Shovel Knight concept, and it's a great game. And just the fact that they just keep building on it is really cool. And yeah, it's awesome.
Super fab. Logan.
Yeah.
Hit
So
us
my favorite 3DS game is going to have to be Miitopia, which you can pick up a port for the Switch now, which is how I played it, but it originated on the 3DS. And man, this game is so chaotic because it's an RPG but almost every character in the game, it is up to you to pick a Mii to represent that character. And you can use like the Mii creator and everything, and you can also like pull Mii's from other people's collections. So you get crazy things like, you know, the big bad, the dark wizard in the save that I was playing is like Captain Crunch. And I had Thanos is like a wide sage and all kinds of crazy stuff. So you can have a lot of interesting like character crossover stuff just with Mii's, and yeah.
Awesome. And you want to catch us up with the chat as well?
Yeah. So, Fenris says, okay, 3DS. I bought my first one used on my 18th birthday. First game I got for it was Ocarina of Time 3D, and as someone whose favorite game is Ocarina of Time, I really loved Ocarina of Time 3D. I need to play more Zelda.
Yes, you do.
I've been planning to play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom on my Switch at some point. I just haven't found the time yet, but I really want to. I want to get into some of the older ones too.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time is a great place to start. Link to the Past.
Cool.
Those are the two I would probably recommend.
Yeah, those are two
starting
that I hear of a lot.
And the 3DS version of Ocarina is a great way to play it if you want to play it handheld. But they went back with the graphics. They tried to match kind of not the N64, but what the art style was, like what the artist drew that they based the N64 art on. So it
That's cool.
looks closer to, I think, what the original intention was. Some
Yeah.
might say.
Then Fenris also says, it's the system that I bought the most revisions of. I got the NES version of the 3DS XL, a blue new 2DS XL, blue 2DS, and the Black Friday edition Mario New 3DS.
Wow.
And they had a lot of special editions of that console.
Yeah, Weezer Jedi used to have
Yeah.
everyone too, like all of them.
And then Spam, we've made it. Fenris,
Best viewers in Smeardish.
Fenris says, nowadays I only have 2 Japanese new 3DSs, one regular, one XL. Do I regret selling my original collection? Absolutely, especially with the price of 3DSs these days. Yeah, I love a 3DS because, I mean, you get one of those and you can play the original DS games too, but they cost a lot of money.
Those XLs are awesome. I have the new 3DS XL and the DS XL, and they're both really awesome.
So how much is a lot? I'm looking online because I saw that comment, and I think you can still get a workable one for like 150 or so, right?
Like down. Back when
I mean the ones that are like the special editions
ago.
are super expensive. Those are like 400, 800, depending on what the art is on them. But some of the basic like the black and blue units aren't too bad. You know, I mean with inflation, that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, that was actually a couple of years ago. I think it was like twice that.
Oh wow. Yeah, well, I think maybe it's come down a bit. You know, that's less than a carton of eggs, so that's fine.
You can't get anything on the eShop anymore. That's why.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
Everything's really continued to go up this month and last month. Inflation.
There's a couple more. Storm Eagle says best 3DS games are Fire Emblem Awakening, great grid pace JRPG, good music, characters, and was the first Fire Emblem that you can turn off permadeath so you can enjoy the story of the game. Nice. And then Fenris says Super Smash Bros. 3DS blew my mind and everyone else's minds. I was in college when that came out, and I remember we had Smash crew that was eager for that and the Wii U version. Yeah, I played the Wii U version. I didn't have a 3DS, so I didn't play the 3DS version, but I knew that was a big deal at the time.
Yeah, I remember getting it. My wife and I were on a cruise, and I took the 3DS with me, and I ended up playing with like a few people that were on the cruise too, using the Wi-Fi play, and I was amazed at how well it actually ran, because I figured there was no way in hell they were gonna actually get Smash to run on that 3DS, and they made it work.
The magic of Nintendo.
I love the idea of you guys being on a cruise and just like you're hanging out in the brig with some people like playing that the whole time.
Pretty cool.
It was by the pool. It was by the pool. We were having fun.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, that sounds great. Like, I was on a crew once, and by the end of it, I was a little bit like, I was a little bit tired of being on the boat, but like having something like that to do with friends sounds great.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, with that, folks, we're going to have to end part 3 and have a part 4 here in several weeks to conclude. We're almost done, though. I think everyone's alive now, so that's good. But we're getting up here into almost 10 years ago. So
I'll just say some of my very favorite games of all time are coming up.
Awesome. So Darria will be featured in part 4. It will be fabulous.
Oh man, just what a reminder that there are so many game systems. We haven't even touched all of them. There's still like some other more obscure ones floating around out there too.
And that's really what the game show is. Yeah. I mean, now it's a celebration of games. So as we continue on, we'll celebrate a lot more games. These are kind of our favorite ones that we went through with all the systems. There's a lot more obscure ones that we all like as well, but these are kind of the heavy hitters. But I know we've got to head off into the sunset now, Jack. So what would you like to tell us? Something about running naked, I bet.
No, actually, I want to give a shout out to my mom. It's her birthday today, so happy birthday, Mom.
That's awesome.
Yeah, happy birthday.
But you should give money to Jack so he can run naked.
Yeah, it would be nice.
And Maul, what would you like to say before we...
I'll give a shout out to running naked, if not for a good cause, just because it feels nice. Just get the
it's free.
Get the cold winter air on your jumblies. It's fine.
I did look up at the
8 degrees right now.
I looked up the forecast for this weekend. It's supposed to snow on Saturday. I'm not really prepared to run in snow, but we'll see how it goes.
Now you really want to donate, everybody. Noe underwear run. And Logan, what would you like to tell us?
Yeah, earlier you mentioned you kickstarted the game, so I thought I'd mention a game that I've actually contributed to because I want to see it happen. Dino Run 2 by Pixel Jam Studios. I played the heck out of that first Flash game. It's so good, and they're doing a lot with the sequel. So that's a fun project you should check out. And then, as always, I'm making more progress on my short film, so that's coming. I'm getting
Gonna rock
close.
your world.
About 20 VFX shots left to go.
Oh dang.
Nice.
And Darria, what would you like to say before we head off?
I am finally made it to the DLCs for Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
You and Jackson need to talk, if I remember right.
And I'm in Atlantis now, so that's been pretty fun to kind of work my way through. I do like the mythology that they tie into a lot of that. But yeah, just pretty much working my way through that, and then I got a new SSD to add onto my PlayStation, so
Nice.
I can
Actually store
download
some
more
games
games. I know. So I'm downloading a lot of the ones that I've uninstalled to make room for other ones. So
Nice.
gonna revisit those soon.
All right. Well, yeah, my week, we had a really good week for the movie. Hope to be announcing some stuff about that pretty soon. So that was really great. And of course, just continuing to work on everything. Loving the game show. Can't wait for our guests coming up. Thank you to everyone for listening. And again, if you like what you see, give us a like, give us a subscribe. It would really help us out. And with that, we'll see you same time next week on the game show. What's up? This is BreakmanX, and welcome to the game show on March 12th, 2025. How's it going, Jack?
It's going great. It is March Madness. It is officially March Madness. Big 12 SEC tournaments are underway. There's basketball like 11 o'clock to midnight for the next 3 weeks. It's fantastic.
It is exciting. It's very nice. Lots of intenseness going on. And Maul has returned. The dark side of the Force looms. How are you doing?
Hey guys, I am all right. I'm living here in the shadows, lurking, if you will. Glad to be back with you for a bit.
Lurk it up.
Glad to have you back.
Yes, very glad to have you back.
Thank you.
It was exciting when you popped in. And Logan. How are you doing today, sir?
Doing fantastic. I can't wait to hopefully finally finish up this list, and I'm excited to share my trailer with everyone tonight. Finally,
If we don't finish it today, I'm just gonna say there's something like severely wrong with us because it is not a long list going forward. So let's hope. Okay, I think we're gonna do it. I think we're gonna do it. Unless Darria screws it up. How's it going, Darria?
Pretty good. No, there's a lot of games coming up that I am excited to talk about, and some notable mentions I have in addition to those. So yeah, I'm excited to get going on everything tonight.
Yes. No, I'm super excited to hear your thoughts on Control, especially when we get into the Control area. So the game show is a celebration of video games and our collective interests mixed with a healthy dose of humor while bringing in our favorite people in the game and movie industries on as guests. Tonight, we have a ghost. But very exciting, tonight, we are debuting the trailer of Logan's upcoming film. Logan, before we play it, would you like to give any kind of information? Or do you just want to dive in? Okay, go ahead.
So I won't give too much about the story, but this has kind of been a big project for me because it started as really like the first big film I did after transitioning to film from game design. It's kind of a love letter to both of those passions for me because I was like taking all of my background with game design and Unreal Engine and applying it to filmmaking and the VFX of it all. So like all of the VFX has been animated in Unreal. And I just think it's a really cool blend that I'm excited to share it with everyone.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited too. I have not seen the trailer yet. I want to have a live reaction to it, and I'm super stoked to check it out. So without any further ado, before we hop back into our infinite list, let's check out Edge of Oblivion.
The black hole is one of the most extreme environments out there. And if one thing goes wrong, your whole station would be down. And that would be it.
I'll make it back. I promise.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
It is awesome. Yeah. That's freaking awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
So out there, if anyone, by the way, if you want to comment on Logan's movie Edge of Oblivion or any of the things we're going to talk about, go to breakmanx.com, hit us up on the Discord, or comment below the video that you're watching right now. Either way works fine. Let's talk about this. So I don't want to give anything. I've seen the movie, and it's really fantastic. I guess I can say that. I'm sorry, I should have asked first.
Oh yeah, you're good.
That's the only thing. That's
Spoilers, it's great.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'll really say about it is it's really, really good. I saw a few cuts of it, and then you've tweaked it a little bit since. Obviously, the visual effects look amazing. I mean, everyone can see that. But beyond that, the performances are really good, and there's a lot of good to it. Again, I don't want to give too much away. Jack, what did you think seeing it, your first little glimpse?
I mean, it's amazing how awesome you can do VFX, even for live action integration with Unreal Engine. I mean, Logan, congrats, man. That looks fantastic. I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah.
Me too.
Maul, what do you think?
Yeah, same thing. The visuals, fantastic. Really, really impressive for like, is it a one-man show?
Yeah, the visual effects were all me, but I had a great team of people helping me with this because like it was really my first big project, so I needed all the help I could get with figuring out everything on set because it's my first big like directing gig. Like I had an awesome friend of mine, Gabe Reichert, who composed like all the music for the project, so all of that is original. I've got like a great friend, Luke Parrott, who was behind the camera, and another friend, Luke Schrader, who helped matching all the lighting. Like this was such a group effort to make happen.
Right. Well, still, just even with that, just directing and all the visual compositing, everything you did with, is a lot of work, and so great job on that. And also, the actress's last name is Fruits, which I found very fun.
No, and I'm so proud of them too. They were just like friends of mine. We like this was basically all just like a friend project. We all got together and just made, and yeah, they did such a good job.
And the posters behind
excellent.
Yeah, posters behind me.
Other side.
You're blocking it.
It's mirrored.
It's very nice.
But you could mistake it for Star Wars.
You could, which is on the other wall.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's his other movie. And Darria, what do you think?
I thought it was fantastic. I mean, like the black holes and all of that is something that I find super, super interesting. So like just that imagery is really, really cool. How long did it take you to create all of those shots and integrate all of it?
Yeah. So there was 115 VFX shots. It's about a 10-minute movie. And I really started like even before we shot the film because I did some previs beforehand and I used a lot of I just kind of improved a lot of the assets that I created for that initial previs. So really it took about a year and 2 months to get all of it done. And starting back in March of 24, it was basically just like constant VFX work.
Which visual effects shot took you the longest to create?
Actually, I think it was probably the generator explosion. I was working on at a rate of like a couple shots a day by the time I got down to compositing. There was a solid few months in there where I was like modeling like the interior of the ship, and that took a very long time. But the generator shot is like the longest individual shot to create. It took a while to like line up the dolly zoom and make it so that it would look, because I was kind of like breaking space a little bit there with that. Like I made it look like it was a longer dolly zoom than it actually could be to physically match like the framing I wanted. So lining that up was difficult, and like figuring out the simulation for the explosion was rough. But I'm so proud of how that one turned out.
So when you were building all of these shots, like were there assets that you had to like find to create with, or were those ones that you created from scratch?
I did find greeble packs to build the ship. I like took a card out of ILM's playbook for Star Wars. And so I used a lot of greeble assets for it, but all the designs, like ultimately the way everything is combined is original. And like I had to model that meteorite was a total like scratch model. I programmed the black hole as like a ray marching shader, although I didn't totally invent the shader myself. I had to do some research on putting that together, but I did write all the code in the end.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, all the like monitors in the room were designed by me, animated in After Effects.
Oh, wow.
Using some supplementary tutorials. Like the tutorials are so great. The internet is such a fantastic resource.
Yeah.
But yeah, ultimately everything is my design.
That's awesome. Fantastic.
Can I ask a space nerd question? And if it goes into spoiler territory, feel free to say no. But do you have explosions in space, or is it actually just kind of poof and then just
There's no fire in space.
All right. Way to hold on to those physics, man. That's awesome.
Very nice.
I love physics.
Well, I'm very.
Yeah, the fire in space worked for Return of the Jedi. It's good enough for a short film, okay? Jeez.
I'm with Maul. I'm with Maul. Star Wars. But I'm very proud, seriously, to play that trailer on the show. It's a really fantastic trailer. The movie itself is really awesome. I can't wait to play it at the Wi-Fi Film Festival, which you should all come down to.
Yeah.
On the 12th.
Right. I was gonna
for the
ask
premiere.
next, like what's your release schedule like? Are you doing like festival scenes or is it an online release? Because some of us need a way to see it.
Yeah, it's going to be going through festivals first. And yeah, the Wi-Fi Festival is going to be the first one. I'm going to be spreading out as far as I possibly can. And I will be sharing updates on what festivals we make it into on my socials, which is like Instagram and Facebook, and then my YouTube channel as well. And then after that, it's probably going on my YouTube channel unless like something crazy happens and it like
Something crazy
goes somewhere else. But
It's really
yeah.
good.
So I have another question. Did you learn Unreal Engine as a part of your gaming degree, or
No.
how did-
Yeah, so I have actually been doing game design since like 6th grade. And have been like learning. I started with Unity, and then in high school I started experimenting with Unreal and was like fully moved over to it about senior year of high school. Because I preferred the way like the material system worked, because Unity was like starting to break it down into different pipelines, and I just didn't vibe with that too much. But in college we did focus on Unreal in our classes, but I was kind of already doing a lot of that stuff on my own anyway, just through YouTube tutorials. Like, again, it's crazy how much you can learn online for free now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's really fabulous. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, so excited to premiere the movie at the festival too. But yeah, it's awesome. It's a great movie. Can't wait for folks to see it. Logan did a absolutely phenomenal job on it.
Thank you.
I'm getting over a bit of the flu, so every once in a while my voice is like, you're not going to talk. But it's probably just because we're about to talk about the Vita. I don't know why that would be. But we are going to talk about the Vita now. Jumping back into our massive list that is now the 4th episode of the best games ever. Again, undisputed. No one can argue with the list. Every single pick on here is completely and totally right. Except, we used to call this the We're Wrong Awards. So, the Vita, I love the Vita. I thought it was really cool. I love the PSP too, but I just thought the Vita was a cool system. I remember being at the Maul, were you at the Sony press conference with us when Jane's Addiction played?
I wasn't there for that. I think I would remember that if I saw it.
Well, it was just kind of interesting because it's like, so they show like, I think it was like the PlayStation 3D TV, and then they showed a bunch of stuff, and then they showed the Vita, and everyone was mad about the price, and then it was like, everyone come down and party, and like it opened up, and like Jane's Addiction was like playing in the middle of like everyone, and it's one of those bizarre like E3 things that it's just like, why is this happening? Like I can't.
Yeah, I feel like I must have been. Was that like a day one thing?
Yeah, it was probably
did that?
Yeah, the Sony conference is usually like day one.
Super early. I feel like I must have come in like that night or something and had missed it. 'Cause I remember I was definitely there the year the 3D TV.
You were there, the free food.
was
Do you
there.
remember the free food? You're in the video.
Yeah. Okay.
It's the
So
same
then
one.
they had like the food trucks outside.
Yeah, so Sony had like a bunch of food trucks from LA. You go around and get whatever food you wanted. This is not about the
How do I not
Vita
remember
yet, but-
Jane's Addiction though?
I don't know how you don't remember. Because I was irritated by it because I wanted to hear the Vita. And I couldn't hear the Vita because Jane's Addiction Jane's Addiction is playing like in my eardrum. It was really cool that they played, to be honest with you.
Huh.
It was
I
a
don't know.
fun
Maybe,
thing.
maybe I. Well, I guess I can say that I saw them at some point.
Yeah.
I don't remember it at all. If anybody asks,
The
But
food made the impression. Apparently their performance wasn't great. But
I was engrossed with the 3D TV.
There you go. There you go. But I remember going and I remember playing it, and I remember playing it was, I think, one of the Patapons. Is there a Patapon? Yeah.
I don't think there was one on the Vita, but I could be wrong.
There was a rhythm game that we played. I'm trying to remember which one it was. When one of y'all are talking, I'll look it up. But there was a rhythm game, and there was an Uncharted game, I believe, that we played.
I think did they release Get-A-Roo Man on that also?
I can't remember. I wish, because it was really good and I liked it. But I just remember, I mean, it was basically the PSP, but like more powerful. And I used to joke on the show that it was the Port Authority because it had a lot of ports coming over from various systems, which used to really irritate fans of the system. And I apologize for that because I love the Vita. I didn't mean anything bad by it. I like the ports on it. But anyway, so many great games on the Vita, and just a really, really cool system. And ultimately, I can still remember setting mine up. That was a fun day. But I remember the game that I'm going to go with is Ys 4, Memories of Salsita, and hopefully I'm saying that right. But it was a really fun. I love the Ys series in general. They're all, not all, a lot of them are really good games that I enjoy quite a bit. So it was fun to have a portable one. They're actually, I think I saw Salsita is going to come out in the, they're going to do the remake, not remake, but kind of remaster type thing for the modern consoles. So you'll have a chance to play it if you don't have it on the Vita or on Steam already.
Very cool.
But I mean, it's an Ys game. It's going to have great music, and it's going to have some fun action RPG elements, and a story that maybe I'm not super into, but isn't terrible. That's kind of how Ys is for me. Not my favorite Ys game, but it's a really good one, and I'm happy I got to play it on the Vita. Velveeta. Jeez.
I will say, I mean, say what you want about Sony's consoles, but they always look fantastic. Like, they always
do.
look like a good piece of tech that you're like,
it is.
Yeah, I should show this off.
They have my favorite design, except for the PS5. And I don't hate the PS5 like some people do, but it's definitely not my favorite. But no, I think Sony always does such a good job with it. I remember actually learning about how Steve Jobs talked to Sony about using Mac OS on Sony laptops, because that was the one company that he thought like had the design sense of Apple. And also the Walkman was what inspired the iPod. He liked Sony a lot.
Wow.
So he agreed with you, Jack. You and Steve.
You know, we say that, but I wasn't a big fan of the 3 design either. I remember it's making fun of it as being like a giant black George Foreman grill.
It was.
Yeah, it kind of was.
That's actually probably my least favorite of all the designs. Even
Yeah,
less
until
than
the
5.
The later, the streamlined one they came out with, you know, when the Pro or whatever they called the second rendition of it was smaller. That was fine, but the first one was
gorgeous. I love the way the PS2 looks, and then the PS1 is a work of art. I mean, it's like ridiculous. It's just perfect. But Jack, on the Vita, what are you going with?
So this probably goes to show you what I think of most of the Vita's library, so please don't throw too many stones, but my favorite game was Wake Up Club. Like, honestly, it was just a little app. It was very, very cheap, but all it was basically an alarm clock, and you could set it up with all your friends on your PlayStation Network, and you could all set alarms at the same time, and basically the first person to wake up got an achievement. It was awesome. There were like 20 achievements associated with that.
I was gonna say, I don't know, maybe it would actually help me get up in the morning.
Yeah.
Actually,
no, I mean, that was the whole thing.
I might.
Yeah, it was really cool. Like I said, it's not even really a game. It's just a little alarm clock, but it was really cool at the time. And you know, while I did have a Vita, that was like really the only thing I used it for like, I don't know, maybe 18 months. It was.
It's a good investment. It's great.
Hey, I might as well go ahead and get one of those Alarmos, because I think the Alarmo would be better than Wake Up Club.
Oh my gosh. Any Vita fan out there is going to get you. But they also haven't made a portable system since, so. But, well, I guess it doesn't count. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm not going to count it. I'm not going to count it. Wake Up Club. All right. The legendary game. Talking about the hall of video games.
Wouldn't have thought.
All right, Maul, what's your pick?
Well, my pick was one from the Port Authority, as you had called it earlier.
The Port Authority. People got so mad.
No, I picked Odin Sphere though. I will say I didn't delve like super deep into the Vita's library, but Odin Sphere was always an RPG I really enjoyed. It was just different. It could get a little repetitive, the way the combat was laid out. But it was interesting that it was a 2D like side scroller mixed with like active time and JRPG kind of elements to it, and at the same time, like just it used a different mythology for the basis for its its story and gameplay, and just really interesting, really intricate, detailed character work, and I really just have a I don't know, like a really strong memory of when you get kind of closer to the end of the game, and just using that kind of like Ragnarok bit of mythology when the world serpent like bursts out of the earth, and it's just like winding and flowing through layer upon layer of the background behind you, and just how epic that felt. So that one always kind of stuck with me, and was an RPG I definitely remember.
Yeah, it had some really great sprite work, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, super detailed. Yeah.
Well, very different. It always reminded me initially of Zelda 2. It had the side-scrolling RPG.
Yeah, honestly, that's a fair comparison. Yeah.
But no, I loved Odin Sphere 2. I played it on the PS2, and then I think I bought it like 2 or 3 times since. Because it's a really cool, it's a school game. I probably have it for the Vita too.
Yeah. Well, when I say with the Vita as well, it just was, at least at the time, easier to find on there as well, because it was one that was a very, as with a lot of JRPGs, had a huge ravenous fandom, and yet you could not find them anywhere, and they're all overpriced on the secondary market. So the Vita was a reasonable option for a lot of folks.
Yeah, that was when I pre-ordered, and got it on day one because I wasn't sure I'd be able to get it otherwise.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Nice pick. All right. So Logan and Darria are abstaining because they seethe and hate.
Never had a
for the
Vita.
Don't worry, Logan. No one else did either. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I worked at a game store. It's the only reason I played a few of these portables. Sit at the counter and play them between customers. Great time.
Yeah, and I loved my Game Boy so much. I wanted the PlayStation, any one of the PlayStation like portable consoles.
I just love the design. I just think they look beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
They should also make games for them.
They're also coming up on my marketplace quite a lot right now.
It's because you're talking
On
about
Facebook.
it.
Wow, yeah, they listen.
They're offloading them.
So
I still have It also, no one here would ever do it, but you can hack them and do some very interesting things.
I say you're gonna have to here pretty soon, because those batteries, just like the PlayStation Portable, those batteries are lithium ion. Yeah. So you have to replace them at some point.
yikes.
I had to go in and
I better get hold of the Boltar and have him mod one for you.
Yeah.
I had to go in and there's a ticking time bomb in the original Xbox. There's a capacitor that will like literally explode. It's the time. I think it's the timekeeping one. But I went in and ripped it out before I can get it. I'm gonna get it restored at some point pretty soon.
Smart.
But moving on to potentially the greatest system of all time, one that Wake Up Club would never appear on. Nintendo Wii U. Now, we say that and we joke, and it sold really poorly. I think it's Nintendo's worst selling system outside of like the Virtual Boy.
I was gonna say Virtual Boy for sure.
Like it's like but is Virtual Boy really a real system? Oh my god, people are getting mad at that.
We skipped the Virtual Boy.
Yeah,
I don't.
There's
Dang
good
played
reason for
one
that,
Virtual
man.
Boy game. 2. I played 2, and actually, so Try
You've
has
actually played
said
any?
some positive things about it. So there's some things. Weezer Jedi had a Virtual Boy. I played a couple times. I have a penchant for migraines, and so I always thought like I'm gonna get a massive headache if I play this thing. So I kind of steered clear of it. It'd be interesting to play some of those games, not just Red.
Yeah. Sorry, some of them are okay. Like Tolero Boxer was all right.
That's all that stuck out to me. Yeah.
Yeah, but like the tennis was like, you're right. Just the 3Dness was cool, but like, man, that Red, it wasn't just the Red. It was how to get your head into the screen without like you couldn't just lay down and have it set on top of you because the dang thing was too heavy. And you couldn't. There was just no good way to play it.
They had like a deal with neck surgeons.
Something like that. Yeah.
No.
I think the 3DS was a response to the Virtual Boy. Just
Oh, you know what, Logan? We didn't do yours, but we should do the write-ins
yeah.
chat.
Well, there's a few from Fenris. Fenris says, I never had a Vita, but I did play with the Vita TV. I would say my favorite Vita game was Persona 4 Golden, although I did spend some time playing Corpse Party Blood Drive on it.
Ooh,
But what I remember the most about the Vita was that one article where you can tell the writer was a hardcore Sony fanboy and was dunking on the 3DS while praising the Vita all before it even
At
released.
E3, that was so rampant. Oh my god, when they showed the PSP and the Vita, it was like, suck it, Nintendo. You know, and Nintendo just like laughed all the way to the bank.
That was like every E3.
It was every
other
E3.
Other than I guess the Wii U one. But so everyone just dunking on Nintendo, while those of us who, I don't know, kind of knew the market maybe a little better, were like, no, guys, this is money.
And Nintendo's printed it, except for a couple gens, but for the most part.
And then another from Fenris, the OG PS3 with the Spider-Man font was awesome. Which, yes, it was. Storm Eagle says, I believe the only games I played on the Vita was the FFX HD remaster of Metal Gear Solid HD Collection that had MGS2 and MGS3. That's it.
That FFX HD remaster is pretty cool, but they changed the character models pretty significantly.
Oh, really?
I don't know. But it's good. It's good.
Fenris also says the supercapacitor is known to go out on the OG Xbox V1 through V1.5.
Yeah, I have the Halo edition, so it was definitely, I had to rip it out. It had already kind of oozed. I had to fix it. By the way, I got, it's not going to show. I got, there we go. I got the
there
Retro
it
Fighters
is. Nice.
Nice.
original Xbox controller, and I like this better than the official Xbox ones.
Cool.
It has some really good rumble to it. I love their controllers, and they're not fake, so they're just actually good.
And then last two for now. Fenris says, I was born the same week the Virtual Boy launched in the USA. That's crazy. And
I like you better than the Virtual Boy.
Aww.
I bet he gets that a lot.
His favorite game on it is Wario Land.
Okay, that's the other one I know. I played Wario Land and the tennis one. Tennis one, not so much. Wario Land was okay. I need to play it when it's not all red. Okay, so back to the Wii U, as we used to say on the show. So it sold terribly. It's kind of a laughing stock in a way. However, I will say I've had an extraordinarily amount of fun with the Wii U, and I was listening to someone talk about it. It might have been Voltar. I can't remember who it was. Someone was talking about how it's actually the graphics part of it was actually better than most people get it credit for, and could actually do some pretty interesting things for the amount of horsepower it had. Voltar is a big Wii U person for sure. I know that. But I, definitely not my favorite Nintendo system. But I've had an extraordinary amount of time with it, and I've played many, many hours with it. And it's really the system that got my kids into games, which I will transition to then. Nintendo Land. Nintendo Land. I saw Nintendo Land at E3, and I was literally like, "What is this? This looks like something I would not care about at all." Like I had zero interest in it. People were even. I think Eric Robbins was like, "Yeah, you should give it a try. It's cool. They have like a Metroid game and." Some stuff. And to me, it just looked like exactly what I didn't want Nintendo to do at the time. I wanted them to go back into, the classic Nintendo stuff that I loved and not towards the more family-oriented stuff. So I was initially pretty disappointed by that, but ended up playing it, and I have done. It's what got my kids into games. Playing the Luigi's Mansion game, especially. That's a huge family favorite. All of us play it together. BreakmanX as well. We play it, the Mario Chase game, we play that all the time. Really all the games, but those are probably the two that we play the most. And then we also do like the train where you play all of them. But this is the game that got every single one of them into games. So as much as I doubted it and talked trash, if everybody that shows up, I talked a lot of trash in Nintendo Land. I was wrong. It's a lot of fun, and it does the thing that Nintendo does sometimes, where they do something that seems really out of left field and bizarre, and sometimes like maybe too family friendly. And it actually ended up being really, really fun. So, again, I never would have thought that I would have said something like that, but I ended up really enjoying Nintendo Land, like a lot, way more than I would have thought.
You know, I will say it gets a bad rap, but like Nintendo is definitely great at putting out a piece of software that shows off what the hardware can do, like from a technical standpoint. Like between Wii Sports and Nintendo Land, and even 1-2 Switch for all its faults, like it definitely shows you what those systems can do, and there's good reason that those things launched with those systems, and obviously Nintendo Land with the pack-in, but like some of the games aren't terribly deep, but hey, you get a really good sense of what's capable with the system.
And Luigi's Mansion was, I mean, we talked about the SNES last time with F-Zero, but Luigi's Mansion, go back and play the original Luigi's Mansion on GameCube. Like it still looks pretty good. And the amount of effects and everything they pulled off on it was pretty amazing. Again, that was a game where I was like, I want a Mario game. I don't want to catch ghosts with Luigi. Like, what is this? But I ended up really liking Luigi's Mansion. So again, I've kind of learned that Nintendo's probably going to do things I like, even if I don't like it at first. I've just got to, that's just how it is from here on out. But Jack has a really great choice. Another game I've sunk a lot of time into.
Yeah, this one was actually kind of tough. Like I've got a fair amount of Wii U games just because I actually had one and there wasn't a whole bunch coming out for it, but I made sure I got the ones I wanted. But my favorite is Mario Kart 8. Like I don't know if any of you get this feeling, but like when you sit on the menu screen and it goes through its little, tune, and then all of a sudden it stops and then it busts into the jazz rendition of the original Super Mario Kart theme song. And I'm like literally tearing up watching it. And just like, okay, I could wait just another minute or two before I start playing.
Dude, I haven't done that in a while.
That game hit me hard, and what's awesome is it's a great Mario Kart game. I mean, it's still got all the Mario Kartness, like blue shells, all the kind of the BS that if you're in first place right at the end will knock you out of first place. But it's still Mario Kart. It's still awesome, and I think it's probably the best playing Mario Kart game since probably Double Dash.
I agree.
In my opinion,
I agree. We've played it a lot on the Switch. We did play a lot on the Wii U too. But
I mean, that was the perfect game to re-release first on the Switch because nobody played it because it was on the Wii U and it was amazing.
Yep. No, it's I agree. It's the best since Double Dash. I like it better than Double Dash. It's probably my favorite Mario Kart since the first one, I would have to say.
Yep.
So, and it looks nice. And then when you have 4 people on screen, it chugs. But it does looks pretty nice for Mario Kart.
Yeah.
And Maul, you have a really really great one quick thing. So Mario Kart, there was a study. Mario Kart is supposedly the most stressful game to play of any game.
Really?
It will stress you out.
I can see that.
It stresses me out.
I know. I've seen you get stressed
I love
out
it though.
Yeah. The other thing I should mention about the Wii U before I forget is there's a time bomb in those too. With the memory, if you have the Hynix memory, check out Voltar.com. He has a really cheap fix for it that you can solder in yourself or hire someone to do. But you definitely want to back up your NAND with your save games and all of your info on there, because those Wii U's the memory will eventually not be good. So if you back it up before that, then you can eventually use Voltar's fix at any point, or you can just do it now. But if you're, I did that because, our kids, like, we have all of their Nintendo Land stats going back since to like 2013. Like,
oh,
yeah, it's pretty cool.
Man.
All right, sorry, Maul. Into
No, that's fine, man.
Really fabulous game.
Because you can talk about the Wii U. We can talk about it was just, Jack, it's interesting that you have so many games for it. It's just a really underdeveloped system.
Yep.
And I say that kind of lovingly, because when we were at E3 and they debuted it, we were like really happy with it. Like the first demos were cool, and the videos they had showing off like what the system was going to eventually be able to do were really interesting. And I feel like they never quite unlocked all the stuff they were planning on giving us with the system. And the third party support wasn't there, as always. Nintendo making something cool that the rest of the industry is like, that's a lot of work, like, do you want to do that? So, but anyway, that just meant the good games are going to be from Nintendo themselves. My pick, no difference. Super Mario 3D World, just a solid, I guess platformer. Yeah, it was a return more to the Super Mario 64 style. I like that it incorporated elements of like Super Mario Brothers 2 into it, because you had the 4 or unlockable 5th like character to choose from, and they had return back to like Luigi jumping higher and Peach being able to hover and everything. Just the things we associate with the characters, and not every iteration of the series does necessarily. It does get pretty challenging when you get later in the game, and the 3D platforming can get a little wonky. But despite that, still a real solid entry in the series. I know a favorite for some folks who actually gave it a shot. If you missed out on the Wii U iteration, don't worry. They keep porting these games forward, so you can buy it again on your Switch or what have you.
Hooray!
Great choice. I saw a list, and I don't think it's the best Mario game, but I think it's an awesome Mario game. But I have seen lists that put it at number 1 for like the best Mario game of all time.
I know there's some folks who do. It's not my fave, but it's good though. It's very good.
I'm with you. Yeah, I like it a lot, and I think it's awesome. But it's definitely not my favorite of the Mario games. But that's another one with the kids. We played that so much with all of the kids, and the fighting with especially when it got harder. With the power ups and all that, got pretty intense. But that's a really fun one. And I know we're not going to mention New Super Mario Brothers U, and I'm not the biggest fan of the New Super Mario series. They're probably my least favorite Mario games. However, I will say I have amazing memories with New Super Mario Brothers U when I first moved back from LA, beating it with my niece Molly. We played through the entire game that Christmas, and that was a lot of fun. So I will always have really treasured memories with that game. That would probably be my number 2 for that. Logan is abstaining. We'll go to the chat after we get Darria's pick.
I think this is the only game that I've played on the Wii U because of Break, but it is also Nintendo Land. Being able to play with the kids and go through Luigi's Mansion, it's just super super fun. And as kids, I don't know, but the kids argue and all of that, and it was always an experience.
It gets intense.
It does.
Which
it
of
does.
the Nintendo Land games is your favorite?
Ooh, honestly, probably Luigi's Mansion.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got Darria's pretty competitive. But so are we.
Yeah.
we were. I can't take anything away. But those games got intense. Of like, the ghosts, finding the ghosts.
Yep.
But it's kind of in a weird way an evolution of Pac-Man. I mean, I know that it's different, but like going around in the maze and with the ghosts, and and I don't know. It always kind of reminded me of that. And since Nintendo tried that multiplayer Pac-Man on GameCube that they started giving away for free eventually, which I still have.
I still have mine too.
We should do that for some content.
Oh yeah, we should
If
do
there's a way I
it.
can get my hands on it, I'll play it.
Let's do it. LAN party. Oh, wait, you can't LAN GameCubes. Everyone here together party.
That sounds great. I'd do it.
Let's do it. I would be.
Pac-Man.
You
One
could
of my
land a
favorite games.
GameCube back in the day.
You could, yeah. There was the whatever software. And there's some stuff you could still play Phantasy Star Online on the GameCube.
That's what we used to play. Yep.
Some servers, which is another game. We're not on my GameCube, but that's another game I loved. I played more of it on the Dreamcast, but it was a cool one with that. But I'm glad the Wii U is getting some love. I know it's again a system that did not sell well, and it's one that a lot of people laugh at, but it did have some really quality games on it. And
Yeah, I think the branding just killed it. Like Nintendo really messed up on the marketing for that thing. Like if it had been Wii 2 or
Super Wii,
Super Wii or something, I don't know why you call it Wii. Like nobody knew what. Hey, can I play my Wii games on the Wii U?
I thought they should call it Super Nintendo. No one agreed with me, and I don't think anyone ever will. Logan, let's hit up the chat.
Yeah. Now, before I get into the chat, I will say I abstained from the list, but I did actually play a little Wii U, and the reason why I abstained is because my favorite game was Mario Kart 8, which I will talk about in the Switch section.
Nice.
Yeah. I just think that the Switch adds some stuff that really elevates that version of the game, so I'll talk about it there.
I thought you were going to. I did play the Wii U, but I hated all the games.
No.
Every single game.
It's hard to hate Mario Kart. Anyway,
I'm so happy. How do you? Oh.
Exactly. So Fenris says the Wii U is interesting. I bought my first unit from a coworker and played a lot of Wind Waker HD and Smash 4 on it. But my favorite memories with the Wii U are when me and a close friend would play. I remember us trying to beat the hardest Super Mario Maker levels on it, and when I had him play Star Fox Zero on day one, since his favorite game is Star Fox 64, it was hilarious seeing his reactions.
Okay, just for a second here, we got to talk about Star Fox Zero. Because I love Star Fox. Star Fox is one of my favorite series. By the way, there's the original programmer of Star Fox is releasing a game, Wild Blue. I posted it in the Discord under video games, so you should go wishlist that if you like Star Fox. But I love Star Fox. I love the original. Actually, originally I didn't like it because I was against polygons for a while. But then I ended up really liking it. But Star Fox 64, I love Star Fox 64. That's one of my favorite games of all time. I just think it's super, super well done. And then, you know, you have the DS ones, and the 3DS remake was pretty good. But Zero, like, the control on that, I was so excited for a new Star Fox game. And people were saying, like, oh, it's not, you know, it's terrible and all this stuff. But I'm like, it's Star Fox. Like, how bad can it be? It can be bad. It can be really, really bad. The weird perspectives. I don't know if anyone here has played it, but the weird perspectives on the pad versus the TV. I was so like, of the Wii U, that's probably the game I was most disappointed in. I would say.
Yeah, and poor Star Fox too. He's just like, for one of their core series and characters, like, what a weird rocky road that franchise has had. Where you got like the original great 64 great. You had the
Star Fox 2
part
that was
2
canceled too.
Yeah, which was Ken, but they did put it out on
that mini
the micro NES or Super Nintendo, which is an interesting choice there. And then, but yeah, nothing on the Wii, like the biggest system. Could have used the motion control for something.
Yeah,
nothing.
Huge missed opportunity.
GameCube, we had the one where you're on a dinosaur planet running around.
Hey, they had Assault.
You know.
Yeah, they did have Assault.
I did forget about that.
Which Assault wasn't like terrible, but it was like you have Star Fox at home. Like, it wasn't quite like on the level of Star Fox. It was like best choice Star Fox.
Yeah. Thank God he's remained relevant through Smash Brothers.
Yeah. I was saying,
so many of their characters get lost.
What's the Ubisoft flying game that they put all of the Star Fox
R-Wings
into?
Yeah. Let me look that up. I remember that.
Switch early on.
Yep. Sound like Slippy.
If only I could look it up on the internet.
I'm Googling it. Starlink.
Was it
that it? No, that's not it. That's too new.
But it's Starfield? No, it's not Starfield.
But with Starlink, you would just take off and then explode.
Oh, they do. Star Fox joins Ubisoft Starlink. Battle for Atlas.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
I didn't think it was Starlink, but it is.
Okay. Huh.
Is Starlink Battle for Atlas a Star Fox game? No, it's not, but I wish it was.
It's just a crossover.
Yep.
I actually liked Star Fox Adventures, though. Okay. Certainly not like a...
Yeah, they're all okay. It's just like, you know,
It's like, it's not say what you want. Just like for years, I've had,
fine.
Like wanted more Mega Man. I keep shoving Battle Network down my throat.
Yeah.
And it's fine for fans of Battle Network, but it's not Mega Man,
When we were
really.
playing the great twitchy side scroller, we weren't like, I really want random battles. I want to stop and insert a chip.
Yeah.
Sorry, Battle Network fans.
Yeah.
It's a good series. I'll never forget playing that GameCube game though. I was so excited for Mega Man, and the screenshots even looked decent. And that was I think that was the first game we reviewed, Jack. There's a video of us reviewing it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
We did.
Was it
we
that
did.
one or was it the collection?
No, we did. We might have done both, but we definitely did. I actually probably have it here somewhere. I will look. It's definitely on my computer,
Yeah.
but I can't do two things at once. So
No worries.
I'll try to find it for the end of the show. There's that flu.
Yeah.
But yeah, Star Fox, come back. Do a good one. Do a
Yes.
good in Star Fox, please.
Just like F-Zero.
Yeah.
All right. So.
There's a couple other comments
Oh yeah,
here.
keep going. Keep going.
Storm Eagle says, best Wii U game was the Smash Wii U, but best virtual console game on it was Super Mario Advance 4. Super Mario Bros. 3 had all of the e-reader card levels. That's cool. And then Fenris says, so Jack made a comment about Wind Waker HD was great. Surprised it hasn't gotten the Switch re-release. And Fenris responded, it's because Nintendo wants to wait until Switch 2. Probably.
The only thing I don't like about that one is the depth of field stuff they did. Maybe I'm just picky.
It's not great, but I think that was more of just tech. Like they were making it work somehow on the system.
But I love Wind Waker, so like any Wind Waker.
Actually, remind me real quick, guys. Was there a Zelda mainline release on the Wii U, or were they all ports?
No, there was. Breath of the Wild was
Breath of the
mainline,
Wild.
and it also released on Switch at the same time.
First.
Yeah, it was released on both consoles.
It was simultaneous.
Yeah.
Yep.
Interesting.
It was originally developed for Wii U, and then when the Switch started coming along, they just made it available for both.
We might have deleted the the Mega Man one.
Oh.
Well, I was just thinking like that because remember when we went to E3, as far as the Zelda thing, remember they had the tech demo, and it was like Link fighting against the giant spider creature in the cathedral, and it looked like like the same Link as like the first N64 ones. It was in that like that that style was like serious, like kind of grim, not animated at all Link, and everyone was like, shit, that's the system seller right there when that gets a full game, and that never happened.
And it was like, actually, no, we're going to make it into a cartoon, and you'll like it.
Yeah. I mean, and that's a damn good game, but still, I remember that's what everybody was like, that's what we want, and that's what they never got.
Everyone was really upset about that, for sure.
Okay, last comment I've got here is Fenris again. Star Fox Adventure was still fun. It's Zelda plus Star Fox. I don't have any experience with Star Fox Adventure.
Yeah, the Mega Man one is gone. I have all the other ones. I might have to look again some other time. Because I have like I don't ever throw anything away.
Find it in a hard drive somewhere.
Oh,
it'll be somewhere. But I have the
actually,
Amplitude one. I have Wolfenstein. I have Enter the Matrix. I have there was a. We did a lot of them, Jack.
Yeah, we did. Return to Castle Wolfenstein was great.
Yeah, it was. It was fun. And that was when you made
Enter
fun of
the
my
Matrix.
Yeah.
Which was deserved. All right, so let's move on to the PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4, really great system. I like Sony really. I mean, after the PS3, which eked out the 360, but the PS3, was a difficult system to develop for with the cell processor and all that. The PS4 becoming much more much easier to develop for and much more developer friendly. And looked like a rectangle. I just could not come up with a game for this system. There was just no game that I liked that much. So I have to abstain. No, I'm kidding. No, I think, Darria, were you here when the Final Fantasy VII Remake trailer teaser was first on?
Well, I think so because I ended up, pre-ordering the deluxe edition because of you.
And you played the original Final Fantasy VII too.
I haven't completed it yet,
Well, no,
but I have. But I have made a good way through it.
No, I'm kidding. Nice. But so I have been talking about the Final Fantasy VII remake for a very, very long time, probably since Jack's time on the show. Logan and Darria can confirm because Logan and Darria have seen lots of old game show footage because they're doing that documentary. But I've been talking about it a lot for a while, guys. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mentioned it a lot of times, and I heard a lot of, "Oh, that's never going to happen." Nope, never going to happen. Never going to happen. And then we had the PlayStation 3. They did the demo. When they showed off the PlayStation 3, I was like, "Ha! There it is. It's going to happen." And Sony was like, "Nope, just kidding." I was so excited at that E3 when they showed that. I was so excited that it was going to finally happen, and it was such a tease. And then finally, when the Final Fantasy VII Remake teaser actually showed, it was like the fruition of so many hopes and dreams of mine that had been shattered throughout the years by no one thinking it was real, and Sony themselves throwing it in my face like some sort of taunt. And the trailer, I was like ecstatic. I bought a shirt. A Final Fantasy VII Remake shirt immediately when I saw the trailer. And I still have it. And I was so pumped, like beyond. Final Fantasy VII, like I said before, is my favorite game of all time. I wrote my thesis in undergrad on Final Fantasy VII. It's my favorite story of any story ever, of any medium. And I just really love that game. So I was beyond ecstatic that they're actually remaking it, and then they remade it in like this way over the top crazy way where like the first game is just Midgar. Like the whole first game is literally just barely the first part of the PlayStation original, which in the PlayStation original was really like my least favorite part, so I was a little bit like But no, it's really, really great. I could have done without a lot of the extra stuff that they put in there. I definitely like the original better. However, I think they did a really phenomenal job with it, and I think in terms of modernizing it for people, including people that aren't, people that were into the original, I think some of those changes were pretty necessary. And I also, even though some of the changes aren't things that I would do, I like that they took chances on things and they weren't so religiously rigid to just completely redoing it exactly how it was, when, as being fan service would be a way that they could do that. But yeah, Darria, you watched me play about 3/4 of the remake too, didn't you? Yeah.
I
you
think
watched me
so.
play a lot of it.
Yeah, I watched you play it quite a bit.
Yeah, quite a bit. And you saw me gushing, like when something would happen that I would recognize and be like, "Oh, I did the other game." Yep, exactly like that, right? So I was giddy the entire.
And then if I remember right, I think you were also excited to get a PS5 because the upgrades and in the quality and graphics.
Yeah, and some really nice person
versions.
let me borrow their PS5 for a while so I could play it on it until I got mine.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Darria.
Yep.
No, I could go on and on about the Final Fantasy VII remake. It was the legend foretold that finally happened. I was not disappointed, which I very much could have been disappointed. But I was in it from the beginning, and it is my favorite game on the PlayStation 4, and one of my favorite games of all time. Still not eclipsing the original. The original will always have that special place in my heart. But I think they did a absolutely Phenomenal job.
And the score was really great too.
Oh my god, the music is so good. I bought the soundtrack. The very first soundtrack I ever bought was the original Final Fantasy VII soundtrack.
Nice.
I imported it from Japan, and it was the first. I did some chore. I cleaned my dad's office or something, which was a task. Like I earned that soundtrack. But yeah, so I've talked about that enough. Let's go on to Jax, and he will insult me by not picking that game.
I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding.
It's a great game, but it's just not my favorite on the system.
It's fine. It's fine.
I know. So my favorite is Bloodborne. So I don't know how many people out there know, but I'm a huge Dark Souls, Elden Ring fan, and there's something about Bloodborne. It's kind of taken on mythical proportions. Like it's kind of the new Final Fantasy VII remake. Like, oh, they're gonna remake Bloodborne. Sony's having a press conference. They're gonna announce the next Bloodborne, and obviously none of that's. Yeah, none of that's come to pass yet. But Bloodborne, there's a reason it has a hold on everybody that is a big fan of both the Miyazaki games, like the Elden Ring, Demon Souls, Dark Souls games, is because it really switches up the formula. It encourages you to be aggressive, where most of the other games encourage you to be defensive. And on top of all that, you've got the Cthulhu / Elder Gods kind of thing stuff in the background. And as you play the game and as you get deeper into the game, things start changing. Like the world you believe you're working in all of a sudden changes, and it changes as you get deeper into this, and you're like, oh my God, what is going on? And so it's one of those games where I will replay it, maybe not every year, but like once every other year, because it is just so good. And I don't care if it gets, I would love to have it get re-released, because that game it really hurts watching it in 30 FPS now, because God, that game would look so beautiful in 60 frames per second. But like, it's one of my favorites. The boss battles are fun. The game world is awesome. The story for a Souls game is way better than it has any right to be. It's one of my favorites.
Okay, you just made me reinstall it on my PS5 while you were talking.
Yes. It's amazing.
I liked it.
It's excellent. It's excellent.
It is excellent. Maul, you can also dishonor me by not picking Final Fantasy VII Remake.
True. Well, because I was gonna say, Break, you were talking about how like people hurt your feelings for years by saying that game didn't exist, and in a way, it still doesn't fully exist. So
stop it.
When all of them are out and I can play them all on one console, I will play my way through that. But that is not happening right now.
And I would prefer it all be one game. Like that was kind of my only thing with it. Like they could take out all the extra content and just have the same production value and do the original game, and I would have been even happier. So I get that, but I do love it.
Yeah, for sure. No, I don't believe it. It looks great. They just when they told me it was going to be broken into like 3 sections, I was just gobsmacked. But I had you in my mind the whole time when they were talking about it. So, but anyway, I actually had a tie for this, which may be cheating a little bit, but Darria got to do that on other systems, so I'll do it too. But I'll skip talking about for now Spider-Man for reasons that will become apparent as we go through other systems, and talk more about the other one that was on my list, Ghost of Tsushima, which, man,
so good.
But those 2 games like just absorbed me totally, and I just played them both from beginning to end. Spider-Man was a game that I felt I was honor bound 100%, which I don't normally do. I like a lot of the achievement hunting, but damn it, give me a Spider-Man game and I will do it. And but Ghost of Tsushima, I'm also a huge mark for samurai stuff, and this game just did it so well and so right, and was a perfect mix of like historical blend with like samurai movie vibe. It's still not perfectly like 100% historically accurate, though they did do a good job of putting in like a lot of what did happen at the time and a lot of samurai vibe and everything. But just for instance, they didn't actually have katanas at the time. It would have been a straight blade sword. So just little things, you know, if you're a history buff, that stand out a bit. But still, like, just the game, it's just like poetry, though. Like, everything in the game looks beautiful. And speaking of poetry, you sit and write some during the game when you go sit at a hot spring. You know, it's just got just the greatest mix of like action and just sword swinging and like ephemeral like beauty, and it just grabbed me at every turn. And the you know, on top of that too, like the sword play and everything was really fun, because the game's written about you being the ghost, so you're kind of using like you know, like ninja tactics and like falling into a more dishonorable place in order to, you know, beat off the Mongol invasion. But I just preferred to just go running in there and just swinging a sword at people, because the you know, the parry and counter system was like really intuitive and really fun. And I just loved putting on like, you know, like massive you know, like headpieces and really bright colorful armor, and just walking in the front gate and seeing how many guys you could take out before I was forced to go hide somewhere. And you know, by the end of the game, you're just stomping through people, and it's such a blast. But and I will say, for those people who get through the storyline, the final duel in that game just hits like so hard as far as the like the culmination of the story and the emotional arc of the characters, and it is really rewarding. So for anyone who's like a you know, like a Legend of the Five Rings or a Kurosawa fan or anything like myself, like, man, it's a must play.
Absolutely. I actually played through it a second time just so I could do the black and white mode.
Yeah, and I haven't done that yet, but it's definitely on the list to play it. Yeah, black and white on the ultimate difficulty. You know, so like one hit kill.
That's crazy, man. I there's no way I could do that.
That has been on my list for a while to play.
It's fantastic. Yeah. There's a reason. I mean, I think it's whenever Sony puts out that movie or series or whatever they're doing with that, I think it's going to be a hit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very cinematic. It's a very beautiful game and very fun to play on top of that. So, you know, definitely go check it out.
What is the name of the sequel that's coming out?
Sakaguchi loves that game. Oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, yeah, there's Ghost of oh God, what is it?
Yeah, I gotta look it up because yeah,
it's actually I'm excited for that too, because one of my favorite improv comedians is voicing
Ghost
the main
of
character, Ghost of Yote. That's right. And Erika Ishii is people might know from Dropout. She's on like Make Some Noise and some other game shows like that, but she's doing the voice of that character.
Awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah, very excited for that too.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just saying, I think Sakaguchi was talking about how much he likes that game. So fantastic. By the way, I found the video, Maul, proving that you were at the Sony press conference.
I'm sure I was there. Like, I think I'm messily eating a cookie or something.
You are.
Yeah. I just didn't remember Jane's Addiction being there. So,
you know,
I don't know.
It
weird.
Wasn't their best performance.
Well, just blocked it out.
Did I mean Perry didn't start yelling at the rest of the band, right?
They didn't fight.
So like
no,
it wasn't their worst.
Right?
No,
it was just
true.
weird because, like, okay, it's like they just did the presentation, right? And then it was like, all right, now you guys get to play games. Oh, wait a second though, Jane's Addiction's gonna play in the middle of everything, and have like people in cages and stuff like around. It was just like really bizarre, and like they were definitely flexing their Sony muscle. Like we own this band, they must be here.
and that's why they don't have those anymore. Is they gotta flex their pocketbook every time. No, it was not as memorable as like the time I went to a UFC party in Vegas, and Kid Rock performed, and then he started wandering around in the crowd, drunkenly testing his gaydar out on people.
Oh my
and
God.
he was
God.
very bad at it. If you had a weird haircut or
Very
just
Kid
kinda
Rock thing. to
dressed
do.
differently, he'd be like, "Hey, let me test my gaydar. Are you a lesbian?" And he'd be like, "No, I have short hair." You know, and he was just doing that all night. It was
And he
great.
still has fans.
I know, it's amazing.
It is amazing. Random from City Stage. I might have to play the video of you at E3 later. We'll see. But before that, Logan.
Yeah. So I know Daria's going to be talking about this more later, and I haven't actually played the game, but I have to say what the favorite game that I want to play on the PlayStation 4 is Horizon Zero Dawn. No, I never owned a PlayStation 4, but this is the best I can do. No, I've seen the footage, and I mean, you saw my trailer. It's looks like the exact kind of vibe that I would enjoy. That sort of sci-fi look. I love the designs of all the robot creatures that roam around the world, and open world games, especially ones that have that level of like graphic fidelity, really immerse you. So I just feel like it'd be a great time to try. So I'll get it on my PC one day.
Yeah, you should. It's
You
great.
should.
I was saying they released the remaster of that game as well.
Right? Yeah, the remaster. This would be a good time to do it.
Yeah, it would be a perfect time to do it. They implemented a lot of the new kind of engines and things like that they used on Horizon Forbidden West and Burning Shores.
Okay.
And the way that they lit the environments and things like that. And it was already a very beautiful game, but it adds a whole another dimension to it.
Right.
So Daria, did you have a pick for this category?
I did. It's Horizon Zero Dawn, and I'd probably have to say that this is my one of my favorite just stories of all time, either in games or media or anything like that. I do like post-apocalyptic stuff, but this is post-apocalyptic. And the way that the game takes you through the story. I know a lot of a lot of games where you're experiencing what the main character is experiencing, but the way that you're uncovering what happened in the past, and both figuring out how that ties into the issues that you're facing in the game in the present, and trying to figure out why the world is the way it is, and why you have these huge machine creatures roaming the world, which I also just think the concept behind and the design behind a lot of those creatures is really, really cool, and how they interact with the world. The other thing, I'm trying to think, it's also the very first open world game that I played. And so I also completed this 100%.
Wow, good job.
Yeah.
So, I the last thing that I have to do to get in game, I've gotten everything 100%. I've gotten all of the data points, all of those things, and I just have to play it through on ultra hard. So
Nice.
I'm slowly making my way through that, but that will get me the platinum trophy.
Well,
but
I have to say this in Control too. We'll get to that, but this it was really fun. And not that you hadn't gotten into games before, but it was really fun to see how it's just fun to see someone get so into a game like you got really into Horizon. It's just really fun to whenever you see someone get really captured, by something. So that's cool. I think it's a great game. I have never been able to get into open world games, and it's a flaw of mine, not of the game. I'm gonna keep trying Horizon until it sticks, because I think that's the one that's gonna get me.
it's the story for me is really what
It
what
goes some
hooks me.
places.
I like to be directed in a game. I don't like to have all the freedom. I want to I want to know, like, okay, the designer wants me to go to this place now, and I'm going to witness this thing. And I get that not everyone wants that. A lot of people want like freedom, and they want the open world, and they want all that stuff.
What I do like about
wonderful, it's just I'm not good enough to do it. I guess I don't know.
What I do like about Horizon,
it's a flaw
though,
with me. That's why it's a flaw with me, not with the game.
What I do love about Horizon is that like there are different like main story quests. Like there's different categories of quests that it like separates for you, and you don't have to pursue a lot of those side things. But it keeps your main quests like at the top, so that you can like keep progressing with those, and you don't really need the other ones as like integral pieces to the story. They add a lot of rich texture to the world, but you can just follow those main quests.
I'll probably follow the main quest for that.
I think a staple of good design too for like open worlds is still guiding the player to where they need to go, but through more like natural, like in world means to doing that. You can get really creative in those types of games.
It's phenomenal design. Again, the flaw is with me. It's not with the game. There's some great, extraordinarily well designed open world games, and I can totally like admit that. But there's something about it that just doesn't grab me, and I wish it did. And I think at some point, you know, there was this shooter on the Xbox that took me a little while to like, and then I started to really like it, Halo. And maybe the same thing will happen to me with open world games, because I obviously really ended up liking Halo a lot.
You should play open world Halo Infinite.
I have Halo Infinite, and then I figured out it was open world, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
And also, BreakmanX and I have played through all the Halo games, couch co-op, and then Infinite came out, and they said there'd be an update. They said it.
Yeah, I never.
And Microsoft decided to purposely squash our dreams.
Yep. It sucks.
Yep. But it's okay.
Well, they remembered that time that you sent in 4 Xboxes to be replaced by them, and we're like, hell with that guy.
Yeah. And like
kill this update.
Spending years harping on them, but had to be one of us. Logan, hit us up with the chat.
Yeah, so let's see here. We've got Fenris saying he got his PS4 when the Slims came out, but I didn't spend a lot of time with it. I would say the game I enjoyed most on it would be Final Fantasy IV Remake. Nice, you're in good company here.
The 7 remake, right?
Sorry, yes, 7. I saw the V and then I saw the VI, and then my brain didn't register the other two.
Yeah, PS4, 7. Yeah, so one of those two.
Yep. And then but honestly, I spent more time fixing PS4s than playing mine. Wow. Yeah, I wonder what the most common break is. If you mentioned that in the chat, I'd be curious.
Yeah.
And then Jesse Brown says, "In it to win it, if you will. Halo all day." Nice.
Yeah.
And then Storm Eagle says, "PS4 game break is right on this Final Fantasy VII remake."
Yes, he is.
Not only was the game amazing, there made my girl Aerith the best character in the game, and if you remember all the reactions when that game dropped, it broke the internet.
The voice actor they got for her is probably the best one, I think, of that game. Yes, Stormy, we're of the same mind and heart.
And then Jesse Brown says, "Immersion ruined. Lol, one of us." Nice.
One of us. All right, so before we head on to the
responded.
next...
Okay, so the most common failure point for PS4s is the HDDs, especially if it's a Crash B Toshiba drive. Oh yeah,
Those
that does
are
make a lot of
supplies
sense.
Yeah. So before we go on, I've got a little 30-second video I want to play, and it's us at the Sony press conference. No, there's nothing bad about it. It's just fun. It's a little memory we talked about, and it's really easily accessible. So this is E3 press conference where they launched. They showed off the. It's only 30 seconds. They showed off the Velveeta. And all of the free food. This is all the free food. There's Erica. Ah! Mecca.
Big Tam.
See, this is why you don't have your press conference at 9
Maul!
a.m. Giving people liquor
Yes.
Subway cookies. All right.
drink it. What? We're at the Sony press conference, or at least
How
the
hot was it that day?
We're
All right, that's enough of that.
Break
was
forever
fun.
the fashion victim.
I say, how hot was it out there? I mean, that had to be summer, right? If it was E3.
It's LA.
was hot.
It's probably.
It was
Late
LA though, and
70s.
I'd lived there for a while, so I was kind of like used to, I don't know, the weather. But yes, that was a really fun party, and all the free food was delicious.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to from the
No
last
Kid
one
Rock,
I asked.
no.
Yeah, moving on from Kid Rock for sure. No bow at the bar. All right, so moving on to the Xbox One, and this game again. When we used to do these lists back in the old days, I used to say that it had to be exclusive, but you can't really do that anymore because everything's cross-platform, so it wouldn't make sense to do that now. So this is a game I actually played on PC. I had a very long HDMI cord running from my PC. It was 100 foot from my PC to my, and it had like a repeater in the middle because it was so long. From my PC to my TV, so I could actually play it sitting and like playing it. But and we're gonna talk about this one for a little bit. This is kind of, I think, the main focus here of the games we've got left. But yeah, Control is amazing. When I teach my video game class, it's one of the games that we spend a lot of time on because I think, and also I just love David Lynch, and it feels to me like I'm playing a David Lynch movie a lot of the times when I'm playing it. But it is such a good game, and so the narrative of it that it takes you through from beginning to end. You are so hooked with what's going on, and then it matches it with these fantastic game mechanics. The gunplay is great. The powers that you get are awesome. I mean, it's the best, like, it's not the Force, but it's the best version of those type of powers in a video game. Like being able to take pieces of walls and throw them at people and all
how
that.
interactively dynamic the environment is.
So it's so ridiculously good. If you've not played Control, you need to go play it. I mean, after the show, not right now, but
I'll go
once
do
the
that.
show's over, you should go play it on whatever platform you can. And I think it's free on something, maybe.
It was free on Epic at one
for a
point,
little while.
but I think that was one of their like weekly giveaway things, which was a crazy giveaway. But I don't know what's up with it right now.
I would say you wait about every 2 months, 2-3 months, and you'll find it on sale on like GOG or something like that for like 99 cents to $1.
Oh wow!
But it's one of those games where like I can show the first few minutes of it to my class, and like they will want to play it. Like it's so obvious that it's a good game.
The way that the cinematic, like those like cinematic pieces in between, like the chapters and the kind of the gameplay, like I love the way that they're designed and put together, and how they have like have some of these like video like as if they were small actual movies as part of the game itself, as like the media files. Like it's go ahead.
Like the little vignettes that kind of play as you're kind of moving through. Like like honestly, like some of my favorite parts are like you're walking down a corridor and all of a sudden you get the inner monologue of the old director like smoking a cigarette, being like, man, it's the guy that did the voice for Max Payne. Basically being, it's like I could tell something was wrong. And you just watch him, like you just see his silhouette as you're walking down the hall, and you're like, man, okay, something cool is going on, something cool is about to happen. And then you can pause the game and you can watch like the entire thing on its own if you want to. But you know that in the background, like she's getting these telepathic messages from him from beyond because he's already dead. And it's just, I mean, I can go on and on about this game, and so I probably will. But like between the characters in the game are awesome. I mean, between Audie the janitor,
oh my god,
Jesse, the main character, the guy that runs the Panopticon, I can't remember what his name is.
Langston,
yes, he's great. But I mean, my favorite in that entire game is Dr. Darling. I mean,
oh my god, yes.
Like I just. He is so over the top and so great. And every time I hear that little 3-tone chime that comes before all of his videos, I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna sit and watch this thing, and I will watch it repeat at least once, because he's so earnest. Like, he's such a great actor. He's just earnest, and like he's just like, oh my god, this is super exciting. It might kill us all. And there's something about that, and especially towards the end of the game, as you start to figure out exactly what's going on and where he's going, it's
and
just,
his descent, and
yeah, and like the final video he leaves, I was just like, this was amazing. And by the time the game's over, I'm just like, this is like, yes, you took me on a journey, and this was really cool. And like, I won't spoil a whole bunch, but like, I'm very excited with where they're gonna go with Control 2.
Oh my god.
And if you read the little data points, like just the way that like it further builds the world, and like gives you a sense of like how everything ties together. Oh, and this is I can connect these 2 points, even though it's not like explicitly mentioned, and it's just super duper interesting. And the sound design of it is incredible.
Yes, I think my favorite is like, what is it? It's the rubber duck, or no, it's the refrigerator. Like you see all these little pickups and collectibles along the way, talking about this refrigerator that basically eats people. And then you finally get to the place where they're holding the refrigerator, and there's a guy on refrigerator duty, and he's just like, I can't look away. Somebody has to come get me. And it's just, it's so great. Like, they do such a great job of world building.
The lore, but
oh, we're on the same page. I was gonna say it does that like fictional government conspiracy theory thing. Like,
the Federal Bureau of Control, and like all these altered items and objects of power that they have to keep housed and protected, and
there's probably
alternate
a religion
dimensions
that like follows exactly that.
Alternate dimensions and beings, and the study of those things. Like there's a whole mold dimension, like a threshold of like.
It's like, I don't know where it's going. We probably shouldn't eat it, but it smells really good.
I mean,
and all the posters, the little posters throughout, like the design even of the offices. Like, you're in office spaces, but it still feels like alive.
Yeah, and the details. Sorry, Break, go ahead.
It's okay, I'm coughing anyway.
But like the details, like they literally have, like, you can go look at the cork boards around some of the break areas. It's like, hey, don't bring a computer in here. Hey, don't bring anything that is archetypal. Like, just really, really strange things. And when you see how they've built the world, when you see what the entire game looks like and why the FBC looks like it does, you're like, okay, this is starting to make a lot of sense. And
well, you told me they had fun with it too, making it.
Oh, I'm sure.
So much.
The other, the other things I love about it, like the little ties to like Norse mythology in it too. Like in, not to like spoil anything, but like essentially at the bottom of the building, there's this like tree, kind of like reminiscent of, I believe it. I'm not so great on the pronunciation. Yggdrasil, I think is how it's pronounced. But and then Ati and the things that are around his office. But I'd probably have to say, like, one of my favorite like data points that you would find are the podcast episodes for America Overnight.
Yeah.
Because it's this podcast, or like this radio show that they had that people could call in to kind of dispel them from like
thinking things were actually going on.
Yep.
Well,
so
yeah, no, and I remember that was one of the games I showed you when you lived here, and I remember again you getting so into it, and I was really stoked to show you that game because it was nice to have someone else that was so into it when I was like peak control. So glad that you like it so much, and it's a really fantastic game. I do want to break in here really quick. If you like what you're hearing, if you like what you're seeing, we'd appreciate a like and subscribe. I hate to say that, it's so cliche. but it does help like extraordinarily. If you want to help us, you don't have to give us money, but a like and subscribe would be delicious. But we do have Control is going to be mentioned again, so we can dovetail Xbox One here at the end, because someone else I think likes it. But Jack though does not like Control. He instead picks.
I picked Forza Horizon 3, and it's not because I don't like Control.
Oh,
it's because I know. But no, Forza Horizon 3. So the Forza Horizon games 1 and 2 were really cool. 1 kind of was something way out of the left field. It was different from most of the other Forza games that played. 2 kind of took it to the next step, giving you kind of an open world, and you could just kind of go anywhere, do anything, and expanded upon that. But 3 really, they changed the setting to Australia, and that's where things really kind of got over the top. Like just amazing set piece races, just fun racing games. They started to have some of the Horizon events that just brought in the multiplayer in with that open world, and really kind of, I thought, took it to the next level. That they really, 4 and 5 were just kind of really basic iterations on what they perfected in 3. And so 3 is really kind of, that's my favorite game on the Xbox One to go back and play. Unfortunately, or fortunately, there's not a whole bunch of people still playing 3 online because 4 and 5 are out there, especially with Game Pass. But 3 is still, I think, for the racing feel and for the open world itself, is probably my favorite, just because of the scenery on that one.
Nice. It has a great sense of speed too.
Oh, they all have a great sense of speed.
Yeah. It feels very fast. It's nice. Maul.
Yeah. Man, Xbox One actually has a tremendous library. And unfortunately, I have not played Control, so I can't chime in on this.
You would love it.
I'm sure I would. I'm sure I would. No, I kind of, I missed it if anyone mentioned it before, but the bureau in that, is that based on the SCP?
So I see a lot of people like reference those things. I don't know much about SCP in general, but I know when I was doing a lot more like kind of reading into all of that, it kind of mirrored that community.
Okay. Like what came up was SCP when you're mentioning the bureau, so I bet there probably is some connection there. And the phone line you're talking about, I wonder if that's based on Coast to Coast with Art Bell, where it was an old AM radio show where he'd have just crackpots calling in all the time, and it's real fun to go back and listen to. Yeah, he's not on it. I think he died a few years ago.
There's
actually,
different hosts.
so
It was more fun when he was on it.
yeah. But anyway, so despite that though, I chose the remake of Resident Evil 2 on here, just because like they did a really good job on it. Resident Evil 2 remained a high point in the series for me. Resident Evil, which is, itself was a great series, a great franchise, but it had a lot of ups and a lot of downs. And RE2 hit the perfect like horror mix for me, where actually when playing through that, it actually like would make you jump and you felt like terrorized, without at the same time being so low on ammo. Like ammo conservation was still a big part of the game, but it wasn't so bad that you were like, well, I'm never finishing this game now. Time to go back to the last save point. I shot one too many bullets here, so but it still like had that terror to it. And when that game came out, the series was so fresh. Over time, I know 4 is also very good, but it kind of lost its way a little bit in some regards, and has over time become more of like a meme of ladies with big derrieres, than anything else.
I wasn't expecting
but 2, like the remake went back and recaptured that horror and just made the package like so much more palatable. Like made updated the control scheme, updated the graphics, and just like upped the adrenaline factor just enough. And I think they did a really great job with it and recaptured what I loved about that series so much when it first came out.
Yeah, I tell you what, man. When I was playing the RE2 remake, and all of a sudden the Mr. X just shows up and starts chasing me across,
so scary.
across all of the entire police station, I was just like, oh crap! Like run! Okay, I don't hear his footsteps. I can stop. And then like 2 screens later, it's like, oh god, I hear him again. Run! And like that legit like really freaked me out. Which like I said, I've played RE2 is probably my favorite next to RE4, and it's the one I've played the most on the original PlayStation and even on PC. Like I played through the original one like probably, I don't know, 6-7 times, both discs. And like RE2, I felt like I knew what I was getting into when I started playing the remake, and they did some things that really, really tripped me up and really freaked me out. When I have to give Capcom a lot of kudos. They really did a fantastic job.
Yep. Sometimes they knock it out of the park.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You guys said pretty much everything, I would say. It's really fantastic. Really fantastic. BreakmanX has gotten super into Resident Evil after that game too. He's beaten 2, 4, I think 5, definitely Village. He's beaten Village like 8 times. Like over and over again. He loves that one. But
hey, we have another attempt at a movie coming out for that series. So
I like the first one in like a nostalgic, I don't think it's like a great movie, but I don't know.
It's fun for
but then they made like
being
4
excited,
sequels.
I remember being excited. I haven't seen most of the sequels, but it was just cool. There was a video game movie. That's what I thought about it.
Yeah. We just kept saying when we saw the first one was out, like whenever anyone would bring it up, we'd just say like Matrix kicking dog, because that's just I remember the most was Mia Jovovich just like slow-mo kicking a zombie dog out of the air. Just that movie's so ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. And the little girl.
Oh man.
It's killing me. Resident Evil has killed me.
He has the virus. The T virus is in Break.
Well, speaking of No Man's Sky.
Yeah, that would be my favorite Xbox One game. Also, this is one that I did play on PC as well. But it came out in the era of the Xbox One, so I'm throwing it in there. And yeah, I just think it's a really great space game. Like, they managed, it's kind of one of the first games to really capture the open world, like open galaxy level of exploration. And I just love like flying around and uncovering new worlds in that game. And man, I've had some wacky experiences playing with friends. That's my favorite way to play. If anybody's played the game, my friends and I found this planet filled with like gravit orbs or whatever. I'm forgetting the name of the resource, but it's something like that. And it's like one of the most valuable resources in the game. It's just littered everywhere on the surface of the planet. So we were just like going around picking them all up and selling them, and it got it bought us capital ships and everything. Like, it was crazy.
I always felt bad for that team because like they were pretty upfront and honest. Like, they're like, hey, we got like 20 people working on this game and it's gonna be all procedurally generated. And so like this is gonna be kind of fun. And then Sony picked it up and was publishing it on the PS4, and they're like, it's gonna do all this stuff, and they just built up so much hype. And then when it came out, and it was pretty basic. I mean, and don't get me wrong, they have done some amazing work in the time since it was originally released. Like what that game is now versus what it was back when it was originally released in 2017, 2018. That's a completely different game.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
It's
They give props to the development team for keeping at it.
Oh yeah.
I started playing it like a couple of years ago, so I jumped in when it was already at that level. But yeah, I do remember stories of like people being disappointed when it did come out originally. But like, Yeah, that was mostly on the marketing end of things, because what can you expect from a small team making a game of that scale?
Yep.
It's cool though.
You gotta give them time.
Hopefully it gets more love. But
Yeah.
back to Darria needs control.
Control would be my pick for the Xbox. That's when I actually got to play through Control. It was on the Xbox, and I believe on the Xbox, because I've been working on playing it through again on the PlayStation 5. I got all of the trophies. I believe I platinumed that one.
Awesome.
That's
really
and
cool.
so like
Congrats.
I really enjoy so many of like the things about. I know we had kind of had that discussion, but so many
okay.
things about the game itself, the experience of it, the world building, the detail, and kind of how they created like the idea of the antagonist is also really interesting too. Now, to take a little brief departure from Control, my notable mentions for Xbox One, because I played these first on this console, was Jedi Fallen Order and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Those I also played very obsessively.
Those are pretty good.
Yeah, Jedi Fallen Order and then Jedi Survivor I thought were. And I'm excited because there's supposed to be a third one, but
Working on a third one.
But I love the characters for those, and the way that the lightsaber combat works in Fallen Order. So
Yeah, it's pretty great. It's very Souls-like, and so it's right up my alley.
Mm-hmm.
I will say on that, if they make a third one, it'll be cool because the other games are good. But god damn it, Cal Kestis has to die. He has to be dead. They're making too many Jedi survive the purge.
Yeah.
And it's just making Vader look weaker and weaker as they go. Like he has to get killed at the end.
What's funny is
That's
I've
it.
seen like a video that has like put together all of the Order 66 like scenes from all of the different like media that's out there, the game, the shows, everything, and how it all kind of went down like all at once, and it just adds it in as if matches the timeline.
Oh, wow.
Which is super interesting.
Huh.
But it keeps on adding more people who survive.
You know,
but yeah.
I think the Clone Wars Season 7 version is my favorite.
If they get to the end and Yoda's like, you know, Luke, the last of the Jedi, will you be? And there's another.
Except for
we already
Paul.
got Ahsoka.
Yep.
Ahsoka floating around. It's like, Yoda, you're full of shit, because Ahsoka, a little bit of an excuse because she fell through a time hole and was, you know, out of the way for a while. But like, god damn it, no one else can be alive. None.
Yeah.
All others there are.
Yep.
We should change episode 4. Some other hopes.
Yeah.
I did like about like Fallen Order and like being able to go into like these old tombs and things like that. I love that kind of aspect of like games, being able to go explore older, more ancient things.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
I enjoyed your commentary, Daria. No, I'm being
you.
serious, Jack.
Okay.
Don't laugh at me.
Hey,
Wait, you said that.
I was trying to be honest and serious. I appreciate it very much.
I
Nice
feel
to
like
hear.
our show has just become break gaslights Daria all the time. That's
Better stop. No, I'm serious. I thought it was a good analysis.
It was.
No sarcasm.
I don't do sarcasm. At least not very often. You can tell when I do.
I saw a comment. Yes, my cat is in the little house, and he I saw when I first started talking, he was showing his toes. So
What's his rate? It says it's a paid actor. What's his rate?
Nice.
You treats every hour.
And I should mention, if you want to join the Discord, you can go to breakmanx.com and click the Discord button there at the top. Probably the easiest way to get there. We'd love to see you in the Discord for sure. All right, so moving on to Nintendo's most successful system of all. Oh, wait, Jack.
We're on current gen.
Oh
This is
my
current
God.
gen. We're finally here.
It only took us like 10 hours, 8 hours. We're gonna finish this thing tonight. We're gonna do it. We're gonna get through this together.
And then you can make one long form video of all of them edited together.
I will.
Yeah,
I will.
that'll be great.
Compilations are good, apparently. So I will do that. All right. So Nintendo Switch, most successful Nintendo system of all time. Getting close to the PS2. We'll see if it ends up superseding it. Some people say yes, some people say no. But going into, and also one of the longest running, actually, I think the longest running home console of all time, too.
Yeah.
With continued support. Super Mario Odyssey is fabulous. That's my game for the Switch. I remember it was, right when the Switch came out, and I just remember Chad Kinselmo, who at the time was at Nintendo PR. He's at Square Enix now. But he'd been on the show a few times, and then he spoke to my class. And I just remember asking him, like, trying to get any information about Mario Odyssey out of him as I could. And he would not say anything other than, "You're really going to like it." And he was right, Chad. I really, really liked it. And we do need to catch up soon. We just talked about that. Anyway, Mario Odyssey is great. Another game, BreakmanX also got through, beat the whole thing, got all the moons.
Mm-hmm.
Jack.
Yeah, so my favorite one is kind of, I had Mario Odyssey earlier because I do think it's an amazing game. But then I was kind of going through my Switch cartridges I've got, and I realized, oh my God, I can't believe I forgot Legend of Zelda Cadence of Hyrule. Like, I don't know if you're a big fan of Crypt of the Necrodancer, but yeah, you give me a rhythm game and you combine it with Zelda, and that's a recipe for love for me. It's something about jumping around all of the world of Hyrule while you're just going in time with the overworld music and whatever other music is going on is a very cool design choice. I love the Crypt of the Necrodancer games. I love Legend of Zelda, and Cadence of Hyrule is fantastic. It's honestly not as long as I wanted it to be, because I would have loved a full-scale Zelda with that mechanic, but I'll take what I can get, and it was an amazing experience, and I love just replaying it just to kind of go back in and just listen to the tunes.
Nice. Very cool. I agree. Also great. And Maul.
For me, also in the Zelda series, Breath of the Wild, which we had mentioned earlier. Yeah. This one, for me, another great return to Hyrule's open world. Reminded me a lot in a good way because of its visual styling of Wind Waker. And a little bit of like a Shadow of the Colossus vibe with the huge like living labyrinths, the dungeons, and that being like creatures that you were busting into and working your way around and everything. Made it was a little bit different. There's just a lot of cool, just interesting stuff in that. I liked the the exploration. I liked the way everything kind of like reset at night. It wasn't just like constantly respawning enemies. There was like a logic to it. And it was also a pretty good challenge as far as like there were areas you would go into and like those temple guardians would wake up and they would just kick your ass for so long in that game. It really put a real like kind of element of fear into the exploration that a lot of the other ones don't really have. So it was pretty cool. And I so far have liked I haven't finished Tears of the Kingdom. I so far like Breath of the Wild better just because like the gimmick of Tears of the Kingdom Does feel gimmicky to me as much as I enjoy making a robot with a big flame-throwing dick and running that around. I just kind of prefer just the more basic exploration, of the Breath of the Wild by comparison. But, props to both. If you like one over the other, either way, Tears of the Kingdom, if you like that one better, that's fine. But not quite for me. But
again, a game that I love, but it's so open worldy. But it's great.
It is.
It is great, but yeah, I need to get more into open world.
You can cook things though. Go get all the things and cook them.
I don't like crafting in games. Cooking, I don't like crafting. I don't want to go collect apples. I want to go. I want to go to an old woman in a cave and buy a potion. I don't want to go.
That's it. But if you can make the right apples with the right things, they protect you from the cold, and then you can climb the mountains earlier.
I know.
And get up there, and come on, man.
I would even go so far as to go get the instructions from an old man, bring it to the old woman, as in the original Legend of Zelda, and she would make it for me. I don't, or some wizard would befall me some potion. No, it's great. It's a fault with me. I wish I could get into it because, Zelda is like one of my absolute favorite series of all time. So I wish that I could. Maybe if I have more time. Maybe I'll try to get this summer.
I will say one thing I will agree with you on that's in the game that I kind of wish wasn't is I wish that the weapon braking system wasn't as harsh.
I also
I'm okay with your weapons deteriorating over time and everything. I think it's kind of a neat idea that goes back to second edition D&D type stuff. But good God, it's so
they break
fast.
all the time.
You get a club, you'll hit someone 3 times and poof. Well, let me reach my backpack and get one of my 10 other weapons I've got in here. Yeah, so it's
hero of time, and you got your Kmart thing hitting people.
They're trying to make it an element of reality by making your weapons actually break, but they're also busting reality by making you carry a dozen different swords in your backpack just in case. So that was kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I really hated that a lot. That's another thing. And again, I get the design idea of it, and I think it's interesting. But in practicality, playing it, I just don't want. I want to get a sword, and I want it to work, and then I want to get a better sword, and I want that sword to work. At no point do I want the sword to just not work.
I will say that does at least give you a real big reward when you finally get the named weapons, and it's good. I've got this forever.
You get the Master Sword. It's oh hey, guess what? You got the Master Sword. Oh, by the way, this thing breaks too, but you just have to wait until you can use it.
Yeah. Yeah, real pain.
If it was a cheat to make it so you couldn't break weapons, I'd actually probably really dive in quick.
Yeah.
It probably is, but
there's probably a recipe you can cook some apples in a way that makes your weapons not break.
Not gonna do it. Hello Fresh Zelda edition. All right. So, Logan, you were going to tell us about this game. This was foretold.
Yes, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So this is by far the game I've played the most on the Switch, and yeah, I just think everything about it is so good. The visual, it's one of the most beautiful Switch games in my opinion. They really were able to utilize the graphics that the Switch does do well and apply it in a way that looks almost effortless. It's man, I wish other Switch games would look that good. But and then they really just refined the controls in that Mario Kart game. The other Mario Kart game that I've played the most is Wii, and 8 just feels so good by comparison. And man, the course selection is really good too. Now, the reason why I waited until Switch to say this is because of the Booster Course Pass. That is a whole second Mario Kart game for $20.
And people have been saying that for years. Nintendo just released more courses. And Nintendo released more courses.
And they did, and it's great. Like, it's so worth the booster course pass.
I mean,
They brought over a lot of the best courses, although I wish they would add Toad's Factory, but they're done with that now, so we'll have to wait for Mario Kart 9. But
they're
want
holding on
every
for the good
course.
ones for that one.
I want
Yeah.
every course from every Mario game ever.
that may happen
know-
one day.
I would say, if Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the #1 selling game on the Switch.
It's the
I
number
can
one
al-
selling, I think, Nintendo game ever.
Pretty
Yeah,
sure
I can only
the Mario Kart on Wii was also top selling.
imagine like if they're releasing Mario Kart 9 as a release game, as a launch game for the Switch 2, then they've got to have. I'm sure they are just licking their chops about, man, we can release so many extra add-on content, so much extra content for this thing once we drop the game itself. They have to be just salivating over how much
And
they
I
can
will
get
buy
out of
all of
everybody.
it.
Same. Without a
Every
doubt.
single
Day one.
course. Yep. That's another
Yep.
family game. We all play it and we all love it.
Yeah. And I have to
Is
say, I think my favorite time playing it obviously is playing it with people, but like the online multiplayer, like custom matches, doing it that way gets insane.
Yes, it does.
I've been in a Discord call with like almost the full 12 players all in the Discord call.
Oh,
and
wow.
it gets so wild.
Oh yeah, it's super
A little
stressful.
competitive at times.
Yeah.
I will say, actually, glad I was actually curious about it. You said it's the highest selling Nintendo game of all time. It is the second highest.
Oh, it's the second highest.
Though it's probably highest without the cheat. That the highest selling is Wii Sports.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
So if you take out the pack-in, it is handily the highest selling.
It's the highest.
Even outselling,
non-pack-in.
outsells all the combined red, blue, and yellow Pokemon games combined.
Wow.
Sold all three of them.
Sorry, Pokemon.
Everybody loves Mario Kart.
It is.
I mean, it's a
great.
safe bet. Yeah.
The
Yep.
mechanics of Mario Kart are just so well refined at this point. Like, it's great.
All right, Daria.
I mean, mine is also Mario Kart 8 Deluxe because that's one of the few games that I've played on the Switch so far. But it's something that I think it was the first game that we got when my boyfriend and I first got the Switch. That was one that we absolutely had to have. But and then I think we also got Smash Bros. So
Yeah.
yep. So we haven't quite worked our way through all those yet, but we did get the booster for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and we have had a lot of fun with that.
That's awesome. Really quick, what's everyone's favorite Smash Brothers? Jack.
Ooh. Melee.
Maul.
I would probably agree it's Melee. At least that's the one I played the most.
Logan.
Ultimate.
Daria.
I actually don't know. I'd
haven't
never
played
played. I'd never played until like I got the game for the Switch. I'd only like seen people play.
You're more of a PlayStationer.
I wouldn't say that.
There's nothing wrong with that. I meant
But,
it as a compliment. I didn't mean.
But
You're well versed in the Soniness.
But no, we haven't gone through and like actually unlocked everything yet. So we're still like at the very beginning of all of that.
With Ultimate, it takes a long time.
We unlocked everything. It took for flipping ever. But my favorite is also Melee. I still have my original save from that, and so I can like boot up the GameCube and see like I unlocked like young Link or whatever, like December
Nice.
2002.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I say I did play Brawl quite a bit too, but I played the most like couch multiplayer, with my roommates when I had Melee, and Brawl was more me playing on my own sad times. So
It was December 2001, not 2002. December 2001, because that was Fellowship of the Ring. And yep,
Very fun.
I remember that combo. Nice choices,
That would have
everybody.
been a good combo.
It was
Yeah.
a good combo. BreakmanX gave me Melee, and she gave it to me early because I couldn't wait.
The cat just opened
She's
the
actually
door.
never waited until Christmas ever to give me a present. She's always given me everything early, and she'll be like, "I'm gonna wait this." Nope. PlayStation 5. Oh my gosh, we're almost done after all these years here. So I could wax poetic again about the first game, but in the sake of time, I'm just gonna say everything that I said about Final Fantasy VII Remake. You can kind of say with Rebirth too. It's a little bit different. It's a little more open worldy. See what you're doing, Square. But I do still love it, and it is the opening with the calm scene is fantastic, and that was kind of the thing when I thought of the Final Fantasy remake that I was most excited to see. So it's cool to see that. But I'll move on because again, sake of time.
Right.
Jack.
And I'll follow that up. So I'm kind of taking an opposite tact. So like I want something that's open worldy, but not quite open worldy. And so my favorite game on the PlayStation 5 is actually Spider-Man Miles Morales. It's got the open worldness of the original Spider-Man that was released on PS4, but it doesn't have all the open world just junk to do that game has, or even Spider-Man 2 has. It's a much more focused game, and I love that about it because I can get in, I can spend 10-15 hours with it, and maybe 20 hours and get through the entire storyline and do some of the side quest stuff too. I don't have to feel like I have to put in 80 hours to 100% the game. Like it's a good streamlined experience, and it's kind of the perfect sweet spot for me.
Yes, and weirdly enough, I like the Spider-Man games, so there are no rules.
and I'll be honest, I kind of like Miles as a protagonist a little bit more than Peter Parker.
Oh, I do too.
His movies are great.
Yeah.
especially the version on PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here's the with him. So my pick on here is Baldur's Gate 3 for all the same reasons as when I cited it on the PC earlier. So I'm not gonna go back into it and bore you guys with talking about how great that game is. It's excellent. This is one I kind of saved off to just reiterate because it was my pick on PlayStation 4 that the Spider-Man games are likewise fantastic. I will say with Jack's pick on Miles Morales, it is a great game. I do like that it's a nice bite-sized one, like you say, but I do wish they had put it out as originally planned as like a DLC of the first one rather than getting that $10 extra out of me by putting it on its own disc. But it is still a great story, and really gives Miles some extra good kind of background and stuff to beef up his character. Even when he already had some great motivation and everything with the storyline with his dad, just in Peter's game. Yeah. But they give him some extra depth in there, which is great. But both those games, I actually did enjoy getting all the stuff in just Spider-Man, because there is a lot of open world crazy stuff, but the number of characters and everything that they use to introduce with that, like the villain roster is pretty beefy in that game because of it. And I did really enjoy how much how they use the expansive world of Spider-Man from the comics to build upon that game. Even more so than I think Logan's pick. But Logan, you want to go into yours?
Oh, transition. That was hot.
So, okay, another game that I want to play and I've never played because I don't own the PlayStation 5.
Oh, come on.
I don't have the money. Okay, anyway.
Where is that money tree?
I will mail you my copy of this game and you can play that.
Do it.
Oh, wait, no, never mind. Never mind. Hold on. No. I got the limited edition system. I only have it digital. It came preloaded. My bad.
It never pans out. Anyway, so I love just these games feel so unique as an RPG, mostly because of the movement system and swinging around buildings. I just love that element of it from the gameplay that I've seen, and also the graphics look fantastic. So it just looks like a great experience, and Spider-Man is one of my favorite heroes. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, they're all excellent. I will say, so my complaint with 2, it's a little more focused on just a couple of villains rather than being boom, here's this huge roster you're gonna play with in the first one. But it's still excusable. The second one has a great story. The real problem with 2 is they changed his face.
which they did in the remaster of 1 also, but they changed Spider-Man's actor to look more like Tom Holland. And
Interesting.
God, that kills me because he's supposed to be like a Spider-Man who's been doing it for 8 years, so he's like an older, more adult Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And they were like, you know what? Let's make him look like he's a teenager again. And
That
I
could
feel like
ugly
this has
now.
been a problem with Spider-Man is like an overarching like IP.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, it's true because like a lot of us got used to him being like married. That's what Mike was reading him as a kid. He was married, and you know, it was a much more adult Spider-Man. And I think they keep trying to revert him back to being a teenager because that was his original core of the character. But like when I was, you know, watching his animated series and stuff as a kid, he wasn't a teenager. He was a man. He was Spider-Man. You know, they just they really want him to be 16 forever.
Yeah, it's a weird character because like a lot of superheroes, you know, start out as adults, but like he started out as a teenager, so this is a struggle kind of unique to Spider-Man, I think. It's kinda
Yeah, they
interesting.
run into that with Miles eventually too, because
Yeah,
like when they started, he was 14 in the comics, 13 or 14, and now he's in college. So they've aged him up quite a bit already as well. So
I could listen to them all talk about comics all day. And I used to at GameKill.
yeah,
No, seriously, it is. I'm not trying to. I feel like now that Darria with the gaslighting, that everyone, all my praise is suspect. But no, serious.
you just have a real gaslighty tone about you. I don't know.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Your input is fantastic, Maul. How's that?
See,
That was on purpose. That was on purpose. That was on purpose.
well, that's just how you sound.
That's so sad. All right, Darria.
Yes.
Show us
So-
what you got. I'm just gonna play into it now.
So for the PlayStation 5, it is Horizon Forbidden West, the sequel to Horizon Zero Dawn. And it's DLC Burning Shores. The graphical upgrades that they made to the environment, to the water, to the way you do melee combat, and can actually go under the water. It's also a kind of like same with the first game, where you can choose to be stealthy or you can choose to like engage and just fight with your bow, with the different weapons that you have, and with the new melee combos that you can. They added a lot of different game modes, like mini games essentially. They added these like to help you practice those combos. This little like kind of board game called Strike, and which is kind of cool. It's unique, kind of like playing on the different machine characters of the game and like what they would look like as little like chess pieces essentially. But no, I really loved the way they built on the story in this one, and where they're gonna head for the third one, because there's gonna be a final third game.
I will give it another shot.
My son's excited for it too.
Yeah,
Cool.
I will say, and the score for both of those games is incredible. For the past 2 years, like the composers of those scores have been on my like Spotify Wrapped.
Nice. Very cool. Oh my gosh, we're going to the last console.
last
This has been a
console.
momentous task that has taken way longer than I ever thought it would. We'll have to do this again next year. Just kidding. All right. No, honestly, I really did enjoy hearing everyone's picks.
Yeah.
It's really fun to hear what everyone picked and why. But so Xbox Series X, Series S, you know, Xbox has the best names of all of the companies. But I'm going with the Halo Master Chief Collection, and I'm going with it with Series X because when it launched on Xbox One, it wasn't quite working super great. But it is so cool to have all of the, I mean, basically, not all, but basically all of the Halo games on one package, you know, remastered. Although I do like the original version of Halo 1. I popped it in the other day. And I actually do like the original Halo 1 better than the one on the Halo Master Chief Collection. But I had so much fun replaying all of these games with BreakmanX. We played all of them on couch co-op, and nice. It was a lot of fun. It was one of the first games we beat together, and it was a lot of fun. So, who would have thunk it? I mean, it's full circle, I guess. The last one I'm picking here is all of the Halos.
I mean, hey, it's a great value now because now you get what?
Jack?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Me and my son have played through it all the time.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's awesome. What'd you think of the remakes?
I think Halo 2 remake is fine. I'm not the biggest Halo 2 fan anyway, but I think it's fine.
I'm looking so forward to that. I had no idea.
Oh yeah, no, I was so bummed out when it actually came out. Like I was just like, wait, this is where it's finishing? Son of a.
Oh, the ending.
And
okay,
I think I may have said some not so kind words to Greg. I was like, really? That's where you left it? But I also knew that he probably hadn't seen his family for like 6 months at that point because of crunch. So
he didn't write the story either. He just did
I know
graphics animation. He was sitting back there. How can I make Jack angry?
Yeah.
We need to get him back on the show.
Should.
He has my birthday. We wish each other happy birthday every year. Random aside. But what about Halo 3? Which is your favorite Halo? I mean, the first one, but besides the first one.
I mean, I would say Halo Reach. Like,
really?
Honestly, like I really like Halo 3. Halo 3 is awesome, but Reach is my favorite. Like the story.
Even more than one.
Even more than one, because honestly, like I read The Fall of Reach after really liking Halo 1, and The Fall of Reach really sucked me in as a narrative. It's really good. It's a really awesome story, and like what it doesn't quite stick exactly to the book, but like as a piece of, hey, here's this other group of Spartans we're going to let you meet, and then we're gonna let you see what was happening and how they get from there. It's kind of like it's the Rogue One of Halo. And I really like that part of it. Like, I'm not a huge fan of prequels, but it was a good, hey, here's how we got to this point.
Nice. Well, it was fun to hear your take on that. I meant that. God.
I know.
I'm worried about everything. Going into your pick for Xbox Series S X.
Yeah.
More
all right.
letters,
So mine actually. So as you couldn't tell, I'm a huge Remedy fan. Control, Alan Wake, Max Payne, all the games that Remedy, almost all of the games that Remedy has put. I'm a huge fan of. Alan Wake 2 is my pick for Xbox Series X. Alan Wake 2 is the culmination of, I think, everything Remedy has learned making games up to this point. There are certain moments in Control that made me really just sit up and just gasp in awe. And I think Alan Wake 2 had probably like 5 or 6 of those. Ooh. And I was expecting them, and it still just blew my expectations out of the water. I won't spoil any of it.
Okay, yeah, no.
But there's one chapter in that game when you make it through, you will be like, oh my God, I have to talk to somebody about this, because it is so bonkers, off the wall, and you really don't expect it coming. It's like the narrative is amazing. The world building is amazing. It ties into some of the other Remedy stuff they've done. But honestly, the gameplay it's a better game than Alan Wake 1. Like the controls, the feel of the gameplay is actually much better. The story is fantastic. And I really cannot wait to see what they do with Control 2, assuming this is just them continuing to learn and hone their craft because. Okay. The only thing I will spoil is that Adi is in Alan Wake 2.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
It's so good. So good.
Nice. Yeah, I'm replaying Alan Wake right now, the first one. And then I'll play.
That's the next game I'm playing is Alan Wake.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It'll be fun to hear
So
your
many
thoughts
on my list now.
Maul is recusing himself.
Yeah, this is the only system on here that I am recusing myself from because I have not, in all honesty, played a single game on the system. I don't own one. No one around me owns one, and and most of the games that when I kind of look over the list I see are otherwise that I would really be interested in playing are mostly on other systems already as well. So
that might be the last Xbox as we know it, from what they're saying.
Maybe they're talking about a handheld.
Yeah. Who knows? We can kill some time and say, hey, do you guys remember we didn't do when Nintendo had that thing where you'd swipe cards and it would put a game
the e-reader
into your system? Yeah. What was everyone's favorite game on that?
Super Mario Brothers 3 extra levels.
Oh God.
Golf.
Nintendo gets me
Golf.
every time.
Yep.
Every time. All right, Logan. The very last game in our massive list of truth.
Forza Horizon 5. Now, funny thing about this one is I played this on the Xbox One, but it released for the Xbox Series X. So it's really cool, I think, that they actually made it backwards compatible, which is, I guess, one of the benefits of the modern consoles being sort of interchangeable. Yeah, and a lot of the same things Jack said about Forza Horizon 3. I just love that it's a very unique driving game. Just being able to roam around the world in a car is so satisfying. And messing around with cars too, like, again, playing with friends is one of my favorite things to do with games. And we've done lots of make wacky car competitions and like custom matches. Like there are some crazy races we've built and raced.
It's a great game for that.
Yeah, it's just been a blast to play. It's one of my favorite driving games. Like I've got Mario Kart for the really competitive races, and then Forza is competitive too, but it's more about just the roaming the world in a cool car vibe.
Chilling.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. That was a massive list. So again,
we made it.
Yes. Finally, we can finally put this behind us. So if you needed to know what the absolute best games were on any of these systems, you can check back part 1 through 3 for your oral pleasure. I got that word from Jack way back when. But I will also put a compilation of all of them together so you can put them on and go to sleep. I put long YouTube videos on and go to sleep. But Jack, do you have anything to say before we ride off into the sunset?
Oh boy. I'm still making my way through Avowed. I started playing Balatro on my PC, and that was a bad idea because now I do exactly what I did on my phone when I look at my PC, and I was like, I can play one game of Balatro, and that turns into 5 games of Balatro. And I need to just keep Balatro to my phone. And that's so I'll shout out Balatro as if I haven't done that enough already.
Nice. And Maul.
I'd like to know if anyone out there in our audience went. Tell us about that big Tool concert that might be getting them sued here pretty soon, because I've heard conflicting accounts, and I want to know, is that Tool's Fire Festival, or are people exaggerating things? I don't know.
You're recusing myself. I'm too biased.
I've heard accounts both ways. I know people might be a little salty if they had not the greatest time because it was a $2,700 ticket to get into the festival. It included airfare. It was on an island in Haiti or something like that.
Yeah, it included airfare, hotel. There are also 4 other bands playing.
Yeah. But people are upset. They might be suing. I don't know. Don't know what to say. I might be biased as well, but I want to know if anyone was there.
Technically, it's because they didn't play 100% unique sets. However, they only repeated 4 songs on the second set. But again, I'm biased. I shouldn't say anything.
Don't get wrapped up in the lawsuit break.
Yeah. Logan.
Yeah. So thank you so much for running my trailer again. That was so fun to share with everyone.
My pleasure. Our pleasure.
Yeah. I will be dropping a link in the self-promotion chat if you want to go back and watch it. And I'll be putting, like I said, updates about festival selections and like the YouTube community posts, as well as my Instagram, which is in the link of the video. And yeah, I think that's what I've got. In terms of other things going on, I watched a movie this week called Cloverfield, which was a fun watch. So I mean, if you haven't seen that one before,
I bet you like that.
Oh, it was great. Yeah, I've got some movie ideas percolating because of it now. So yeah,
that's always the best kind. And Darria, what do you got for us?
So I got today, this morning I actually got my tuition reimbursement approved through HR, so I can take a drone certification class and get my commercial license. So
Awesome.
Nice.
So yeah, so that class will be in June, and then after that, I'll be able to fly drones.
That's awesome.
Commercially.
Congratulations. That's really
awesome.
cool.
So I'm excited for that, and yeah, just
Very useful.
yes.
It is.
Very much so.
very
I've also
useful
learned a
skill.
lot about like the legality and all of the codes and things like that regarding
It's always the
that
most
stuff.
fun part of filmmaking, the paperwork.
Ah.
Very
But,
necessary, though.
But yeah, so I'm excited about that. Won't happen for a few months yet, but at least it's all approved and set to go.
Nice.
cool.
Well, next week we have Shmup
Excellent.
Junkie on the show. If you haven't seen his YouTube channel, he's got lots of cool stuff. The 80s gaming in the 80s and 90s is really cool, as well as his best shmups on each system is really cool. And the week after that, we have Kaitor, who's got the wonderful multi-power solution for all the retro consoles that I'm super interested in, the Retro Tap. And we will see you same time next week on the game show.